right, let's see. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Bell?
Yes.
All right, I got a couple things to say for you. I need to have some clarification on the fact that you don't believe you're talking about the government's covering up UFOs and how they're trying to deceive us, and you're always talking about that. Then you try to come on and double talk us by saying that you don't think we're responsible for the government.
No, I say that we are the government.
Wait, what make up your mind? What do you mean we are the government? If we are the government, then why would they hide things from us? They are not hiding anything from us.
Even our founding fathers, sir, when they wrote that wonderful document we all live by,
yes, the most wonderful piece of paper in this entire planet,
cautioned us to keep our eye on them and put in all kinds of protections.
Well,
because,
I don't think
excuse me, now let me finish and then you can go, okay?
All right.
And put in all kinds of protections, specifically so because they understood that the government could get out of control.
Well, it could, and it might, and it would. It is not out of control. Our government is a great and beautiful thing. And people like you who try to tear it down and who try to rip down the foundations of our nation by purporting Bigfoot. I mean, I can't believe you. Bigfoot. You're a grown man and you're taking this serious.
I love
What is wrong with you?
I love Bigfoot.
Oh, don't get smart with me. You're just, you and your UFO nonsense, you're crazy.
I wish Bigfoot were my dad.
Oh, you know what? Bigfoot is of the devil, if he is anything.
Here we go.
It is demonic doings that are trying to confuse.
Demonic doings.
What's that?
From the devil, right?
As you are. As that caller that called the other night, you are Satan's mouthpiece. You
no,
just talk for the devil.
I'm
You're
virtually
just trying to deceive Christians, good Christian Americans.
Virtually the Antichrist.
I would say so. You're not actually the beast, but you're working for him.
I'm trying to help you here, sir.
You're trying to help me. Well, why don't you don't help me, and why don't you just get off the air and make way for good people like G. Gordon Liddy, Ollie North, and Rush Limbaugh? You're not even in their league.
They're all on the air.
Well, we could hear a repeat. You are nowhere near the league or the caliber of a man we need on the air.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that.
You are spreading disinformation and defrauding the American public with your constant rhetoric about the government, your Area 51, UFOs. You're anti-Christian. You are anti-American, and I think you should just stop. I'm tired of hearing you every night.
Well, just one question.
What?
Why do you listen?
Someone has to keep you in check and counterbalance the lies you put out.
You are compelled to listen, aren't you?
Oh, no, don't start with... See, you speak in the devil's tongue and you think it's a joke, but it's real.
You are compelled.
You're really being channeled by demons.
You will listen, you will listen.
Yes. Will you just cut it out and talk normal?
You will listen to me.
This is what I'm talking
every
about.
chance you get, every minute.
You
will keep your radio, you will turn the volume up even higher.
It's a big joke, what you're tearing down the foundations of our nation.
The entire foundation around our ears. You will listen. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, hello? Is this Mr. Art Bell?
Yes, it is.
I was wanting to make some comments about the fact that your guest was using the tragedy of the TWA bombing.
Turn your radio off.
Yeah, I just did. Mr. Hogan was using the bombing as another platform to say that we shouldn't trust the government, exploiting this tragedy, just using those victims as another further point to bring down our government. It's people like him that are responsible for the terror attacks that we have going on. Because they hate our government.
Are you through?
Yes, no, not yet, but I'll let you talk.
Well, thank you. That's generous. I don't believe he said it was our government.
Well, he was spreading distrust of our government. And we should not be distrusting our government.
I really don't think he said that. He said he had information.
Well, he meant it. I could hear it in his voice.
Now you don't need the words. You just need an intonation. Is that correct?
You could hear it in his voice. When they say that there are Martians on a Jupiter moon, little creatures crawling up out of there.
He didn't say that.
Everything in the Bible.
He didn't say that.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. He said there are Martians under the surface of Mars.
And that too. There are no life on Mars. They sent the probe, and they have not found a thing. And the fact that you're letting this go on is blasphemy. There's nothing in the Bible about people on Mars. So
I am compelled to do it. I must do it.
I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you.
I know this.
Well, I hope you know that I'll be protesting your program. I have a citizen called the protest. Christian against media pornography. I consider you a pornographer.
Because you love me.
Yeah. Oh, no. You think that's funny? All your listeners, I tell you, all your listeners are going to hell.
You love me, don't
You're all a bunch of, you're duping them. You're all a bunch of devil worship, pagan devil worshipers.
My program.
And we're going to clamp down on you. I'll get you kicked off here, and you won't be able to do this to America anymore.
Goodbye.
I love that guy. I love that guy, and he loves me. You know, when you really hate somebody, have you noticed? Even though he gets it wrong, he never misses a step. Now, businessman trying to provide intentional pain for himself by listening. Am I a substitute, sir, for your getting out the old leather whip and whooping up on yourself? It's hard, right? Got to reach back, whoop yourself. So instead, you turn on the radio and you listen to me. You are compelled to listen. Every minute. Even though your poor, pathetically twisted ears don't hear it correctly, you are compelled to listen. I really like that guy, and I can tell he loves me.
I have to take issue with your little trip over to the communist Soviet Union. If you really believe so much that our country had to fight for so long to put them down, then why are you over there building up the communists and helping them reestablish their evil empire by what you told me, giving away valuable secrets to them, and having your little shell, little Charlie, call in and say the things that you're afraid to say because you know that you will lose credibility because all these years while the winds are shifting, you play like you're conservative, and then the winds shift and now you're going to be a little liberal. Well, which is it, mister?
What secrets do you think I gave them?
Sensitive radio production secrets regarding HARP, because you have your insiders who send you those medals and such, and the fact that you would insinuate that there is life on other worlds is simply an act of trying to degrade the God-given status of the most sacred beings in the universe by saying that we are not unique, that we are...
No, wait a minute. It was NASA that said there was life on Mars.
That's right, and they're being controlled by forces from within the Soviet Union, where I feel that you have gone back to get your orders from the Kremlin. You are basically just... the way you try to tear down Mr. Bob Dole and to say that he cannot win against this liberal that is in our White House, who is basically a communist.
You can't even imagine what they told me in the Kremlin.
See, now, you
can't imagine it, sir.
Speak to me in a rational way, because every time I just put you down and make you look a fool. Every time.
I have secrets that you can't imagine in your worst nightmares.
You have to resort to that because you are afraid my arguments are like razors. They cut your arguments apart.
Slither me, cut me.
You can't mess me intellectually, so you have to play around with your little radio toys. And sell our secrets to the commies.
Radio toys, yes.
Sell our... If you like it so much over there, why don't you just stay?
Well, I thought about it.
That's it. That's it. We gotta go. Too bad. I would have enjoyed spending more time with the guy who thinks I'm the Devil's Toe Jam. This is CBC. Back in a moment. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, so is Art Bell?
Yes.
Yes, I have to take it.
Call toll free 1-800-618-8255. Well, first of all, I'm not going to allow you to use that word.
Well,
you're going to have to rephrase it. If you want to say, the way I have come to the defense of the gays, you may say that.
I will call them homosexual.
All right, that's fine.
Because, now see, you're defending them again, saying that our Constitution grants them a right under the Constitution forged from the guiding hand of God, our Lord, who forged this Constitution.
They do have rights under the Constitution.
They have no rights. They are, as far as I'm concerned, we should not be married and we should be gassing them. God destroys homosexuals. He hates them.
How can you defend any kind of right for them to anything?
Well, going with what you have just suggested. Now, hold on a moment. You are confusing God's job as you see it with yours.
We are charged with God's work. We should not be putting up with this. They are a destroyer of the family. This is the devil's attempt, and it's another example of how you are the devil's mouthpiece, giving propaganda for the devil, saying that our Constitution, which was forged by the very hand of the Lord,
I am not the devil's mouthpiece.
You see, you cannot. You have to resort to your little radio tricks, because you cannot withstand the might of my righteous argument. And as far as I'm concerned, we are charged with the destruction of these vile creatures who are lower on the scale, who God hates even more than those who bear the mark of Cain. He hates them, and we must not put up with this in our society. And they want to destroy the family and marriage.
God does not hate you. You hate. You're so full of hate that you dribble hate. You dribble hate. Do you hear me? You dribble with hate.
The proper term of what they should be called. They should not be referred to in a friendly, less disgusting term. You know that these are disgusting people who just want to destroy our country, and you are right there, gladly helping them. And you owe me money as well, because the other night I was trying to get through, and I became so frustrated that I broke my phone.
Well, I was waiting.
I'm charging you.
You know, I was waiting to see. I was going to let you go this time, just to see if you had a heart attack.
What do you mean I am not going to have a heart attack?
I mean, if they're real, spewing all of this hatred you have, I've got to wonder if one of these nights you're not just going to wind yourself into a seizure, or a blood vessel is going to burst in your little head, and you're going to fall down dead.
I have love, and the Lord has charged me with clamping down, because I am seeing my country being destroyed.
Does God tell you what to do? Does God tell you what to do?
I have communications with the Lord, yes.
Directly?
Direct, yes, I do.
And so God, you are God's agent, and you
need a new revelation, and I am a of the new revelation.
The new revelation.
That is correct, and that we will create a new world, not a new world order, mind you. Because and the way you are cavorting with your Canadian friends, who are clearly an arm of the English, and you see, I know what they are planning to do.
What do you think? What do you think they're going to do?
The Canadian aggression is fairly obvious.
Canadian aggression?
Yes, because when in conjunction with Mexico and Spain, because they lost these territories in the early formations of the year, they are plotting to get them back from us. The French and the Germans and the English, all enemies of America, they are cavorting with the Russians to take away our sovereignty as a nation through the New World Order, or through the United Nations, because they want this land back. How about that land grab that Clinton just did?
All right, well, that's it. That's all I can handle. I really thought he might work himself up into an event here on the air. One of these nights, I think he's going to.
Turn down my radio, because I have a few comments about your show tonight. You have gone totally over the line tonight.
Way over the line.
You have gone over the line. I am disgusted with to hear that this woman is fornicating with who is the devil. It's not. If it's anything, it's a demon coming to her in the middle of the night.
But it's what she wants.
And I know this because of the perverted act that is done not only to women but to men. And God has revealed to me in the new revelation that now in the end times that demons will descend upon our women and men and in the night and do horrible things to them. And you are promoting this. How can you sit there and allow this to go on the airwaves of our nation? This is why I am totally against you. And you have gone too far tonight, and your programs have just gone over the edge.
I knew it would get to you.
Now, you wait a minute. This is just
what I love.
Symptom of the Satan in our society. Just like the fact that the courts in Hawaii have made homosexual marriage, they ruled that can be recognized and acceptable is unacceptable. And we must stand together as Christians. And have a serious conversation here. You just sit there with your little demonic devil voice, and you won't even listen to me.
You love it.
And the fact that you threatened to kill me, that doesn't matter either. Why don't you tell them how you told them that?
You love it.
When you threatened me, and off the air, you threatened me because I did not want to have you come to my house.
I would never threaten you.
You were threatening me.
I never
also tried to be a guest on your
I
show because
just-
I am a minister of the new revelation from the Lord. I am the one who receives the anointing of the new commandment. And you break all of them every night. You hear me? You are a fornicator and a destroyer, a murderer of America's morals. You are, and that woman,
Now you really hurt me.
behold her in my sight. I would destroy her for what she is. She is a fornicator with demons. She is a perverter and a fornicator against the Lord. And your blasphemy has just gone unchallenged and unchecked, and I'm here to clamp down on you. And say that I will no longer put up with this.
You're done. You're not going to see any more of my brother.
And I command you, I rebuke you that you stop this.
Something's leaving me. I think you've done it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, hello, this is JC, and I'm glad that I finally got through to you, that you're not able to keep me from getting through to spread the word, because what you had the other night was unbearable. How dare you let someone smoke marijuana on the air? Don't you know what marijuana does to people?
What does it do? What does it do?
It can cause people to go crazy and go into a pot rage and murder and rape and kill. You know, how about, there's 215 and 200. How about the parents of the teenager that smokes the joint for the first time and thinks he can fly and jumps off the Empire State Building or a bridge? How can you stand there and say that they should be legal?
They get squished. That's what
How
happens when you jump off a bridge and get squished.
The most horrible of drugs. It's the devil's weed because it opens your mind to the devil and sucks you right in.
The devil's weed.
What are you talking about?
The devil. Turn your radio. Now, hold it.
You know what happened with the Manson cult?
Turn your radio off.
All right, there's my radio. So did you know what happened with the Mansons? They were all smoking marijuana.
Were they?
Today's marijuana is worse. It's high potent. It's like crap. It's even worse because it introduces and sucks the teenagers and the people in. And you're sitting here promoting it.
The devil's drug.
That people should go out and try it. How dare you?
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You said that and the fact that you want people to have more than one wife. Oh, free love and fornication. And that's what you're all about. And the fact that you mock the new revelation. It's disgusting what you're doing with the airwaves.
What new revelation?
The one that I am receiving from the Lord and the new commandments.
Your revelation. Oh, new. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. This is really cool. What are the new commandments?
Well, God and I are working on the new commandments in chorus together. We've been working for some time because the people have ignored the Ten Commandments. So we are much closer to keeping the people in mind by giving specifics, such as thou shalt not smoke, thou shalt not fornicate, thou shalt not do drugs, thou shalt not worship the devil, thou shalt not listen to rock and roll music, thou shalt not be a part of the new age.
Really?
Thou shalt deny the new world order. And these are going to be laid down in the new revelation.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No rock and roll? Did you say no rock and roll?
The evil rock and roll music that you play with and the music that you play is the pounding rhythm which pounds the will of the listener into submission every time you go to break. And it's hypnotic and it's demonic. And it talks about getting too excited, and I won't want to hide it. I'm not going to repeat it, but it's horrible because that's about fornication.
There's actually going to be a commandment about rock and roll?
Yes, there already is. I told you in the new revelation that there shall not be rock and roll music.
No more rock and roll.
That's right, because it's of the devil. And the fact that man again on the other night who was saying that to deny government, that jackal that hovers over people as they die, that terrible bitter man, that horrible new ager that got struck by lightning, well, he should die because he waits on the light. Lucifer is in the light.
You mean Daniel Brinkley?
He's an evil man hovering above people's deathbeds, filling their ideas full of new age nonsense and tearing them away. God, those are right before they're going to die. I know what your plan is, and that is you made a vow with Satan that you could be on his right hand to tear away as many Christians as you can before the end of the end time. And the fact that you're using talk radio, which is among the most people who listen are conservative, and you're trying to tear us down.
So you're a torn down conservative, talking to God, getting new commandments. Is that right?
No, I am here to keep you in check. We're destroying the lives of conservative Christians and destroying America. And the fact that you mock the Canadian invasion, don't you know that they'll be coming across in swarms any time now? They've already assimilated.
You know what? You're actually what I needed this morning. I feel so cleansed after your call. My program is over.
You could be. That's the new revelation.
Wouldn't you like to say good morning, America?
I do not. I say in America.
How about good night? Good night, America.
What's that?
I'll do it for you. Good night, America. Wait a minute. Now, I gotta know, you mean that wasn't you?
No, that was not me, and you know it wasn't me because you set that up in order to discredit me by
I
having
did not.
That the Hale Bob comet is
I did not. Now, wait just 1 second. He sounded like a slower you all the way.
It was something that it's the devil's doppelganger, something that he has set up to discredit me because what he was saying about the fact that he's predicting that the Hale-Bopp comet is going to be bringing forth some kind of destroyer is wrong because the wrath of the Lord is not coming down from a comet or an asteroid. It is coming down when the sky will open up and impart, and that glorious hand of the Lord will come down and smite those who have sinned and offended against him. And it's not going to be a comet.
Right.
You know.
That's cool. Look, are you sure this is not your calmer younger brother?
No, this is not. You know, I believe you set that up with the Canadians just so that you could just discredit me and discredit the new revelation against me.
Why do you... What about the Canadians? What does it have to do with the Canadians?
You know exactly what it is, and it has to tie in with the fact that what you're doing with Alaska, who has been assimilated by the Canadians already, and that you're going to go up there and you're going to get your orders for what you can do and you can bring back and destroy America. And I'm outraged that you set that up, that you purposely had someone come on and trying to take away. But see, I switched phones. I have a whole new number that you cannot read when I was coming through, and so I called on the other line instead of the west of the Rockies, which is the one I usually call from.
Well, you know what? I think that maybe you do have somebody out there who is your close to your brother.
No, because what he was saying was wrong. He was trying to mix truth with lies and saying that the Hale-Bopp comet, the wrath of the Lord is not going to come down and comet. It's going to be the hand of God. It's going to come down and smite them and smite you for what you have done. This fornication against my name will not stand, and it was an impostulation.
An impostulation?
Yes, it was wrong of you to do that, and the fact that you're trying to discredit me and tie my name into that comet business, that you went out of your way to fake the photographs so that you could just tie my name to it, this entire conspiracy that you've been brewing.
You know what I'm going to do for you? You know what I'm going to do for you?
What?
I'm going to do something that I promised myself I would never do, but I'm going to do. How would you like to be, for a period of at least 30 minutes?
Yes?
How would you like to be a guest on the program?
That would be fine.
I mean, you could express your ideas in a way that you never have previously had enough time to do. You could answer callers' questions. You could, in effect, be a guest.
Fine with me. I'm all the better to spread the new revelation.
Really?
Yes.
All right. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you on hold.
All right.
And I will come to you at the top of the hour and get your number and call you back, so we'll pay for the call.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll let you be a guest for at least half an hour. And let the audience call in and talk to you.
That's fine by me.
All right. Stay right where you are. Why not? It's Friday night. All right. So let's find out if he's really on the line first. Caller, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, you certainly are. All right. You've rarely been on this early in the program, and I am now going to give you that for which you have always wished, and that is more of a forum to say what you want to say. You always claim I never give you enough time.
That's correct. You always cut me off, and you subvert my words and turn them against me by calling me the devil's mouthpiece, which I am not.
All right. That's fair enough. Look. Do the wild thing at 702-727-1295. Wait a minute. No. I don't want your entire name. We never allow last names on the air. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to call you by a nickname. How about JC?
That is fine with me.
JC. All right, from now on then, you will be known as JC. The man who's... And you know what I want to know?
What?
I want to know why you think that I'm the devil's toe jam, the devil's mouthpiece, why you think that I would forward the ideas of the evil one below.
Well, first of all, you have desecrated the holy ground of talk radio, right-wing talk radio, when I began to see that the movement of talk radio was here to cleanse and clarify America with the greats such as Rush Limbaugh and Pat Robertson. You came along and you...
Talk radio.
Don't let me talk. You bring forward all these new age ideas and you subvert Christianity by where you say, well, I believe in the Lord and I think this and I think that. And then you bring on all these people who do remote traveling and remote viewing and conjuring and
demon worship, and because you bring in the New Age, which is like the Trojan horse of Satan, that the New Age will come and he will bring you all these great things with crystals and beauty, and what he does is he's slipping it past you, and you're provoking people to go into trances and to astrally travel and to attempt psychic phenomena, which is expressly forbidden by the Lord, and by the Lord through me into the new revelation has spoke to me and told me that you are bringing about the evil, foul desecration of America's nighttime people, because there are people who, what you do is you get them, and they're late at night, and they leave their radios on after listening to maybe G. Gordon Liddy or Rush Limbaugh, and then you come along and creep into their subconscious and implant all kinds of evil ideas about fornication and...
Fornication. But listen, all that aside, otherwise, though, I'm a cool guy.
You're not going to be very cool when you're burning in hell.
Burning.
I'll tell you that much.
Burning.
All right, look, I promised the audience I always get a chance to talk to you. They never get a chance to talk to you, so I'm going to let the audience talk to you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with JC.
Hi, Art. This is Cynthia from San Diego.
Hi, Cynthia.
I'm the wife of Ed, who called earlier and who's called you a few times.
Yes.
Yes. Basically, I have more comments and questions for JC.
Yeah, go ahead.
JC, I'm a Christian too, and
How are you?
And I look at Art Show as a great open forum to discuss.
Well, you've obviously been corrupted.
Well, sir, I don't agree with everything that comes on on the air. And I think
you just agree casually with some of the satanic stuff, and you just casually agree with Satan. Well, I don't agree with everything Satan does. I don't agree with the fact that Satan inhabits the bodies of serial killers and tortures people. But no, some of the things that Satan does is all right. Is that what you're saying?
No,
that you can be a sometimes Christian?
No, sir,
You're a Sunday
cannot,
Christian.
Sir, I cannot apply the same standards to non-Christians as to other Christians.
What's that supposed to mean, non-Christians to other Christians? Either you're Christian or you're not. If you're a non-Christian,
right,
you're going to go to hell.
Sir, you're trying to apply standards to art that he may not choose to adhere to.
It doesn't matter. It's like saying I was ignorant of the law. Either you obey the law or not. If you murder and then you say, oh, I did not know the law, that's not my standards. I'm not going to adhere to the law because I feel murder is something that I can be wild and free and give my love and hate freely, and then I can just go and do whatever I want. And since I am not applying to those standards, well, Lord, since you have your standards, I have my standards, and I'm going to do what I want. So it's okay for me to murder. It's okay for me to kill people and rape and pillage and do drugs and rock and roll and whatever else you want to do. And so it's okay because I have a different standard. Well, let me tell you something. You don't have enough respect in your voice to be a Christian. And the fact that you come on here and claim to be a Christian is the fact of why we have so many people who are in the New Age who are claiming Christianity and diverting Christians into the evil New Age.
Let her
so
speak.
Don't give me that.
JC, let her speak.
All right.
Sir?
Yes.
I consider you to be an embarrassment to Christianity, and the reason why I say that is because as Christians we are to follow Christ, and Christ never went around slamming people, tossing them into the ground, telling them they were going to burn in hell.
Do you
he
have
never, ever
well, that should be enough. In fact, did not Christ say that to his apostles at one time?
Christ went around. He had great respect for people.
Well, have you ever received the revelation from Christ? Have you ever received the revelation from the Lord? What's that?
Christ never went around telling people that they were going to burn in hell. Now, he would confront people on one-on-one as he came across them, and such as the woman at the well. I mean, if there was ever a woman who had done a lot of wrong things in her life, it was her.
All right, JC, there you go. See, she kind of made a good point there. She said Christ himself never went around doing what you're doing, saying people are going to burn in hell.
Well, I am charged with God's work. Someone's got to clean up this mess.
You think you're above God, don't you?
No, in fact, I'm very close with God.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with JC.
Good morning, Art. Good morning, JC. I'm Charlie. I'm calling from Medford, Oregon, and I've heard you call in and give Art a ration of hell a number of times.
It's not hell. That's the fire of the Lord.
Well, number one, I think Art is very level-headed. I enjoy his programs immensely. And I might be one of those New Age people you talk about, but I'm 47 years old. I'm from the rock and roll era. Not a doggone thing wrong with me.
Yeah, except he's probably smoked dope with it. Well, there's nothing wrong with me. Oh, I listen to rock and roll. There's nothing wrong with me.
Hold it.
That's
the
a
way you get
oxymoron.
all excited, your voice raises, you start talking at warp 8 where your mind's only doing sublight speed.
No,
You're not
don't
doing
give me
your
all
blood
your Star
pressure or your
Trek talk.
heartbeat a doggone bit of good. You need to mellow out, man.
No, you're the one who has the problem.
No, you're
the one who...
mellow
You
out.
need to listen to rock and roll.
You are so warped mentally. I don't think there's a psychiatrist in the United States.
I don't know. I'm not warped mentally. I am on the level with the Lord. You might be on the level with the New Age and the rock and roll generation, but you're Dustin. You're nothing but you sound like a New Ager to me.
Wait a minute. What is the matter? Hold it, everybody. Hold it. What is the matter with rock and roll?
Not a damn thing.
Of course, let me speak. Can I have a word? That's right here.
Elvis Presley, all the power to him in the world.
What you said, there's the power of the world that you're saying is in rock and roll. In fact, in rock and roll music, it pounds the will of the listener into submission, subverting them with horrible lyrics, such as
You are a sick puppy, JC. You need to be taken out behind the barn like a sick animal and be put out of your misery, man.
No, I think
there's a lot of people
you
out
need to be
there.
put out of your misery, and you will be put into misery is what you're going to have, because you're going to be burning in hell.
We laugh and get a good laugh out of it, and I have an idea of a lot of people out there listening to you right now, and they are just rolling on the floor, holding their guts, and got tears coming out of their eyes, are laughing so hard.
All right, let him ask. JC, ask your question.
Are you, sir, you sound like a homosexual. Are you a homosexual?
Oh, JC.
Hey, come on now. Where the hell do you get an idea like that?
Well, I don't know. You can always tell.
I am a happily married man. I love my wife very much. We're both night shift workers and day sleepers. I'm on my night off right now.
Day sleepers. Well, you know what this during the day? That's the devil's undead.
Oh, JC, you ought to apologize for this one.
JC, you're a sick puppy. You need to be taken out behind the barn like a sick animal and be put out of your misery.
He's what should apologize. He's saying I should be killed like some kind of sick animal.
You didn't call Art again and give him any kind of hate and discontent at all.
I have no hate. I have love. I am trying to save America from the clutches of the devil. Don't you understand?
You're not. You're a one-man losing campaign. You are not personally in touch with God. You're not in personally in touch with anybody. You're totally out of touch with the reality of the here and now. You're still living in the dinosaur age under a rock like a piece of rifle or a piece of moss. You need to get with it, man, or get out of the program.
All right, well, we'll hold it there. There you have it, JC. I just don't see how you can accuse over the phone. You have no way of knowing. You have no way of knowing what this man's sexual life is, and how can you accuse him of that? You, a man supposedly of God.
Well, there's lots of evil in the world, and the fact that he was coming off saying he loves the New Age, usually that's a sign.
Of what?
Of evil and deviance. Corruption. And hate for the Lord.
Hate for the Lord. Hate for the Lord. Wildcard line, you're on the air with JC. Hello.
Hi, this is Cindy in Anchorage.
Hi, Cindy. Anchorage, Alaska.
Oh, yeah.
All right, he's got something against Alaskans, Cindy.
Well, that's true, because you've been corrupted already by the Canadian forces coveting America. You were a part of Russia for once in the first place, and the fact that they probably have generational subversion going on is not
where
all that
are you
far
getting
off.
all your information?
What's that?
Where are you getting your information?
I have my sources.
You have your sources.
Namely, my primary goal is the Lord.
Excuse me, the comment that I have for you is there are a lot of Christians out here that are sitting and listening to you, and you are making our job that God wants us to do a whole lot harder, because you're making Christians, and you're lumping all Christians together as, and I know I'm speaking for a lot of Christians out there, you're making us all sound like fanatic freaks. That's why people don't listen to us.
If you have a strong point of view anymore, you're a fanatic freak. If you know clean cut what's right and what's wrong, they call you sick. That's what's wrong with today's world. Evil is accepted in our
But
faith.
when you approach it the way that you do, who is going to listen? There is no love in your heart when you're trying to get the message through.
No, there is love in my heart. I am trying
what
to
about your
impart the
actions?
message.
Your actions should speak louder than your words. People should see Jesus in your heart without you even having to say anything.
No one is listening anymore. Everyone has turned away. They've turned a deaf ear and a blind eye to the
way you're talking to people.
I'm trying to correct a mistake.
Well, I tell you, as far as Art's show goes, I don't agree with a lot of the things, the guests that come on and they say things, but if there are no no other voices out there, how are people going to know?
What are you talking about? There's no other voices out there.
Listen, how are people going to know
there
what's
is
out there?
another voice.
Are you going to? You want people to be ignorant about what is out there?
No, you don't need to learn about these kinds of psychic phenomena.
If you are ignorant about evil in the world, then you are in darkness.
There's a really great book that I know, and in fact, it's been in print for a really long time. It's called the Bible.
I know
got plenty of
I am a
information.
Christian. I am not a religious person. I have a relationship with the Lord.
What did you say?
I said I am not a religious person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have a relationship with Him.
With who?
Jesus.
With Jesus, but you're not religious. Well, okay.
No, religious and religion is something you do every day. Like I religiously brush my teeth, or I religiously do this. You need to have a relationship with Jesus.
What are you talking about? I do have a relationship. I have been imparted with the new revelation. Don't you understand that I am receptor of the new commandments, and that through me, God and I are working in close harmony to save America?
God works through lots of different people.
No, not very
just
many.
You.
He does not working through you, obviously, because you're just in denial. That you love art, and everything he can do is fine, and the more he can convert Christian Americans, fine with me. What's that?
I didn't say that. Well, you weren't even listening. See, you don't even listen.
Yes, I am listening to you.
No, I said I do not agree with all of the guests that come on. But the way that you approach Christianity and trying to spread the gospel is with anger.
Oh, see, all right. So thank you, man. So what they're saying to you, JC, is that you're harming Christianity. You're harming it.
Well,
and I thought this ought to get through to you.
What I am hearing is the fact of these people who have been infested by the devil, screams of agony against my righteous might. That's all I'm hearing.
How are you empowered to know they're infested by the devil?
Because I can tell. I know when someone's infested and when someone's corrupted.
And so you could tell that lady was infested by the devil?
Because I am on a constant pipeline with the Lord, and He's imparted knowledge to me.
The Lord. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with JC. Hello.
Yeah, this is Mike in Dubuque, Iowa.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, Art, I love your show. CJ? Or
JC.
JC, get it right.
It's so backwards, I figured you wouldn't know the difference.
I have two questions. See how you just come on and insult me?
I have two questions.
I am a person, too, and I do not need to be insulted immediately by your phone call.
I have two questions for you. The first one is, I'm curious as to what your definition of hell is.
Hell is the absence of the Lord. Hell is the gnashing of teeth and the wringing of hands. Hell is the flames and the fires and the worms that will work their way through your flesh as you live, as the devil pulls your skin off and dips you into boiling oil and torments you and laughs in your face and spits in your face as he says, you were a fool. I turned you away. God put his hand up. God gave his only son to the world.
I get the point.
Well, no, you don't. You obviously don't.
No, listen, I do, because if you read in the Bible, the only thing it says about hell is just merely the absence of God. It doesn't say anything about burning.
It's punishment, my friend.
Punishment, yeah. Punishment being the absence of God.
Well, you know what?
My other question...
you're more comfortable thinking that, well, I'll just be without God. Isn't that enough of a punishment? Isn't that enough? But you go ahead and just, I'm all right. Hell's just going to be no God to be there to interrupt me if I want to go and do.
All right, well, caller, you wanted a definition of hell. He sure gave it to you.
Yeah, okay. My other question was, do you believe in the 7 deadly sins?
7 deadly sins? Well, there's more than 7.
Well, do you believe in these 7 that are given in the Bible?
Yes.
Okay.
I do. I believe in the Bible. God said it. I believe it, and that settles it.
Okay. One of the 7 deadly sins is wrath, which you obviously are a sinner. How can you be that close to God?
I am not filled with wrath. I am filled with the fury of the Lord.
Oh, no.
I am charged, my friend. I have a spiritual charge because I'm not complacent, because I will not sit back as the legions of Satan march across the face of America. That makes me wrathful.
Then you are a sinner. God is a loving God. He is not filled with hate.
JC, he's saying you're a sinner.
No, I'm not. Yes, a sinner.
You're a wrathful, hateful person, JC. That makes you a sinner.
Yes, I am a sinner. I admit sin, and I go to the Lord to redeem myself.
Yeah. Well, as you should.
Okay.
But obviously you're not redeemed.
So obviously, since you do not admit yourself as a sinner, you cannot be redeemed in the eyes of God, so you are going to hell before I do.
I have
by the definition in the Bible. That you
paid my dues.
JC, you better think about it. He's saying you're going to the place you described, the worms, the burning of the flesh, JC. That's going to be you.
I already know I have a place on the right hand of the Lord. Hallelujah. Amen. I will be there by his side as all of you are cast down into the pit. And I might just do you a favor of spitting on you when you beg for some water, but I am not going to be down there in the burning pit of hell with the boiling oil and the beast. Do you understand there will be all manner of horrible beasts?
Well, yeah, I understand that you're at the bottom of the hour, so you got to go. And thank you that this half an hour is over. I love your show, Art. I'll call you back later.
All right, sir. Well, we may continue. We may continue for a period. JC, you want to do more?
I will definitely do more.
Hold on. We'll be right back. Burning up. Did you hear that, JC? Burning up.
I hear it.
Yeah, and it's not the kind of burning you're talking about. And, JC, while we're on the subject, you know, what in the world is wrong with sex?
I'll tell you what's wrong with it.
Tell me.
It is corrupt and dirty and vile.
Is it?
That's correct.
My mama told me it was beautiful.
Beautiful. There's nothing beautiful about it.
There's nothing beautiful about a man and a woman doing the natural thing, JC?
It's unnatural.
Unnatural.
Unless you are in the specific act of creating children, new souls. The sexual act is a perversion of frenzy.
Unbelievable. You mean to say the normal act, even if not in the process of creation between man and woman, is a bad thing?
Horrible.
Horrible? And the people who do it going to burn?
That's correct. If you're not doing it with the specific intent to honor God's decree to be fruitful and multiply. If you're doing it for the devil, then you're getting into a frenzy of sexual...
Doing it for the devil? Doing it for the devil? You mean just when man and woman love each other, get together, an intimate sexual act, that's bad?
If it's not... Like I said, do I have to keep repeating myself?
No, you don't. I got it. First time caller line, you're on the air with JC. Hello.
Art and JC, good morning and peace to both of you.
Peace.
Thank you.
Hey, JC, would you take a little advice from a brother Christian?
Well, hallelujah that you're a Christian.
This is David in Los Angeles.
Hallelujah, David.
And first of all, Art, I might just interject that this is a really bad Ross Perot impersonation.
Excuse me?
Either it's a bad Ross Perot impersonation,
or
it really is Ross, and he
a
needs
pawn
something to do after
in
the election.
The fact that he was attempting to degrade George Bush's victory.
Well, his character voice drops from time to time, JC. You really need to work on that. Anyway, I believe that JC knows about as much as about Christianity as Bob Dole probably knows about the price of milk, you know? JC, little advice for you. You're going to win more souls to the Lord with honey than you will a gun. You're not going to win friends for God by being coarse.
I have no problem with guns.
And I know this is probably an act and a big sham, but I just want to let you know that a lot of people listen to the radio and are influenced by what you say.
I don't take kindly to your words of accusing my faith of being nothing more than a sham. I am not some dime-a-minute preacher on television trying to get rich so I can have a limousine and a whore. No, sir, I've been working for the Lord my entire life. My father raised me in the Bible's way and conditioned my soul and my spirit to work for the anointing of the Lord. And for you to accuse me of being like one of those horrible preachers.
You know what I think? You know what I think? I think you've got gold faucets, Jason. Gold faucets.
Gold faucets.
And an amusement park with a water slide for God. Let no evil talk come out of your mouth, but only such as in good for edifying, as fits the occasion, that it may impart grace to those who hear.
Don't quote me. I'm
not quoting you, I'm quoting God, and obviously there's quite a difference between the two of them.
Well, he may be a little confused about that.
I'm starting to believe that. He's confused about his Ross Perot impersonation, he's confused about God. JC, please, pray, get into the Spirit, and really consider deeply what you're doing. I know it's fun to be on the radio and do a character voice on one of the greatest radio shows ever.
I'm not having a good time. I am I'm sick of hearing these people who are destroying America, and the fact that you would quote the Bible against the man of the Lord.
You know, JC.
You are. Don't want to hear you. I rebuke you. I bind you. I cast you away from me.
All right, well, I give up.
Away with you, demon. And I bind you from doing more harm in the Lord's name. I rebuke you.
That's like casting
you
a
and the
spell.
demons, and the fact that you claim you're a Christian.
You're casting a spell. You're casting a spell, aren't you?
Christianity.
Now, you're casting a spell, JC.
I know.
Oh, you know.
Lord has the power to bind.
Oh, all right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with JC.
Hello, Art?
Yes.
Yes, I was on the other night. I'm a part of a bunch of international prophets from all over the world.
Oh, you're a prophet?
Pardon me?
You're a prophet?
Yes.
All right, hear that, JC? He's a prophet.
And I'm a follower of Jesus Christ. I believe that Jesus has come in the flesh as the Son of God, and we deeply love him with all our hearts. And, Art, I have to say, I was on the show the other night when you asked me about if I believed in the end times. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember.
Okay, this is me, okay?
All right.
I travel all over the nation. I preach in all kinds of churches, Pentecostal churches. I preach in...
All right, so what is your point? What is your point for JC here?
Okay, JC, one of the things that we are getting together on right now is that when we speak, we don't speak just to preach.
Yeah.
We speak with the heart breaking for Jesus. We speak where his heart is breaking for the world. And like the brother said before, we want to win the world with honey. Now, when the very heavy things are needed, we believe that God's power will convict the sinner to such a degree to where they will feel deeply, they will feel the power of God come upon them.
Preach on, brother.
Because
they're saying you're not honey, though, JC.
Listen, JC. I hear what you're saying. I know that you know out of your heart. I've met a lot of people like you as I've traveled, and like I said, I speak a lot of places. Even internationally, we are preparing to launch tremendous things all over the world. But one of the things we're teaching is that until people know God's heart, they can't fully obey him. Until they know his love.
Does that say anything?
Listen what I'm saying. Because the spirit of the prophet is subject to the prophets, okay? Until they know the heart of God, God won't release the power. Until we know the deep love of God for this world that is so hurting.
Preach on, brother.
But listen,
I agree.
Until they know it.
All right, so there, he's just, that sounds like you two pretty much agree. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with JC.
Yes, this is Lloyd in Nebraska.
Nebraska, yes.
Yeah, I'm curious. JC, where are you from? What state?
I am in California currently.
Okay, I was curious. I didn't think I'd heard any mention of it.
I didn't come from here to begin with.
I am going through some of the things that I hear and feel that you're experiencing regarding the government and people understanding me.
I trust the government. I don't distrust our government.
Okay, my question to you is, do you have a driver's license?
Yes, I do.
Where in the Bible it says that lasciviousness is a sin. Is that right?
Oh, you're going to double talk me.
No. It's something that the Lord showed me.
So I'm sinning by driving.
Go down the path with him, JC.
I'm not saying you're sinning.
Whatever.
All right,
go ahead. Whatever. You're going to make some point that I'm a sinner. So
No. All I'm saying is I have discovered that there's at least two of me. One created by God in the flesh. The other is created by the state.
Oh.
Are you with me?
What are you talking about, created by the state?
You have a birth certificate, do you not?
Rhetoric.
No. Do you have a birth certificate?
Yes, I do.
Okay, who created that birth certificate?
Well, ultimately the Lord did, because he created everything. So if you're going to try and tell me that I should hate the government because I have a birth certificate and a social security number and that and that I should be joining your revolution and start blowing up buildings. Well, I don't think so, my friend. I love our government, and the fact that the New World Order is attempting to make us hate our government so that we'll accept their help when the time comes. So that, well, you don't like what they're doing. Your government's lied to you. Your government's experimented on you with chemicals and radiation. So why don't you just come and be a part of our big world, love, New Order, and embrace the new age, leave your Christian American heritage to the past, burn your Constitution, give up your guns, and just join the new world order. No, I do not feel the fact that I have a birth certificate or a driver's license or pay my taxes or love the state that I live in or love America, that I am in any way a sinner, and that you would imply loving America. Hating those who hate America is a sin. You disgust me, and your type disgusts me. And I do not think that it is.
Are you sorry you said anything at all, sir?
This is almost hilarious.
Almost.
Almost. Okay, one more question.
Really? Brave soul, go ahead.
What is your definition of humbling?
Humbling.
Yeah, we're commanded to humble ourselves.
I can barely understand.
Humbling, down on your knees.
My definition is to get before the Lord and look up at Him with your heart open and your hands together and say, Lord, I am a sinner. I have broken your commandments. I have rebuked and turned against your ways. I have adopted the ways of the world.
You know what I want to know? Now, wait a minute. All right, let me stop you right there. I want to know what sins you've committed, J.C.
None. They've all been wiped away, wiped clean.
Wiped clean. The slate has been wiped clean.
No, any sin.
So you did sin?
No, I did not.
You did not sin? I thought you just said you were a sinner.
No. In the eyes of the Lord, I am as pure as the mountain snow.
Ooh, are you now? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. You're on the air with Mr. Pure J.C. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air.
Hi. I need to speak with J.C.
Yep. Go ahead.
All right, are you listening, J.C.? You know what this is?
Well, with my disinterest.
And I have a word for you.
What?
Okay? Son, come home. You are embarrassing me. Do you understand?
What?
You are the poorest excuse of a demon that I've ever put on God's good earth. Come home. Right now.
What are you talking about? What is this?
Get up there and come home.
I am home. What are you talking about?
Me. Okay? I am losing more followers as you speak. Do you understand that?
What?
Okay?
You're not making any... Oh, I understand. This is one of the demons.
This I command. Go home.
Oh, you are rebuked.
You do not understand.
You're rebuked.
No, you...
Call us toll-free at 1-800-618-8255.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you use that word? How dare you?
Well, I took it out. Jason, to show you what kind of nice guy I am, I took it out. I took it out. I took it out. Well, you heard it. They didn't. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with J.C.
Yeah. Lee from San Antonio.
San Antonio. Lee, you're going to have to speak up real loud.
That's a little close to Mexico, isn't it?
Yeah. My friend, have you read Luke?
I've read the entire Bible.
You should.
I don't need you quoting Bible at me. I'm here to talk about the new Revelation as well.
All right, he just wants to know if you read Luke, that's all.
No. You need to be more interested in chapter 6, verse 37.
In what?
Luke chapter 6, verse 37.
He's quoting at you there, J.C.
I don't need him to.
Judge not, and ye shall not be judged.
Oh, yeah. How about
Condemn
that,
not, and ye shall not be condemned.
How about that, J.C.?
Oh, well.
I think
that goes for those who are not anointed by the new revelation. I am on the revelation. You see, I am working in close proximity with the Lord. God and I have decided. He came to me when He wanted to create the new revelation. You don't seem to understand the fact that I am anointed, and I am close enough to Jesus to judge you.
Ooh. Oh, is that right?
Ooh.
You better believe it, because when the time comes and I'm handing down your punishment, you're going to be mighty surprised.
Well, it's the worms again, and the skin being pulled off you, and
How about this? Luke 6:36. Be ye merciful, as your Father is merciful. All right.
I don't have any. I don't hear
I love the
anything
show,
you're saying.
though.
Thank you. You don't have any response to that, huh? That the Bible stuff stops you cold, huh?
I don't need sinners to quote the Bible to me.
Sinners. All right, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with JC.
Yeah, is this JC?
Turn your radio off, sir.
Okay, just a second.
Turn that radio off. We don't
No,
need...
this is Charlie Liberal for the last hour. Who do you think it is?
Is this JC?
Your listeners are stupid on top of it.
I called you stupid, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a question. You seem like a well-read man in the Bible. I go to church quite often, but I find myself incredibly attracted to my preacher. So what should I do? That makes me homosexual,
what's
right?
that?
Oh, no, JC, pause. Be silent for a moment so you might hear. This man goes to church a lot. He finds himself attracted to his preacher. Is that what you said, caller?
Yes.
Oh, you what? You're attracted to your preacher.
Yeah.
Of all the depravities, is your preacher a man or a woman? I would think
he's a man, and I'm a man, and I have these horrible attractions and get sexually aroused. I'm not sure what I should do. What do you
what should we do? Should we have a party for you? Your big coming out party on the Art Mel show. I love my preacher. I can't help but look at my preacher and lust for his body. Well, you're obviously a cis.
I think he does. I think he
understand, JC. You're getting in touch with your feminine side, aren't you?
He said you're getting in touch with your feminine side, JC.
No, I'm a man. God created me entire 100% man.
First-time callers, area 702-727-1222. JC,
get yourself some help.
JC, don't get carried away. I can't let you use phrases like that either. First-time caller line, you're on the air with JC.
Yes.
Well, the man, wait a minute. Before this...
No, don't go backtracking or I'll have to hit the thing again. That's all right. Go ahead, caller.
Yes, Art. This is Bishop Adam. I am the bishop of a very large Christian congregation.
There you go.
I am taking an immense amount of issue with this man who pretends to be a Christian.
All right, Bishop, why?
I would like to have, if with Art's permission, just a little debate with this.
All right, JC, you better listen. This guy's a bishop. Go ahead.
A bishop. Of what? But you haven't told me what faith.
I am the bishop of a congregation of worldwide 100,000 people. And my name is Bishop Adam, and this is the Rainbow Church of Eden.
What the hell? Rainbow Church of Eden?
Yes, we are dedicated.
Are you based out of San Francisco? Are you a friend
No, I'm from back east.
Rainbow Church of Eden. Well,
yes.
Hallelujah. You know what? I think I'm just going to quit going to my Baptist church and just join up with the Rainbow Church of Eden because you're the bishop of 100 people.
Yes, please. We would enjoy you discussing.
Don't
because we are dedicated to the true Christian way as spoken in the
true Christian way?
The Essene Gospel of Peace, translated as one of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Tell us about what the
Dead Sea Scrolls are the worst hoax in the world.
The real Jesus is not as you
by the evil, mind you,
please
who are over
respect.
in the Mideast who are attempting to destroy Christianity.
Please have respect for a bishop and let me speak. We are dedicated to the restoration of innocence in Eden, as it was in the beginning.
Well, that all goes back to the fault of Eve. If she hadn't have done the thing with the apple, then we wouldn't be here right now.
No.
The fact that women are weak-willed and can't resist sinning and dragging a man down, sounds like you've been drugged down, too.
And
you want to return to Eden so you can partake of the apple some more, I guess.
No. This is the innocence. You see, the trouble began when people began wearing clothing. And
I see.
God's
we should all run around naked.
Is purity, a childlike innocence and purity. And He did not mean for man to wear clothing.
Do you hear that, JC? People shouldn't wear clothing.
Well,
because how can you say that
I beg to differ with you on that.
Tell me this: is the human body beautiful, or is it bad?
It's a repulsive thing.
Okay, so
a
repulsive thing? That doesn't make sense.
What do you mean the human body's a repulsive thing, Jason? What do you mean?
The naked human body is disgusting. You must keep it covered. our sexual parts show in the lust that would be generated by a naked society would drive this world into a hedonistic orgy of evil.
Hedonistic orgy of evil. All right, JC, we're out of time. I've given you your hour, your hour in the sun.
One more thing.
One last thing.
That you were all deluded by the devil. He has covered your eyes and clouded them in a mask of evil and distortion. And that you better get God and Jesus in your life or you're going to burn. Simple as that.
See you later, JC. Bye. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Willie Nelson. Good morning.
Yes, it would figure that you would have on your program a dope-smoking, tax-dodging, government-hating hippie. That would figure for you one who was murdered not 39, but now 43 people who you sent to their dooms by watching a comet.
Willie, this is a fellow named J.C. Features himself to be a preacher.
Country and Western. But you give it a bad name. Well, how about someone like Hank Williams, who sings good songs about the heartland?
This is J.C. Features himself to be a preacher, Willie.
Oh, he's doing great.
I'm administered the new revelation from the Lord, and you are against the Lord's work, just like the gentleman who told the gentleman with the T-shirt that he has to take that off, that he was causing disruption among those who were there to follow the true faith. And at Art Bell,
Willie, he thinks I'm the Antichrist.
Well, you've murdered. Your body count's piling up. You can't say that you're... This morality.
He's talking about the Heaven's Gate suicides.
And you're trying to dodge
blaming that on me.
Oh,
you're trying to dodge that.
I didn't know whether you did it or not, Art.
It revealed that you were at the...
JC.
What do you want?
JC, you left your motor running.
Yeah.
No.
Be calm, JC.
Yeah, I am calm.
No, you're not. You're never calm.
Well, yes, I am. Are you trying to say that I have a problem? No, I don't. I have a problem with the fact that you bring on subversives onto your program who are trying to say that the government...
Subversives? All right, JC, enough for now.
Are you holding your nose while you're talking?
I've often wondered about that myself, Willie. Mercifully, he seems to be gone. But he'd just go on and on if I let him. Are you a proud subversive, Willie?
Am I a proud subversive?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's the way I feel about it, too. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes. I want to say that you should not be on television spreading your horrible corruption.
Oh, well, look, first of all, I know who you are, and you know that I know who you are. Turn your radio off.
Oh, wait, all right, hold on.
Even you have got to turn off your radio. Those are the rules. And
well, quit bossing me around and let me get my word in edgewise.
All right, let me hear what you can do edgewise.
Well, first of all, I just want to say this whole thing about pet foods, and so what? I mean, it's just meat, and if you're going to throw it in there in the stew, they're just dumb animals anyway, and especially those evil, filthy cats, they would be cannibalizing humans if they could get their tiger paws on us, if you ever see what happens in the wild, especially with that berserker tiger that killed that trainer in front of all those people. You know that they're filthy, vicious devil animals, and they're perfect for you and your show, but as far as I'm concerned, they could melt them all down, and I don't really care.
Did you say evil, filthy cats?
That's true. That's true.
That's the most disgusting thing I've heard from you yet. I mean, this really tops it all.
Well, of course, they're your familiars. They're used in witchcraft, and what they do is they go out and they entrance people.
Oh, so now you're saying that cats are evil, is that right?
Well, inherently, that's correct. Hello?
Meow.
All right, now listen, and another thing is, about this adultery, that horrible hussy slut going around defaming our military should not get out of this, should not be able to wiggle out of this, her little ways. You know, she should be tried the way a man is tried and punished like a man. If she wants to play like a man, if she can't take it, then she should be. You know, it's another sign of how they're infiltrating and demoralizing our military.
Well, what do you say about a man who gets away with it?
What's that?
I said, what do you say about a man who gets away with it?
Gets away with what?
Gets away with adultery and the good old boys club.
Burning hell. This is how the whole New World Order. What this is all about is breaking down our military with immoral, evil people.
Well, at least you're consistent there.
Well,
I finally found something I can give you points for, but if you don't like cats, I don't know about you at all.
Well, I don't like them. They're filthy animals. You know what? Whenever they come around my yard, I shoot my air gun at them, and I've hit a couple.
You shoot cats?
They go squalling out of there at 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Praise the Lord and pass the pellets, huh?
Well, when they're the devil's animals, it's okay to eviscerate and destroy them.
The devil's animals.
And you and your guests have just been more subversive. And you're getting crazier than I've even thought that you could be.
You really do love me, don't you?
Well, as far as all your deals of diseases being made up by the government and loosed upon the population, that's such idiotic.
You embrace every word I say. You hang on every phrase, don't you?
They take away our guns so they can send us in like it happened in Chinaman Square, and they can roll over us with the tanks and just destroy us, and you're just helping facilitate that.
Anybody who shoots cats with a pellet gun ought to have the gun taken away.
No. You see, you're the one who's behind the defamation of our politicians by saying that they're corrupt and crooked and evil. How can you say that about them?
They are. I know.
Our government is a beautiful thing, and people like you and Tim McVeigh who want to tear down our government you should not be on the airways.
Now you're putting me in the same class as Timothy McVeigh.
You have murdered before 39 people out chasing a comet. I'd say that's a pretty high body count.
I murdered them?
That's right.
I murdered those people?
Yes, you did.
Oh, really?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you might as well have been there and pulled the trigger on each one of those.
Is that so? JC, I'm curious. If I were to tell you to walk off a pier, would you do it?
I would not, because I do not take commands from Satan.
Walk off a pier, JC.
I don't think so.
Go on, take a long walk off a very short pier, JC.
Your worship of Satan is so apparent here. Using this voice.
I love you, JC.
Satan and
I love your voice.
And that
I love everything you say.
As far as I'm concerned, the city councilwoman should not be working into UFOs. She should be trying to balance the budget instead of playing around with spaceships.
You're cool,
You know what? You've seen too much Star Trek.
You're my kind of guy.
You've seen way too much Star Trek, and you're probably smoking reefer, and you're out of your mind with all this craziness, and you're just really going over the edge.
Over the edge.
You just can't seem to contain yourself anymore.
I can't. I'm uncontained, JC.
Well, I just want to know why you won't talk straight conversation with me.
Because you don't do it.
Yes, I do. I'm bringing forth the new revelation from the Lord is anointed onto my forehead through my voice into the airwaves. I'm trying to save a nation, and you're just trying to tear it down.
All right, JC, that's it for tonight. It was lovely hearing from you once again.
Good night.
That's JC. He's your on the air. Hello.
Hello? Is this our Bill?
Oh, my.
I finally got through. You cannot hold back the righteous might of the new revelation, not after what you perpetrated, you filthy beast. How dare you rebuke the word of the Lord? How dare you glorify and revel in the devil the way you did? I am so disgusted by you and what you have done to the airways of America. The fact that you sit there and blatantly worship and love the devil, it's disgusting.
I don't worship the devil.
Yeah, well, at least she has the tenacity of honesty to come forward and show me her face as the enemy of the Lord. At least she can do that and not claim to be a remote viewer or a Native American.
Now wait a minute now. She claimed to worship the devil, not me.
Well, that's because you are a coward. You will not admit the fact that you worship the Satan.
No, I don't.
And the fact that this whole stock market crash was orchestrated by the Canadian invasion, and the fact that we have that evil man from China in there. Don't you remember what happened at Chinaman Square, where they rolled over all those poor troops in the middle of the Chinaman Square and killed them and shot them down with tanks and guns? Do we really want that in America?
That was Tiananmen Square. Tiananmen Square.
It's all the same to me. Doesn't matter. They are adopting policy. Look at Waco. It's the same damn thing. And you and all the Satanists and the New Agers out there and all you blasphemers, yes, the righteous might of the New Revelation will crush you down and it'll put you...
You know what? I'm actually glad. I'm glad to hear you're still alive. I was actually concerned for you.
I have been trying to get through, and you who have made attempts upon my life would not allow me to get through.
Now, wait a minute. That's entirely new. What do you mean I made an attempt on your life?
My brakes on my truck were cut, and I checked him not too long before I went out. And when I took him to the mechanic, he said that they were not cut. He said that I was just simply out of fluid, but I know what happened. They were cut, and he was working with them inside the conspiracy, and he reattached it before I could get the chance to prove that there was an attempt made on my life by the New World Order and the Satanists and the Canadian invasion. The fact that and speaking of the Canadians, the fact that there is no Canadian aggression, you mocked me by saying that there is no Canadian aggression. Look what they did. They took our fishing boats hostage. It was a prelude to an invasion.
I did not cut your brake lines. I did not cut them.
Yes, you did. I know that it had to have something to do with the New Revelation and the New World bankers that are trying to stop the New Revelation and the Satanists, because you blatantly, you have the Satanists on there. You have them on there. You have the Native Americans, which is really, they are just Satanists. We should have been...
Why do you call yourself JC?
It's time for a purge.
I want to know why. I want to know why. I want to know why you call yourself JC.
What's that?
Why do you call yourself JC?
No, you can't do that. You're not allowed to give your last name on the air. You know you're not allowed to give the last name on the air.
Well,
all right, let's modify that. Your name is Jonathan Christian, which is your middle name, right?
Correct.
All right, now we know why you call yourself JC, but don't you think that's a little presumptuous?
I can't even get a word in edgewise. Well, I don't even know why I cracked off.
You can't get a word in edgewise.
It's time for a purge, Art. It's time for a purge.
A purge of what?
Purge of the Satanists and the devil worshippers and the people in the New World bankers. It's time for a purge. It's time to bring back the stake. Yes, I said it. It's time to burn these people. Burn them at the stake and get them out of our sight. Because
You'll never get me on the stake. Never.
It's time for the righteous love of the Lord.
You will never get me on the stake.
It's time to fire the ovens for the queens and the queers and the reds and the Jews. All of them have to go.
Oh, man. Now, wait a minute. You want to repeat that one?
I said it's time to fire the ovens. The queens and the coons and the reds and the Satanists and the Jews and all those who want to bring America down.
And you claim to be a godly person, and you're ready to burn up homosexuals. You're ready to burn people of different skin colors. You're ready to burn people of different religions.
To clean the face of America. To burn with righteous fire this land.
There's nothing righteous about what you just said. You know what you are? You're nothing but a lousy little bigot hiding behind God as some sort of righteous protection for your lousy views.
Wrong. See, look at you. You glorify Satan as you denounce the new revelation.
You know what I think? I think
you sound just like Satan.
No, I don't. I have the love of the Lord.
Love of the Lord, my butt.
Who want to destroy.
Love of the Lord, my butt. You've got love of the Lord and you want to burn people? Anybody different than you want to burn them up, huh?
Those who denounce and renounce the word of the new revelation, who stand against me, you will go to hell.
It's people like you. It's people like you who give God a bad name.
Wrong. It's people like you who give America a bad name. What right do you have to put Satanists on the air, or remote controllers and remote viewers? I have been trying for months to get through.
Hey, you know what? That Satanist that I had on the air, you know what? She sounds like a kitten compared to you.
Wrong. She's a cougar cat demon witch. But at least she has the tenacity to come forward and show her face as my enemy.
Well, I thought she was rather blatantly honest. Now, I certainly don't agree with her, but I certainly don't agree with you. And you know what? After I'm so shocked at what you said tonight. To me, you sound like Satan yourself.
No, I am not the Satan. I want to purge and clean America.
Purge and clean America. Is your middle name? Are you J.C. Adolf?
Who's that?
Adolf Hitler.
Who?
You sound like Adolf Hitler.
Hitler.
Yeah, Hitler.
Oh.
Hitler. Get the ovens ready. Burn anybody who's any different.
I'm talking about the stake. The stake. We must return to the stake and burn the witches and the heretics, those who spit in the face of the new revelation. People like you. who want to destroy America. You don't understand what it's like on the front lines of this war.
All right, well, that's enough. Now, I was going to say it was good to hear that J.C. was still alive. But I don't know, after this little display tonight, I really am shocked. Now, maybe he just got himself too worked up, but I thought the real J.C. slipped through there for a moment. What did he say? He wanted to burn the blacks, the homosexuals, the Jews, me, and a bunch of others. Anybody, oh my. All this godly preaching that J.C. has given me over the months and now even the years, and he wants to burn anybody that he considers ungodly or doesn't agree with him? Praise the Lord. That's the ammunition. J.C. is a very special person. We haven't heard from him in, it's been at least a year, maybe more. Here's J.C. if he waited.
Yes, I'm still here. I am not going to give up.
All right.
Defeated by you.
J.C., I want you to do something for me. Look down at your hand right now.
What about my hand?
Can you see your hand?
Yes, I see my hand.
Yeah? Can you see your knuckles?
My knuckles are... Yes, I see them.
Are they bleeding?
What do you mean, are they bleeding?
Are they
bleeding?
They
have in the past because I've had to smash my phone and my radio because of what you said. You owe me money for that, too, by the way.
Yeah, I bet I do.
I'm keeping a tally.
Send me a bill.
And I want to get one of those night visions because you've been stalking me and creeping around in my bushes.
Stalking you?
Yes, harassing me, calling my phone at all hours of the morning.
That's an outright lie. You know, I remember you said you thought I was calling you, didn't you?
Someone's been calling me.
Well, it hasn't been me. And I don't know, frankly, who would voluntarily call you at all.
Lots of people, because they're looking for guidance.
What kind of...
directing them to me. And I want to say how glad I am to finally hear that the CIA is taking care of that commie, pinko, left-wing, liberal, homosexual platform, KPFA. I'm so glad that station is going to go off the air. I hate that station. I have been familiar with them for years, and I've heard the dribble coming out of that filth.
Well, you know, the way you characterize it, J.C., don't you think that's a little extreme? Don't you think that there's a place in America for all kinds of views, radical views?
No,
America you really don't. You are the most narrow, myopic-minded... You know, I have to even say human being...
By the way.
What?
I was being nice to them. I was putting it in nice terms. You don't want to know how I really feel about them.
Oh, my God, no, I don't. Not on this program. Let me tell you something, J.C. You are exactly the kind of person who would be taken down first, along with the radio station you referred to, and extreme views of all kinds. They'd take you out and they'd burn you at the stake, J.C.
Oh, stake burning.
Stake burning, yeah.
No, listen to me. America was founded by people like me.
Was it now?
Yes, it was. Conservative Christians who wanted freedom. The freedom of religion means that
freedom for
Christianity. Freedom for Christianity.
Freedom for the right kind of people who had exactly the same kind of views that they had, right? But not freedom for anybody else, right?
For me. And people like me.
Yeah, right, but people like you. I'm going to... Look, J.C., to prove how full of it you are, I'm going to let my audience ask you some questions, as I did once before.
Well, do you think they could form a sentence that's coherent?
I don't know. We're going to find out. First-time caller line, you're on the air with J.C.
Hi, Art. This is Mark from Spokane, Washington, listening to you on Super Talk 1510 KGA Country.
Yes.
I have kind of a comment about J.C.'s view and the women.
Yes.
First of all, the book which he claims to have read, I'll paraphrase, it says for us men to love our significant other, and I won't quote it because I know you don't like that on the air, but it does say that. And in my opinion, J.C., I am a Christian, and
yes,
it does say that we should in other words not treat them like an inferior species.
Listen. Have you ever heard of tough love? And the thing about it is that we should, by loving them, by taking command of their will, we are loving them because they are incapable. It is love that we have. They are incapable of making decisions. that are right and moral and just because they are created as less than man. They are support staff for the man. God had a plan when he created woman. He said, Adam's down there and he's not a very good cook and he doesn't know, he's not cleaning up and he's smelly. He's scaring away all the animals. We need
Adam's
to give him
not a good cook.
What?
Adam's not a good cook.
Listen, that's not the process of man to cook. He has to hunt the beast. And if he smells bad hunting the beast with the dirty loincloth or whatever, then he can't get his job done. And so the Lord said, I love him. We can't have two bosses, so let's create one to support Adam. But her will is going to be weaker because she is only a part of him. You see? And so it is our love, through our love, that we take command of the inferior will of a woman, which was led astray by Satan because her will was so weak, Satan was able to fool her.
That's not true. That is not true.
Yes, it is. It's her fault. It says that. Listen, are you calling God a liar? How dare you?
No, not by any means.
How dare you call God a liar? It's in the book. You ought to read the book.
I do.
No, you don't. You're lying. You're calling God a liar. Listen to you.
You know what I'm going to say to you is that you're preaching condemnation when
I don't believe in condom use either. Handing out condemnation. The worst thing that ever come. That's giving the okay to fornicate at will.
You misheard me. I said you're preaching condemnation. I mean, meaning hate. You know, and
you're preaching hate. He said you're preaching hate.
I have love. I am not preaching hate to anyone. Tough love is not hate, and the right thing is not hate. Listen, we have to do the right thing, and the Lord wants us. Listen, you talk to the Lord directly. No, you don't. I have a hotline right to the Lord, and He says to me, He says, JC, the world is going astray. JC, you need to take tough love to America. You need to remind America of the heritage. And he said to me, you've got to get through tonight. He said, you dial till your fingers bleed. And I did. And I dialed and I got through.
I knew they were bleeding. I knew it. I knew there was blood on his fingers. All right, caller, thank you.
You're very open-minded for, something like that on your show. So you have a good night then, Art, and God bless. And I'll keep you and your family situation there in my deepest prayers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, Wildcard Line, you're on the air with JC.
Yeah, I got a question for him.
All right, turn your radio off. That's important.
Hold on.
Right, by the way. Everybody has to do that when they get on the air, so have it nearby. So you
can
All right, JC's here. Go.
Okay, JC, if women's so inferior, this is the first question. Why would God bring his son through a woman? The next, wait
till he's finished with the question, JC.
The next question is, in the lineage of Jesus Christ himself on the women's side, the women, like the walls of Jericho, that's in Jesus Christ's lineage. That woman there, and she's like ill repute, but you're judging women when God has put them on a pedestal. He doesn't run them down.
You're not making any sense.
He picked the woman. Why didn't he pick a man? He's powerful enough. He could have made a man give birth to the Savior. No, he picked a woman.
Well, look, it'd be mighty hard for a man to give birth.
Well, then why didn't he just materialize?
Well, the caller has a point. The caller said, look, the Lord had a choice. He could have he could have fixed it up so men were able to bear children. He didn't. He picked a woman to have the Savior.
Listen. That is because
without women on this world, we are barbaric. I hate to say it, Anglo-Saxons are
you're white bashing, huh?
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you how we've done through history. If you don't like history and you're stuck, then that's your problem. You're the one preaching hate. You're the one that wants to destroy what God has created. God created marriage.
Yes, He did.
And
between a man and a woman.
You gotta read the New Testament. It talks about being equal, sharing burden together. Man, you just lost it. You're blinded by your own righteousness. You're a self-righteous person.
You're not making
and you're the worst one. You're the ones that hurt true Christianity, JC. You're the one that's one of the reasons why this world is getting the way it is.
You know what, JC? A lot of people have said that, not just that man, that you are destroying Christianity.
Truth hurts. Truth hurts, and these people who've been led astray, these are people who probably, they read the horoscope in the morning in the paper and go, oh, well, maybe I better not go to church today because the horoscope says not to. These are people who have taken so much of the worldliness and they mistake the real thing as being hate. So.
All right, so really, did you hear my guest, JC?
Who? The one you had on tonight?
Ghislaine, yeah.
He was, yes, I heard him. This is why I'm so angry, because who's he? He acts like he, I am outraged at what he has to
Even
say.
you, JC, you're becoming more feminine by the day.
I am not. I'm all
sure
man.
Sure you are.
God made me man.
All right. Well, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with JC of all.
Yeah, JC still there?
Yep.
Yeah, I'd just like to tell him that I'm a professed Christian, and it seems like to me that he's the kind of person that professes to be a Christian that gives all of us other Christians the bad name.
See, I told you, JC, a lot of people say that.
Well, you all sound like a broken record. They say the same thing about Pat Robertson and Pat Buchanan.
No.
Yes, they do.
They don't get on the radio and sit there and hoot and holler like a wild man.
Oh. Because you're not familiar with revival preaching and preaching fire. You're not familiar with it. If you're afraid, turn off your radio. If you can't take the heat, then don't sin, because you're going to go to hell.
Honey draws more flies.
Huh? Don't call me honey. I ain't your honey. How dare you? I knew that there was something wrong with you.
JC,
what?
Do you really believe that people will burn in hellfire and brimstone and all that? You believe all that?
I'll tell you, there's a very special place for your listeners, Art, and it's vats and huge pits of boiling sewage where the skin will be taken off and they'll be dipped in salt and then thrown into the boiling sewage vats. Yes, and fire and gnashing of teeth and wringing of hands and all horrible manner of things. Yes, I believe in hell.
A true Christian would be preaching love and forgiveness.
I like the fire better than I did the boiling pits of sewage. God. Wildcard line.
For you.
Yeah. All right, wildcard line. You're on the air with JC now.
JC, have you ever got back to the book of Isaiah, and I paraphrase when it says in these days that the women will rule over the men?
That's the final days of Armageddon, and the days when things will be backwards and everything will be wrong. Women are not to be the rulers. See, women, like I'm trying to say.
So you're not really into goddesses, are you?
No. God is a man. God is not a mother.
JC, how about for religious freedom? Didn't you know that...
freedom for Christians.
Well, hold it for a second. Hold it for a second. I think you'll find the Muslim world. Have you ever seen the film Not Without My Daughter?
I have not seen that film because I refuse to watch anything dealing with Muslimism.
Well, I think you'll find that the very basis of that film is...
Muslims are a bunch of religious nuts, and I don't like them.
You don't believe in freedom of religion for anybody but yourself.
What?
Is that correct?
Listen to me.
I'm listening.
Trying to
How can I help
you.
but listen?
I'm trying to help you, and you're just trying to double talk me and call me a Muslim. I am not a Muslim.
No, I think you're being very facetious, all right? But at the same time, if you believe in religious freedom, I mean, you can look at the other half of the world, be they Hindu or Muslim or Shinto or whatever. They believe what you believe here.
You're not allowed to say that on the air.
He doesn't believe in religious freedom. That's obvious.
I do believe in religious freedom.
Yeah, freedom
for the true religion. There's only one.
Yeah, what you mean is freedom to believe as you believe only. Right?
He certainly doesn't believe in extending religious freedom to anybody else.
That's right.
This country was founded on the fact that our founding fathers were trying to get away from all the pagans and the Muslims and the crazies in Europe, and they said freedom of religion, freedom for Christianity to reign supreme.
Well, sir,
See? You don't know history very well.
Well, I think this, all right, that I do agree with you, which might surprise you on the premise that based on roles that God has given women motherhood, and in the scriptures it teaches that the women are to follow the men as the men follow Christ.
Listen. You also cursed them with the curse of blood. What they did to Adam.
Well,
see what he did? Eve was weak.
Do you give up calling?
Eve was weak.
Oh, no, not at all.
And it's her weakness that got us in trouble. She said, come on over here, bite the apple. And when we said, ooh. And, I want to say another thing. That the rise of femininity has given... and Jerry Falwell pointed out that this Lilith pair is going across the countryside with a bunch of rampaging lesbians. Trying to convert our young women lesbians. They're out of control.
If you wouldn't talk so fast, my mind doesn't work quite as fast.
That's because you have an
all I do
brain.
is get your word now.
To Satan's inferiority.
Well, in any case, I'd say that Art, in this accusing Art of saying an apologist for the
Artie's
old
the
Soviet
devil's
Union. I
mouthpiece.
think
He has
you'll
been so
find that
Christian by
Art
Satan
has
to be
been
his
very concerned
spokesman
about
for
the
the
right
New Age.
intention of strategic weapons.
All right, hold it right there. We're not going anywhere else with that one. The Soviet Union. First time caller line, you're on the air with JC.
Hi, Art. This is Paula from Hawaii.
Hi, Paula.
How are you?
Finally, the feminine point of view.
Yeah, remember you called me Kelly Bundy once?
Oh, my God. You have just mentioned one of the most evil
I forgive
programs
you, don't
ever.
worry.
That's one of the
I hate
funniest.
that program, and I have worked against that program.
That is one of the funniest programs ever put on.
That program,
shut up for a
demeaning to
second.
bunnies are the most demeaning program that was ever on television.
JC, damn it.
Anyways, Art, I
Let her say something. She's calling all the way from Hawaii. Let her say something, JC.
Yeah, I'll send my phone bill to him if he doesn't mind.
Yeah, there you go.
Whatever.
Anyways, I'm wondering if your guest tomorrow night is going to discuss the rituals that the Illuminati are going to be performing in the Great Pyramids later this month.
Highly doubtful.
Okay.
He's a theoretical physicist. Now, do you have any questions for JC?
Just let him know. Takes one to know one.
Listen, I have a question for you, woman. Hey, I have a question for you.
Okay, aloha, Art. Love ya. Bye.
Serving your man,
770.
Wait a minute. She's gone. Too bad.
Because she couldn't take the heat. She couldn't take my righteous morality.
Yeah. Wild card line, you're on the air with the righteous, moral JC.
I've only got one quick little comment, and that's for JC. Actually, it's for you.
You've been drinking.
For your pleasure. Remember Liberal Charlie?
He's on a cellular phone, JC.
Oh, go ahead.
You remember Liberal Charlie?
Yes.
Yeah. Kind of wonder if maybe JC isn't maybe his third cousin or something.
No, that one even I couldn't swallow.
Charlie Liberal.
I know.
That name's familiar.
It's from years ago. No.
Anyway, have a good night.
No, they had a similar wine. That's about all.
I remember him. He was the voice of Soviet propaganda on the show.
East of the Rockies. I was included. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with JC.
Hey, Art.
Hey.
How are you?
What's on your mind?
You said you're guiding people, right?
I'm what?
JC,
you're guiding people, JC.
Yes, like a beacon of hope.
Are you guiding them to the loony bin?
To the what?
To the loony bin, to the nut house.
What about the nut house?
Because that sounds like where you're calling from.
You're calling to insult me.
Now, you see how people perceive you, Jason?
I've never heard
intellectualize
a
comment. He has to insult me and attack my person.
You told Art he was in your bushes. That's ridiculous.
No one's been stalking me.
Art, yes. God bless you for letting this man talk. It's been the funniest show I've ever heard. I swear to God.
You won't be laughing when you are thrown into the boiling pit of sewage.
That's wonderful,
There's a place with your name on it.
Sewage.
You better get a lot of sunscreen now, buddy, because you're going to burn in hell.
Have him on for a full night, man.
Yeah, one of these nights. We'll do that. I don't know if anybody could handle it, JC. You think you could do a whole night sometime, JC?
I have the righteous constitution of the Lord, and a full night would be no problem at all. I have such religious might, and my word is so vital to America that I would do a full night, and I could still go. I should have my own show.
Well,
I should do my own show.
I don't know if I'd go that far. But having you on for a full night, or at least a part of a night, as much as anybody could stand, that might be fun.
I don't have to take this insult.
That's it, he hung up. Oh, yes. Well, tomorrow night, Dr. Michio Kaku will be here. One of our nation's greatest physicists, theoretical physicists. In the meantime, after this, what do I say? There is nothing. There are no words.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
First of all, I want to say that this Atlantis business, this is all the devil's deception. It is being propagated and perpetrated by people like you.
Wait a minute.
In the media. This is why I am against media pornography.
Wait.
The pornographication of the media.
Wait. Let's have an adult discussion about this. Now look, if science...
You're insulting me again.
No, I'm not insulting. I'm trying to have a dialogue with you.
Every time I talk to you, it's insultation from you.
Oh, insultation? Let me tell you something. I could never do half the job on you that you do on yourself. Now listen to me for just one moment, would you please?
I'm listening.
All right, good. If science finds through the methods science uses, which includes video cameras and all the rest of it, that there really is a city below the waters in Cuba. And yesterday we got evidence that indeed there is.
I'll tell you what they're doing. I'll tell you what they're doing.
What?
The same pornographers that are creating that Star Trek are doing this as special
Pornographers?
effects. This is...
Pornographers did not create Star Trek. Why would
haven't you ever
Star
seen
Trek
that
is one of my favorite programs.
It's a very pornographic. It's pornographic.
Star Trek?
Yes.
Star Trek is an icon of American science fiction. It is
part of the media pornography that is assaulting our nation. Star Trek is just among... It's terrible. If you've ever seen that show with that 69 or whatever they have...
I have seen every single episode of Star Trek. The original Star Trek with Captain Kirk.
You're in league with the media pornography.
You don't love Captain Kirk and Spock.
Captain Kirk, if you happen to know, Captain Kirk who was he played by? A Canadian.
So?
A Canadian.
So?
William Shatner is a Canadian operative.
Operative?
That's correct.
Operative?
He's one of the Canadian subversives.
William Shatner is a spy for Canada?
The Canadians are in control of the media in this country.
Oh, my God.
It won't take...
Give me one shred of evidence. Give me one shred of evidence that Canada is anti-U.S., that Canada is...
I have it for you. I have it. Aha. The X-Files. In fact, when I called before to talk to Chris Cater, who was the creator of the X-Files when he was on, you put me on hold. You would not allow me to be on the airwaves with him because you knew I would confront him with the light and the Lord's truth, and I would bring the new revelation forward against him because the X-Files is Canadian pornography meant to disrupt the mind and distrust our government. It's all about how the American government is evil.
Hey, JC, how do you feel about Hollywood?
Hollywood is a cesspool.
A cesspool.
Yes. You've never allowed me to speak about my cause. I run CLAMP, the Christian Legion against media pornography. Hallelujah.
So you're leading sort of a charge against...
Yes, I am. The Christian Legion against media pornography, and Hollywood is the stronghold of the pornographers. And there's more pornographization in our media than just sex. If you've ever seen the food shows that are coming out of Hollywood, where they garnish all this food and dress it up and make it look all succulent and tempting.
Get back to sex for a second. Do you honestly think sex is... I mean, sex has a place, right, Jason?
No.
Even you've probably had sex. Haven't you had sex?
Listen.
Come on, answer the question.
I'm not going to give you titillating stories about my life.
There are titillating stories to be told, are there?
No, you're twisting my words around.
No, I'm not.
Sex is evil. Sex is a punishment by the Lord.
Sex is a punishment?
Listen, sex should be accomplished. Listen, okay, the act of reproduction can be accomplished in 2 strokes, 2 thrusts. 1 for insertion, 1 for completion.
Good Lord.
I'm so righteous. I'm done in 1.
JC, you know something I've never asked you that I'd like to ask? Are you married?
That's none of your business.
That's true. I just thought I'd ask.
Well, you ought to know. You've been running around in my bushes all this time. You call my home.
I call your home.
Number.
Now, you've been accusing me of that for years. I don't call your home. I don't know where you are, and I don't care.
Yes, you do.
Actually,
you call me up and you use that silly voice of yours to taunt me. Now listen, you're trying to distract me from my message, which is the new revelation and the new commandments, as I've been charged with the Lord's work. And all this time, you insult me. You called me Uncle Fester last time. You called me a coward. How dare you? I think we ought to settle this like men with our fists.
Really?
Half the time.
You want to have a fight, JC?
Out behind the woodshed?
Yeah?
Anytime, Mr. Bell.
All right, as long as my back is in condition, JC, I'm ready for you, brother.
You are a
liar. Come.
You are the coward.
Come get a piece of me, JC.
You're the liar. You're the coward. And I was talking about the media pornographization of food, and you didn't let me finish my point.
Please finish that. Yes, please finish that.
These cooking shows, which are appealing to our gluttony. No wonder there's so many fatsos stocking the snack bars in this country.
So you watch food shows, do you, JC?
Listen, I watch in reconnaissance. I am going on reconnaissance missions. I have to know thine enemy, and I'll tell you.
I bet you're an iron.
They dress the food up. They make it look so succulent and tempting, and inviting people to gorge.
Hey, JC, do you watch the Iron Chef?
Yes, I did.
I knew it.
Because who was in charge of Iron Chef? William Shatner. William Shatner was on the Iron Chef.
JC,
that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
JC,
glorifying food.
Goodbye, JC. You're fading away. You're fading away. You're going. You're gone. That would be my limit of JC for tonight. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Greg Little. Good morning.
Yeah, first of all, I have a few questions.
Oh, my
one
God.
thing I want to address...
Oh, my God. Hold on, JC. Hold on a moment. Doctor?
Yes?
Doctor, you in a good mood tonight?
I'm fine.
You're going to need to be. Okay. All right, JC.
Keep it on hold. And I have something to address you first, Mr. Bell. You're not going to be having the Devil's Scribe on the radio anytime soon because I've prayed against it. You will not be having him on the radio.
Why don't you direct your
I'm talking about
comments?
Stephen King. You're not going to be having the Devil's Scribe on the radio.
Stephen is
You will not be having that. And
the Devil's Scribe?
He is the Devil's Scribe.
You know, he might take that. He might actually take.
Right now that you will
He
not
might take that as a compliment, JC.
Excuse me?
He might take that as a compliment,
I
JC.
know he would because he is in league. He is in league with the devil. He's the devil's imp. And now.
Now he just understands the devil. That doesn't mean it has anything to do with it. JC, address my JC, address my guest, Dr. Brager.
I am about to, and I want to say, who are you, Mister? Who are you, an atheistic, drug-abusing, hippie, New Ager, to come and tell us to usurp 6,000 years of truth and light from the Bible? Call us Bible thumpers. Listen to this. I love the Bible. I thump the Bible. I live by the Bible. And if you want to know about hell, you're telling me about hell. Hell is not a Star Trek black hole. Hell is the piss of boiling sewage where your skin is pulled from your face and you are dunked into the boiling sewage. And spiders crawl all over your bodies and snakes in every orifice of your body will cover you. And that's what you want more. You want more. That is hell. You know nothing of hell.
More, JC. Give us more. I've always wanted to know what your hell was like. And the boiling pits of sewage. I remember that.
You are bringing forth lies, Mr. Bell. Why do you think that Mound can match the new revelation?
All right.
Tell me honestly, can you match the new revelation?
Hey, JC.
JC, take a breath.
I don't want to talk to this man.
Take a breath,
You don't sound
JC.
very happy.
I am happy. I walk in the rhythm of victory.
But you don't sound very happy.
I'm happier than you on Judgment Day.
If you continue the way you are right now, JC, you're going to be meeting up with real soon. You're hyperventilating, my man. Take it easy. But listen, Dr. Little, do you see what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Well, you got to remember now, I worked in prisons a long time, in prison mental health units.
Yes.
So I've met just about everything that exists.
You ever meet something like that?
Worse.
Worse?
Oh, my gosh, yes. I mean, at least this way, there's, a few thousand miles of difference.
Boiling pits of sewage?
Yeah, that's not in the Bible anywhere I know of. Yeah, that's all I'll say. My answer would be, send me exactly where those quotes are in the Bible, and hey, that's fine. But it's not in my Bible.
6,000 years or bust. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Baloney, Bell. Baloney about your big star out there on the other side of the galaxy. Now, first of all,
how do you know it's not there?
I have insider information, but that's not what I'm calling to talk about. I'm going to set you straight on the reasons why your phones went down, Mr. Bell. It's because you put me on hold again, treating me like a second-rate nobody, as if I wasn't the one bringing forth the new revelation and the salvation.
There are those who think of you as a second-rate nobody, JC.
Well,
and
coming from someone... Listen, coming from the pathetic stream of losers and ingrates and demonic forces that are paraded across your pathetic show every night, that holds no weight to me, Mr.
But you're
Bell.
compelled to listen, aren't you,
I
JC?
am not
Oh, yes, you are compelled to listen. In fact, you dial your little fingers raw trying to get in, don't you?
Mr. Bell, you listen to me, and you listen good, because I'm going to tell you one more time.
Probably
someone's got to keep tabs on you and pray against you and work against you, just like I work against the pornographers of this world.
You can't do that without listening, though, can you, JC? To work properly against me, you've got to listen. You've got to hear everything.
That's right. I hear everything you do every night.
There you are. I knew it. I told you.
That song that you start up with every night, the one where the guy, it's the ringing endorsement of bisexual fornication.
What song is that?
The one where the guy prances out and says, I'm going to get straight and come go open up your gate. What do you think that means?
I don't know.
I'm going to open your gate.
What do you think it means? What do you think it means?
I think it's an ode to some kind of freaky homosexual who's going to go have sex with Greek goddesses.
That's disgusting. How can you
Well, wait a minute now. No, wait a minute. Great goddesses, they'd be all right.
The cult of Phaedra,
the great goddesses would be women.
Phaedra, the one, the pornographers,
they would be
the
women.
porno stars.
They'd be women.
They're in the cult of Phaedra.
No. Those great goddesses. Some velvet morning when I'm great. That's the song. Isn't that? That's the one you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Well, what would be wrong?
Cash talking about having sex.
Did you say Johnny Cash?
That's Johnny Cash.
Is that Johnny Cash? You know that as sure as you know you're sitting there, right, JC?
I can tell every voice of the devil. I know every voice of the devil. Just
you
like
can identify them. You just hear a word or two, and you know who they are. Boom, just like that. Is the devil Johnny Cash?
Listen, Mr. Bell. You rebuke my message. You don't understand
I do indeed.
I have from on high. And listen to me.
You know, it's Lee Hazelwood, JC.
Who?
Lee Hazelwood.
I have never heard that name before.
Well, see, there you are.
Whatever alias he wants to use, that's fine. He can't hide. He can't hide from the Lord. And I'm going to tell you something, Mr. Bell. You are going around on your airwaves saying there is a great lie.
What makes you think you're bringing the word of the Lord? Huh?
When I have direct communications, it's hard to argue with God.
How direct?
I have to make a point here.
JC, how direct?
Direct communication. What part of direct don't you understand? The
part that has not been defined as vocal. Does it come from the middle of your head, JC? Is there a burning bush? What?
In a booming voice.
A booming voice.
I see him upon his golden throne with his white beard flowing and his robes. And he says,
well, I sure hope you can identify the Lord better than you can identify Lee Hazelwood.
Who?
Never
Who's
mind,
Lisa Hazelwood? I don't know who Lisa Hazelwood is.
Obviously you don't.
Mr. Bell, you listen to me. I am going to make a point. Now you listen.
That'll be new.
Listen.
Yes?
You are perpetrating that there is a lie being perpetrated to the masses. Is that right?
Well, then a lie.
That there's a lie as far as spirituality and our descendants, and that we really come from apes and monkeys and crawled out of the ocean and slithered up here and there. You said there's a great lie.
Some of us more likely than others, JC.
6,000 years, in order for there to be a lie, there's got to be a truth, right?
Are you a hairy guy?
No, listen to me. Do you agree that in order for there to be a lie, there has to be a truth?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. Who is the father of truth?
Who's the father of truth?
God!
God is the father of truth.
God is the father of truth, that's right.
Then why does he allow so damn many lies to be told?
Wait a minute. And who is the father of lies? Who is the father of lies?
Well, it could be the same Lord.
No, what?
It could be.
Same Lord.
He lets, but you see, if he allows these lies to be told.
No.
Yes.
Listen to me. You are trying to trip me up, and I am not going to be tripped up by the likes of the devil mouthpiece.
Your
master, Satan, is the father of lies.
All right, fine. So he's the father of lies.
So there is a book. There's truth. A book of truth that is solid truth on high, brought down from the Lord's words straight to mankind. Now, do you call the word of God, you call God a liar?
No. All I said was that he allows lies to be told.
So then why do you allow people to call up your program and say, oh, there were people before Adam and Eve?
Because there may have been. JC, what about this replenishment thing? You heard the caller earlier. What about it? Explain it. You're the man with the
I don't
word.
want to talk about the products.
Let's talk about replenishment.
Yeah,
replenishment. Why did the Lord say?
I'm talking about that.
Why did the Lord tell Adam and Eve to replenish unless there had been plenishment prior?
This comes from people who don't know how to interpret the Lord.
Doesn't know. Only
These are
JC
from morons who don't know how.
Morons?
Don't have the spiritual adaptation.
You see, JC, I let people say whatever they want to say on my program, and that includes heaven help us, even you.
Listen, I have a right to say what I'm saying. The parade of moronic, imbecilic people on your program every night is pathetic. pathetic.
Is it?
You're back to Bigfoot already the other night. Please, Mr. Bell.
Well, what's your take on Bigfoot, JC, since we've got you here?
If there is a Bigfoot, it's of the devil.
Of the devil.
That's right.
How do you know that? How do you know that Bigfoot is not a caring, loving, intelligent, thinking, isolated beastie?
Oh, and isn't that always the words they use to describe the poor Satan cast down so unfairly? Poor
Satan. Then why do we hear stories of Bigfoot families together, loving each other, caring for each other, and caring for their young?
Have you ever heard of the Addams family? They were a family of Satan worshippers too.
The Addams family.
And they seem to get along pretty well. Just a little misunderstood. Human sacrifice here or there.
Yeah, that's it. I can't do it. The Addams family stopped me.
West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello.
Well, it figures that you would have an apologist for the Iraqi murderers on your program, Mr. Bell, especially a Canadian.
Oh, my God. Now, what has happened to you? Look, first let me ask you a question before we go any further at all. It's obvious to me you are on a stinking cell phone. You have moved down in the world. You used to sound loud and clear, and now you're on a cell phone. You who preach against technology, you have a cell phone stuck to your ear right now, don't you?
I have a cell phone. I've got one because I know how much it bothers you, Mr. Bell. And I had to get one because you continue to block my number. And it's time we had it out, Mr. Bell.
I do not block your number.
Yes, you did.
Oh, but that I could. And I'll tell you something else about your cell phone. When you yell, it's very ineffective. It distorts.
Well, let me speak in a calmer voice then, because
That'll be
I was not yelling. I was bringing forth the love of the new revelation. And we are entering a time, Mr. Bell.
Yes.
The end time.
Yes,
now.
well,
As the
we do
clock
agree.
ticks 1 minute to midnight, we must embrace, and you see, you have never allowed me to bring forth the new revelation in a proper manner.
Bring it forth, brother, bring it forth.
God speaks directly to my heart and gives me the new commandments, and he has told me about your evil alliance.
Now, wait a minute, hold on. Now, there's new commandments.
The new commandments.
All right, hold it. What are the new commandments? That's important.
Let me begin with the new commandments.
Please.
First of all, thou shalt not fornicate. Thou shalt not listen to rock and roll music. Thou shalt not masturbate. Thou shalt not do drugs. Excuse me?
No masturbation.
Masturbation is the greatest and most stingiest of all sins. It is the root of all destruction of America. And it is, you know that I work against the media. I work against the media, Mr. Bell, which has been, listen, I know that God has shown me the documents drawn up in the Soviet Union, television scripts, programs designed to subvert America in the coming war. This is by the Soviet Union, who exists.
No, the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore.
You see, you are a sucker, Mr. Bell, because you have been suckered. But you are a mouthpiece for the Soviet Union and the Canadian Alliance.
And the Canadian Alliance.
You want to let me to have my say? You won't allow me to speak?
Yes, I will. Are you saying the Canadians are allied with the Soviets, who don't exist, against us now?
Look at the Canadian flag. What is on the Canadian flag?
A maple leaf.
No, it's a pot leaf.
It's a what?
It's a pot leaf.
A pot leaf?
Well, you are the virtual sounding board for marijuana's virtues. Don't you know that the demon weed is what seduces our young people into the world of drugs and sex and pornography? And it is a strategy put forth by the Soviet English Alliance.
You really believe this, huh?
100%. Art Bell, you have never allowed me to speak my piece.
You're speaking all kinds of pieces right now, and I just can't honestly believe that you believe this stuff.
Listen, Mr. Bell, the time has come, a reckoning time, a time when all the mighty buildings shall be shattered and splintered and split, when the world's bellies will bloat, when America will be put to the fire and tested in the new revelation, and either we will stand against pornography.
When the world's bellies will bloat. Now, that requires a little definition. What do you mean by that?
The world
God
bellies.
is going to take away the food. God is going to take away the prosperity of America.
Okay, I just wanted to know that's bloated as in starvation, right?
As in starvation. You doubt me because you doubt the validity of the love of the Lord, and you listen to me, and you listen to me good, Mr. Bell.
You're overloading your cell phone again.
Listen to me, Mr. Bell. The time has come. It is now or never. This country produces 90% of the world's pornography. We are awash in pornography, Mr. Bell.
I didn't think that was true. I mean, we do produce the majority of a lot of things, but I don't think pornography...
Yes, we do. You can be...
I don't know about that.
You and all your deniers. You know, when people deny the Holocaust, they are ridiculed. But when people deny the fact that Al-Qaeda has been destroying American children, they have a plan to kill American babies. You know what that plan is called?
What?
Planned Parenthood. They've been killing American babies for years.
All right, that's it for tonight. Now he gets through on a cell phone. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I hadn't heard those commandments. I really hadn't heard those commandments before. Somebody should put them to tablet at the very least. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Cheerio.
Yes, it's about time that you open the mind to the Lord's.
Oh, my God, here he
I
is.
have to say, because I'm going to set you straight tonight. I have a few things to say, and I know you have been keeping me out here.
I have a few things I want to say to you, too. I've been hearing from your aunt or some relation of yours by email, and they've been downright absolutely insulting emails.
He is a disciple of mine, and I will not, since I will not dirty myself by getting on the devil's eye, the pornography machine.
That's a disciple of yours?
She works for me.
Yeah, I knew it.
She's a disciple of me.
Yeah.
Yes, Edna Pringle.
Edna Pringle.
You leave her alone, and you've been sending her.
I'm objecting. I'm telling you, Edna's emails are very insulting.
Well,
and I do believe that I'm sure that Edna is connected genetically to you without question.
How dare you insult my family's genetic lineage? Well, you're trying to get me off on a Darwinianism path, and I'm not going there. I have a few things to set straight tonight that the Lord has brought down to me to command to tell you a few things.
Edna's just
I want to start with that.
missing a card as you are.
Excuse me?
I said Edna's just as much missing a card out of the deck as you are.
Well, that all depends on your point of view, which is the point of view of the devil, and that's set before us. God is not giving up on us. God is angry.
How do you know my point of view is that of the devil? How do you know that?
Well, when you happen to have direct communications with the Lord, you know a few things. Okay, Mr. Bell?
So you're telling me
that
God,
my point.
Your God has told you this personally. Is that right, you and Edna?
Your God, my God, the God of the universe, yes. He has confided in me. I'm God's general in the war against pornography, which is what I want to touch upon tonight.
The man, by the way, it calls himself JC. You didn't even give your name.
Do I have to give my name? JC, Webster III.
Yeah.
Now listen to me.
I'm listening.
I want to talk about the porno industry that is responsible for the atrocities in Iraq. And I'm going to tell you why.
What?
The reason they're responsible, they are the ones who need to be held responsible, not our brave men and women in our glorious administration. It is the pornography industry that has filled their minds with debauchery and perversion that brought them. And it's another reason why we shouldn't have women in combat, because they go completely mad. And those porno pictures that we saw coming out of Iraq, not that those people didn't deserve it, but they were influenced. They were polluted by the porno industry. It is their fault. We want to hang a hook on it, someone? It is the porno industry.
Somebody ought to hang you on a hook. You know what? Where do you come up with the connection between the porno industry and the war in Iraq?
Well, did you take a look at those pictures?
Yeah.
They looked pretty pornographic to me.
Well, they look...
I'm talking about the so-called abuses at the prison.
The pornographic...
They look more like a porno party to me, like a frat party.
Well...
And it's because the minds of our soldiers, our brave men and women, have been polluted by the Hollywood filth, the sewer that is Hollywood, which is pouring its pornography out of the culture with Marilyn Manson and all the other pornographers that are out there. That's the majority of my time is spent is fighting pornography.
You know, as hyped up as you get about stuff, I'm frankly surprised you're still alive. I wondered what happened to you. Now, I kept hearing from Edna really vicious emails, I might add again, but I mean, here you are.
Because your listeners have sent nothing but pornography to her email address.
Oh, is that right?
Ever since the posting.
Well, maybe it has something to do with Edna's attitude, like yours.
Well, Edna's a good lady who knows her place, who walks behind the man and keeps her mouth shut. No women need to get in the kitchen and off the battlefield. We wouldn't be having atrocities and humiliations like that. And they're trying to pin it on our wonderful administration, the administration that God put
I
in
hope
there.
that Edna is listening to this right now.
Edna is in the other room. What she has been told. I've told her she is, in fact, Edna right now is finishing up some of the dishes from the compound.
And when Edna's done with that, Edna's going to finish you up, JC.
What? I don't know what you are trying to insinuate there, but Edna is a godly woman. But I will not touch the filth, internet filth, the filth devil's eye computer. I allowed her
to do it for you.
Woman,
so you direct her, one of your minion, to do your dirty work. That's nice.
Listen, the internet is basically a pornography machine. It's the devil's playground.
Yeah.
What we have to do is have to fight him on his own territory. But I'm not going to sully myself and dirty myself.
So you mean you wouldn't even put your hands on a keyboard?
I will not put my hands on a computer keyboard.
You will not embrace a Pentium chip with love and tenderness.
I don't know what that is, but I don't know what that is. But I do know that women were commissioned by God to do the lowly work in this world.
Yes.
And that is something that Edna needs to do. And that's another thing I want to get back to is the fact that women need to know the role. When we let women and homosexuals into the military,
Edna's going to take care of you.
Excuse me?
I said Edna's going to take care of you. Your fate is here. When Edna, I'm surprised Edna hasn't come in from the other room and laid one of those frying pans right across your no doubt bald head.
Tell you something. Oh, you constantly advocate violence.
That was not advocating violence. That was being surprised that it hasn't occurred yet.
What hasn't occurred?
That she didn't come in there and flatten you with a frying pan.
Why would she want to do something like that?
For what you just said about women.
Her wretched self. I'm the one who brought her salvation.
Her wretched self?
That's right. I saved her from the boiling pits of sewage where all of your listeners are going, by the way. I wanted all your weak-willed, degenerate, decadent European listeners.
That does it. That's it. Well, there's a voice from the past. He hadn't been around in a while. Edna, he's all yours, baby. You know, it just occurred to me, I should have asked JC how he thought the world was going to end. Whether it would be the porn industry, probably, or perhaps more personally, Edna with a frying pan. Boing! All right. Well, that wasn't exactly what I was looking for. What I'm actually looking for is people who have made deals in this lifetime with the devil. I know there's a lot of you out there. Father Martin told me there were. He told me that, in fact, when he passed them on the street, he recognized them. It was easy to tell. They had made perfect deals with the devil. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, I'm going to tell you what the real story is, Mr. Bell.
Good Lord.
It is how you continue to gloss over the real news with all this nonsense about satanic rites of people passing their souls on and making deals with the devil.
You don't believe it?
I don't believe it.
All people don't believe it?
I do believe people do this. I do believe people do this, and I'm going to tell you what I believe also. I believe that you and your friends that are making deals with the devils, such as the activist judges that are throwing out the cases against pornographers that we're trying to destroy America, those people all have made deals with the devil because the pornography industry, there is not enough people out there in this great nation of ours that want to consume this kind of product to even have an industry to have.
How can you believe that judges have made deals with the devil? Why don't you instead believe that these judges have simply looked at the Constitution and Bill of Rights?
He just went
And
against
the First Amendment, hey, wig out, take a deep breath. What about the First Amendment? Maybe the judges haven't made deals with the devil at all. They're just recognizing there is a First
Amendment. To pornographers.
The First Amendment. The First Amendment applies to everybody, Beanhead.
No, it does not. And in fact, the First Amendment has been completely mistranslated. It was not meant for people to be able to make the kind of filth that we are seeing pumped out of Hollywood, that sewer of Los Angeles. And if people want to know why God is punishing the world, it is because, and God is punishing America, it is just like Pat Robertson said, it is because of the pornographers, the homosexuals, and the degenerates.
And what do you think? What do you think is going to happen to the pornographers when they die?
Hell, I can't wait, because I'm going to be able to tell them I told you so, because they are going to go to hell, Mr. Bell.
Think so, huh?
Yep. I know it.
A steamy pit of whatever.
The boiling pit of sewage is where they're going.
Yes.
You know that.
Well,
that's a very special
may
place
be
that's created for people like you and your listeners and pornographers.
That may be their future, indeed. But
Mr. Bell, if you let me just get one word in when I call, you never let me speak.
Speak.
All right. What I want to say is that America we must stand up against the gay marriage. We must stand up against the pornography.
Now, how is gay? I want to know, how is gay marriage going to hurt you?
It is attempting to subvert the American family unit. It is attempting to depopulate the American continent.
Depopulate the continent?
Yes, with these homosexuals running around spreading
But even if it's 10 or 15% of the population and they were to marry and not reproduce, then you might get the same effect because they wouldn't reproduce.
But their agenda is not simply to allow the 10 or 15%. That is an overestimated and inflated number, by the way. They want to convert.
Well,
that is their agenda. It's conversion.
Then why are you worried about it? If it's such a low number, then why are you concerned?
Because have you seen these programs on television? On our television, on our public airways.
Which one?
They have the queer guys with their eyes on the straight guys, and they're trying to turn them into homosexuals. This is a part of the New World Order. They are trying to homosexualize our society, and I will not have it.
Well, you may not have it, but it's happening anyway. Those shows are on the air, and they're being generally wide accepted.
No, they're not widely accepted.
All across America, they're being accepted all across America. Actually, the ratings are very good for that kind of thing.
No, they're not.
Oh, yes, they are. Yes, they are. They're very good. That's why they're on.
The New World Bankers and the New World Order.
The people control the ratings. And
the liars control the ratings.
Say goodbye.
That's said. He said it's not who counts who casts the vote, it's who counts the vote.
Goodbye. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Hi.
Yes, Mr. Bell, I'm going to give you an explanation of why the so-called global warming is occurring, instead of just letting you and all your liberal listeners attack our glorious oil companies, our great American oil companies.
Glorious oil companies?
Yes, they have done wonderful things for this country and have built us up into a wonderful powerhouse of economics, but don't try to get me off topic here. I'm going to tell you what is happening with global warming. It is because hell is becoming hotter, Mr. Bell, as more filthy souls are cast down into the center of the pit of hell.
Yes, stoking the fires of hell, right?
The boiling fires, the boiling pits of sewage of hell are becoming hotter every day, and it's because of the pornography industry.
Yes.
The pornography industry, with the so-called industry, which is not really an industry because there's not enough people to buy that kind of filth.
So hell is heating up. I mean, it comes down to hell is heating up, and it's leaking out. It's leaking out and causing global hellish warming.
That's correct. That's why you have volcanoes going off and tsunamis going off and flooding. And I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to tell you why God punished those people down there. It's because the day after Christmas, He gave them a present because they didn't celebrate Christmas. And then right after Easter, He shook them again with another earthquake and told them, "You get off your heathen. I won't say it, but you begin to celebrate our holiday, or I'm going to punish you worse." Now listen, Mr. Bell.
Yes.
I want to get back. You're trying to get me off topic from the pornographers.
No.
The pornographers that are destroying this nation, and pornography is simply produced for one thing, and that is to induce self-abuse.
Well,
gateway sin of
really?
masturbation.
Really?
That's correct. If you
Okay. Well, I prefer. Wait a minute. I like your first theory that hell is heating up, and of course the pornographers' souls are going down and stoking the fires of hell.
Every soul they can swipe with their demonic claws to drag down with them are going down with them. And I'm going to tell you what, the hell is becoming hotter and it's boiling over and it's bubbling up in the heat and the bodies that are burning and the devil is...
And how do you know that you're not going to be down there stoking the fires yourself?
Well, I'm not going to be down there burning in the fires, but if God asks me to go down and turn up the heat a little bit, I certainly will help him out and do that. I'm going to be in heaven, Mr. Bell.
And you have never seen a pornographic shot in your whole life, right?
What are you trying to...
I'm asking a straight-on...
You know that I have to review pornography and know the enemy. I don't enjoy it at all.
You must know the enemy, and so with no enjoyment seen whatsoever, you must review what the enemy produces.
Mr. Bell, it's agony. Now listen, you're trying to get me off topic.
No.
Self-abuse.
No.
Of self-abuse, which masturbation, the gateway...
Your whole telephone call demonstrates that, buddy. Thank you. Oh, my God. Oh, where was I? It probably has been 10 years since I granted J.C. the honor of, spending an hour or so with the audience, so it appears to be real. Guess who, J.C.?
It is I, J.C. Webster III. And you did not introduce me correctly, Mr. Bell. As usual, you are disrespecting me.
There was nothing at all.
Insultation.
Insultation. There's nothing in this communique about the way you should be introduced.
I should be introduced as the bringer of the new revelation, God's 10-star general in the war against media pornography.
Okay, well, let's find out exactly what this new revelation is. What do you mean?
God is angry. That is the new revelation. He has been given to me to bring forth in the fight against media pornography because, you see, what has happened to our country? God built this nation as his house, and his house has been overrun with media pornographers, degenerates. When our founding fathers fled those crazies in Europe because they wanted to get away from their decadent evil ways, they came here and God built a place in the wilderness for them, and his house has been overrun. And God, he tried to send his son. He tried to give us an easy way out. He tried to help us.
J.C., obviously you and Edna have a computer, or you could not have sent me this demand, right? You have a computer.
We have access, and that's another thing I want to talk about.
Well, before you get off on that, look, J.C., if you have a computer, that means that you get all kinds of email with porn in it, right?
Yes, and that's what I want to talk about is your filthy listeners have been sending so much filthy pornography.
My listeners have been...
Yes.
Really?
They have.
I recall that we published on the website several years ago a couple of email communiques from Edna Pringle.
You had the guts to put the new commandments on your website. And we are still getting pornography.
Is Edna Pringle your biblical mate?
No, she is not my mate. How dare you?
Well, you didn't explain then. In what relationship to you is Edna Pringle?
A servant, a woman in her place, who knows where her place is, and that is at the feet of the man who is bringing down the new revelation. She is at the feet of the general for God's war on pornography.
Is Edna listening to all of this right now?
No, I am angry at Edna.
For?
Because I'm not going to get into the details, but she seems to think that she wants to go off and find another man, and she has been questioning me.
What in heaven's name could have brought her to a decision like that? A warm, caring person like yourself.
I know exactly who is doing it, and it's the devil.
It's the devil.
And about the pornography, and I don't want people sending pornography to her anymore because you're corrupting her. So we have a new... If your listeners want to send filth and talk to me, they can talk to my cousin. And we have a new email, and it's boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com. So you send your filth to the boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com, and I will send the new commandment to you.
Boiling Pits of Sewage.
Boiling Pits of Sewage.
At yahoo.com. Is that a real address, or are you putting us on?
I am not a liar. Don't you call me a liar, Mr.
Well, I asked if you were putting us on. All right.
You call me a liar.
Well, no, I'm sorry you take it that way. Boiling Pits of Sewage.
boiling pits of sewage, because that is where all the media pornographers are going to go. They're going to be tossed into the boiling pits of sewage, and they're going to have a body of excrement, and they'll be covered in red-hot excrement for all eternity.
Yes. Look, global warming, GLONAL warming.
Global warming.
Global warming. Well, Edna wrote this.
Well, that's right, because I do not encourage my followers or anybody
or perhaps
to
you
get
wrote
into book learning. Book learning is evil.
Perhaps you wrote this.
I tell her what to write.
Yeah, it has the sound of JC to it.
Listen, I will not touch a computer.
Let me hear you spell global warming.
I am not going to do what you tell me to do. This is not a spelling bee, Mr. Bell. This is spiritual combat.
Global warming is a very important topic to me, so let's hear it. What exactly...
Let me tell you, global warming, because hell, as you know, is in the center of Earth, and it is heating up. And this is what's happening, Mr. Bell, is the dirtier the souls are getting, the more corrupt that they're getting, the more they're being pornographized by the media pornographers. They burn hotter. They burn hotter in hell. You see a good person who does one bad thing and goes to hell doesn't burn as hot as a degenerate that has been degeneratized by the media pornographers. Their souls are burning hotter and hotter in hell.
I've done it. Degenerate souls burning hotter, causing global warming.
That's global warming.
Well, then spell it right.
Less book burning. More book burning.
More book burning.
More book burning.
You wouldn't would you burn books?
I burn. We just had a book burning. We just had to burn the newest Harry Potter book because it's attacking and killing Christians.
You burned a Harry Potter book?
I didn't just burn them, Mr. Bell. I took holy sticks of dynamite and blew them up. And it's a compound.
Well, that means you had to buy them first, didn't you?
Mr. Bell, we confiscate them. And it's better that we buy them so that we keep them out of the hands of children who are going to be turned to the devil by Harry Potter.
So you believe then that the particularly evil souls are burning at an ever hotter rate, causing some of the heat to radiate around the world into the atmosphere, and that's why it's getting warmer.
The throbbing heat of hell is radiating out, and people can feel it, and that's why volcanoes are going off, and that's why the hot spots you're talking about are going off, and tsunamis and earthquakes and plagues and floods and fires. It's because those evil, corrupted souls that the devil wants so badly, the filthier the sinner, the hotter the burn.
Why, JC, do you think that I am personally involved with the devil? I've always wondered about
Mr. Bell,
that.
You are simply the most dangerous man in America.
And in what way?
You have created an intellectual tower of Babel with your radio program. I want you to take a listen to me. Do you know of a man named Stuart McBurney?
No.
Does that name ring a bell to you?
It does not.
Of course it wouldn't, because he was the voice of Americanism. For years he held the line against the Soviet Union. He was the greatest radio man ever. And you are on sacred ground, which is talk radio. This is the realm of the conservatives. We have been using talk radio to take back America from the hippie degenerate no-goods that have corrupted and degenerated our society over time.
Then you actually consider yourself to be a right-wing talk show host.
I should have my own show, and I will have my own show, and that is in works, Mr. Bell.
I can well imagine it might be. Do you really think you could keep up this phony baloney act for that long?
Excuse me? You dare accuse me? You are the one with baloney, Mr. Bell.
Do you really think you could keep up this act like that?
This is not an act, Mr. Bell. This is the anointing brought forth unto me from God.
You really feel all of this comes to you directly from God and not the devil?
There you go, revealing your true self. I am not being influenced by the devil, Mr. Bell. You were the one creating the intellectual Tower of Babel.
Your voice, Casey, has a certain tone to it that we all wonder about.
I want everyone out there in the audience right now to listen to this. This is the true voice of the man that you have been listening to for these years. He is the one trying to drag your soul down to Satan so that you will be thrown into the boiling pits of sewage, skinned alive, dipped in salt, and eaten and devoured over and over again.
Dipped in salt?
Dipped in salt, Mr.
What does salt have to do with it?
Because it burns.
Oh, I see. That's after you get scratches in the pit of sewage.
After the devil sticks you with his pitchfork over and over and over again.
And, well, you say here people are going to be eaten by... Did you mean eaten or beaten by the devil?
Eaten and beaten, both. The devil is going to eat your body up, and he's going to take it and eat it up, and then you're going to be excreted out.
Give me that sound again, please.
What sound?
That eating sound.
No, I don't have to do what you say.
Come on.
Mr. Bell, you're trying to get me off my message.
That's not hard, JC.
And my message, I am trying to save America from the utter destruction of the satanic Soviet Union.
But the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore, B.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
That's a lie that you and your friends in the media love to perpetrate.
The Soviet Union crumbled, JC. You know that. I know you know it.
That is a lie, Mr. Bell. It is a deception from the devil. The devil's deception.
Everything bad is from the devil, isn't it, JC?
Everything is from
You know what I think? I think you're consumed by the devil.
I am not consumed by the devil, and I am insulted that you would even insinuate such things. You disrespect me continually.
You know, a lot of people are curious, JC. What part of the country are you from? Where do you originate from?
I am not going to disclose my secret location.
Just
God will reveal to those who are faithful to come calling to our new ground.
Well, how can all these people come if they don't know where you are?
God's going to tell them. He's going to speak to the hearts of the faithful.
Is that right?
We are going to be relocating anyway to a new compound in Idaho, the Great American Pacific.
Yeah, you're going to so your headquarters is going to be in Idaho?
That's correct.
Oh.
We're going to have a brand new compound, and God is going to reveal to the hearts of the faithful, and he's going to call them like a tolling of the bell. The faithful will come to their knees in droves.
Well, Jesse, we need to take a break. That'd be all right with you, buddy.
Yeah, so you can sell your demonic wares.
From the high district, this is Coast to Coast AM, rocking on through the night. We've got JC, and he will take your phone calls. So if you want to talk to JC, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. Yeah, man, this music is JC all the way. We'll be back in a moment. We're going to take calls from some of you out there and see how you react to the man who thinks the world is heating up from the souls that are burning in hell. You know, the pits of sewage down there. Right back. By the way, JC, that is your anthem, and when I play it, I squat down.
What?
You heard me.
That music that you're playing is making me sick.
That's your anthem, JC.
It's not my anthem.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
You wanted an anthem, you've got it. Now I want to know what the hell. Before I subject you to callers who are waiting to, well, I don't know what they're waiting for and why they're calling, but before we go to that, I want to know what's so evil about my cute little furry cats. They're beautiful. Look
Cats are demonic creatures, Mr. Bell.
Say what?
They are lycanthropes, demons in disguise.
They are not.
Yes, they are.
They are the sweetest little fur balls you will ever want to meet.
They're evil.
No. If you think cats are evil, JC, then let me tell you, brother, you're evil.
Cats are evil because they steal souls, and they are the familiars of Satanists. Now, let me tell you, you're still disrespecting me. You're not allowing me to make my points about media pornography. And
well, one of your points was evil cats.
Cat, yes. Devil cats. Demons. They hide themselves in the appearance of what they look there. They try to look like these innocent, furry little things, but they're really demons. And they really are. They're evil. You look at their eyes, and they look at you, and they just want to devour you, and they want to steal your soul. I've got one cat right now on my compound that I've been chasing for the better part of a year.
You know what? I think you're overly sensitive on this whole pornography issue. Now, maybe it would be true, JC, that you, in your idle time, look at what? I bet.
In my idle time, I review all manner of.
I knew it. I knew it.
Well, you are trying to insinuate that I would enjoy media pornography. If I have to review a Larry Flynn magazine, I do not enjoy it one bit. I have to know the enemy, and I'm going to tell you, there's more to media pornography than dirty pictures of naked people. I'm going to make a point here right now because you need to hear this.
And every moment that you see it wounds your soul, JC, right?
It can't harm me because I'm praying against it. God has charged me with this work. God has charged and given me the energy, the power. God, when
so it's like you're praying against it, but you're looking at it going, oh, yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Your program, the valid of ideas in your program makes me sick. To insinuate that I would sit there and enjoy it makes me sick. Mr. Bell, I'm telling you, there's more to media pornography than just dirty pictures of naked people. And I'm going to tell you that right now, there's one pornography, and this is an evil pornography which draws millions of men out of church, and that's football. And I'm going to tell you exactly how evil
What is wrong with
football is a homosexual ritual.
Oh, for God's
sake. Let me tell you why. Because anytime you've got a man who's putting his hands on the backside of another man like that, and what that is a simulation of the homosexual consummation, and the ball, the football represents the birth, it's mockery of birth, it represents the homosexual self, which is then given to the quarterback, who is usually the best looking one on the team, and he takes that homosexual self, and he looks out among the field of other men who will receive and take his homosexuality, and he sends it to him, and with the intention of taking it into sacred ground, the sacred space of America and the family and values.
Now, America has taken a more tolerant attitude toward homosexuality, certainly in the last few decades.
Unfortunately, we have queer guys trying to turn straight guys queer.
And you don't join in on that, I take it.
I hate homosexuals. Is that clear?
Yeah, it's clear. First time caller line, you're on the air with JC.
Hello, is this me?
Yeah, that's only you know that for sure, but it really sounds like you, yes.
Good deal. I appreciate talking to my caller.
Yeah, where are you?
This is Adam from Decatur, Illinois.
And why in God's name are you calling JC?
Well, I wanted to tell him I really appreciate him coming on the air, and I enjoy a good laugh every once in a while, and I just wanted to ask him.
A good laugh? What are you laughing at the new revelation? You laugh at God? Listen to me, you degenerate. You have no right to laugh at God.
I was laughing at the whole thing, and I wanted to know if you came on the air for an interview or a comedy.
Yeah, has it occurred to you, JC, that some people just think this is funny? They think you're a total put-on. Maybe you are.
No, because they don't want to believe in the truth and the light and the love of the Lord. I'm bringing love. I'm bringing salvation.
Then why do you scream? Then why scream?
Why scream? Because you have to scream in order to get people to listen. Sometimes you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet, and that's another thing I want to talk about is the food porn.
Food porn.
I've touched on that before.
Food porn.
Yes.
What's food porn?
Food porn, the cooking shows where they make food look so delicious and make you want to eat. Gluttony is also a sin, Mr. Bill.
Isn't this a basic human
This is the same thing.
Need?
People need to eat, but they don't need to be fatos. And listen.
Am I still on the air?
Yeah, you're on the air.
Why don't you get him on the air?
Well, I'm going to get off there, and I appreciate it.
All right, have a good morning, Carl. Thank you. Make a point, any point.
This is where the Satanics over the empire has this elaborate plan, and what they are trying to do is pornography and indulgence. It's more than just dirty, naked pictures of people doing dirty, naked things. It is also food, because, listen, people, like they say, I was born gay. That's what they say. I'm gay. I'm born gay, and that's the way I am, so I have to be that way.
You don't believe that?
And I don't. I'll tell you, the only person that was born gay
I guess this means you're not in favor of gay marriage.
Absolutely not in favor of gay marriage. That is that is why Canada has declared war on the United States. Recently they are allowing gays to get married in Canada, and that's the evil subversiveness of the Canadian, which is because they can look like you and me.
And that constitutes war.
A declaration of war on America and America's family values, because they know that the majority of Americans do not support gay marriage. They do not support homosexuality. They don't want them in their communities. They don't want them in their churches. They don't want them in their schools. They don't want them in the nation. God doesn't want them.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with JC.
Hey, JC. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Art. It's Tim from L.A.
Yes.
Address me as J.C. Webster III, God's General.
Okay. Hey, JC, I know you're for book burning, but does this include, like, burning the Bible? Because you can't spell global warming.
Why would I burn the Bible?
Seems like you're not doing a very good job.
You're an idiot. Shut up.
Oh, you shut up, you idiot. Hey, Art.
Shut your mouth. Saying I would burn the Bible.
And I know where...
You're right. He couldn't spell global warming.
That's book learning. More book learning. I burn books by life.
I know where
of Clyde Baker and Stephen King.
Hold on, JC. You know where JC's what?
I know where his countdown is.
His what?
Well, then you just come on, buddy. Come on down to the compound.
It's in Hall, Norway.
You come on down.
Norway.
All right. Go on down and see JC.
Come on down.
You see how how people would like to meet you, JC?
Come on down.
They want to be in your presence.
You come on down to the compound. If God reveals the location to you,
You bring it.
Yeah, okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with JC.
Yeah, that would be me.
That's you.
Oh.
Okay. I hope this is a joke because I'll tell you, if this guy's on the level, he's scary. Okay.
Yeah. See, a lot of people
you
scare more people than Ed Dames.
Instead of burning them, you know, he needs to learn vocabulary.
Hold on, JC, let her speak.
The guy's just outrageously nuts, and in a world where we have all kinds of stuff that are going wrong, all that energy being stupid. Come on.
Don't you call me stupid, woman. I'll tell you what stupid is you. Thinking you trying to have the right to speak.
Now let JC. Hold it. Let JC respond.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
No, don't call names. So JC.
I call them as I see them.
You calls them as you sees them. Well, is that it? Is that as good as it going to get? I mean, I know you have certain feelings about where women ought to be. Okay.
Let her speak.
Yeah, go right ahead, young lady.
You need to get back in your time machine, go back to the dark ages where you belong, sir.
No, we need to bring America back.
You are
We need
scary.
to bring America
because you know
back
what?
to the
Unfortunately, there are
biblically
some
correct
people out here that are going to take you seriously.
We need to bring America back good because we
need to bring
biblically
America
correct.
back. America was stolen from the Indians to begin with, sir, who were slaughtered wholesale to steal this country. Okay?
All right, let him respond. America was originally stolen from the Indians, is what she said.
And that's a bold-faced lie because it was stolen from God by the devil's people. The red man. Who's red? The devil.
I've had enough.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Have a good morning.
Goodbye.
West of the Rockies, your turn with JC.
JC.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, Art. This is Jason calling from Canada.
Yes, Jason.
I would really like to know what JC's problem is with Art.
Yeah, well, he's had a problem with me for
He's
years
the devil's
and years
mouthpiece.
I don't think he
That's
is.
what he calls
is
me.
the devil's mouthpiece.
I don't
said
think
it from
so.
day
JC,
one.
I think you need to get your head checked out.
I think
Mr. Art Bell is a very
Canadian.
wonderful
I don't
man.
do a damn thing
Loves
you
cats.
say.
I love cats. And,
I bet you do.
Pardon me?
I bet you do.
I do. They're wonderful,
you
wonderful creatures.
You degenerate Canadian. I don't like degenerate Canadians.
Anyway, I just wanted to call in and say that JC there, you know, God doesn't come to those who uninvited. If you seek him, he will come to you.
You hear that, Jesse?
I don't need a degenerate, filthy, European, decadent Canadian to tell me how God's going to take people out.
All right, well, you're not going anywhere further with that caller. Thank you very much. And
I want more people that agree with me.
Why, JC, would you call me the devil's mouthpiece?
You are the devil's mouthpiece, Bill.
No.
Listen to him. He's revealing his true voice.
You've heard this sound many times, haven't you?
Revealing his true voice.
In your bed,
True voice of our Bell, everybody. You better listen good.
You've heard this sound before, JC.
I have
in your
heard
bed,
before.
late at night.
No, when you're in my bushes, that's why you take more time off, and so you can spend more Sundays out in the bushes. I don't have time to spend every other Sunday chasing you around.
yeah. International line, you're on the air with JC.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
Long-time listener, and boy, I hate to admit it, but even with JC here, I'm glad I called.
Glad to have you.
Okay, JC, I got a question for you here. You ready?
I was born ready.
Okay. So you think cats are demonic? Okay.
I know they're demonic. Don't tell me that.
And I respect your judgment, and I'd like to know, I've got a little poodle, an apricot poodle, and, you know, I've seen her doing things that are a little off kilter, and I'm wondering if you know about poodles.
Let me ask you about your poodle, because you sound a little funny. Are you going to marry your poodle, since homosexuals can marry each other? Would you be interested in marrying your poodle? Because you sound like that kind of guy.
I'm
a degenerate.
A degenerate? I know. I want to know.
What country are you calling
poodles
from?
demonic?
Yeah, he just simply wants to know if poodles are demonic like cats, Daisy.
Poodles? Yes, they are, because they're French.
Okay.
Thanks,
JC.
Yeah.
You have a good night.
Be gone.
All right. Take it.
Another thing, Mr. Bell, about Nori. You haven't let me breach the topic of Nori.
Yeah, oh, that's right. You were going to say something
I
about
was going to give you the truth. I told you just a couple of years ago how he was stealing money from you.
How he what?
He stole money from you.
George Nori did?
He stole money, $20 from your wallet. You wonder what happened to it. I revealed it. God's revelation to me. And I'll tell you what, you don't tell him about George Nori's criminal past in the underworld.
Yeah, well, that's pretty good because George Nori's never been anywhere near my wallet. He's never actually been...
Baloney, Bell. I know you're all at the compound together.
Really? All at the compound together?
Yes,
I think
don't
not.
try.
You really do have a twisted little mind, you know, and I think it comes from looking at too much of that which you decry.
I will not even let you insultate me that way.
Insultate me. Where do you get these words? You wrote this, not Edna. East of the Rockies, you're on there with JC.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
JC, you're doing God's own work.
She has got demonic laughter.
Yeah, and that laughter is not laughing with you, JC.
Be gone, demon.
She's
I'll
laughing.
rebuke you, demon.
She's
demon
laughing
laughter.
at you.
It's the laughter of Satan.
There's a big difference.
Well, you know what?
Thank you so much,
listen,
because
when
you know what
Judgment Day
you're
comes,
doing.
I'm going to be so glad because
You're showing
I'm going
that
to
God
tell you
is
I
the problem.
told you
People
so.
like
I'm
you
waiting
are
for
the
Judgment
problem,
Day
and
so I can tell you I told you so.
Did you hear that? See, you didn't even hear that, JC. Quit talking and listen every now and then. She said, God, she said, it's not the devil that's the problem or God, it's you, JC.
You are such a
Only if you're a sinner.
Grow up.
You know what?
Grow up.
Get back in your kitchen and get off the phone.
Get off my back, little man.
Little man? Who are you calling a little man?
You. You're lucky I'm even calling you a man.
You don't know me, and I bet you're a large woman. You sound like a fatso.
Oh, you make me so hot.
How many Big Macs have you had today?
Oh, that's really crossing the line.
I love it. I just love listening.
Well, get rid of her.
Well, all right, she's gone, but her point was very well made. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with JC. Hello.
Oh, my goodness, I got on the air with JC.
Yeah.
Hello, JC.
You're
How are you?
honored, I know. It's an honor for you.
Hello. Well, you know what? Do you believe in Jesus?
That is the stupidest question I have ever heard.
Why
of course I believe in Jesus.
Well, why are you... He wouldn't yell like you, though, see...
Well, that was Jesus. This is the new revelation, and I'm doing work because you all rebuked Jesus.
The caller, hold on, caller. He makes a good point. Jesus would be gentle and soft-spoken.
Not when he comes back. Not when he comes back. He's going to be riding with the point of the sword of Jesus for the justice of Jesus.
You know what? I think that, you know, in the Revelation it talks about that in the last day there'll be doctrines of devils, and you're one of them. And you know what? You're so full of crap, and you should not be yelling
You
up on
have a foul mouth.
Oh, you know what?
Foul mouth, flea-bitten mongrel to tell me that. How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you?
Don't watch last time we came from
When you go to hell, Satan's going to pull your tongue out over and over and over and over and over again with a hammer.
You really think he'll treat people that way?
Satan?
Yeah. I mean, this eating of them and then beating of them and eating of them.
That's just the beginning of hell, Mr. Bell. He's going to poke him with his pitchfork over and over again.
Doesn't it bother you, JC, that I bring on the average person here, and you're getting the same thing again and again? I mean, there is this
because you won't open the I agree with JC line, and you're keeping the people who agree with me off the air.
Well, okay, let's open the I agree with JC line at 775-727-1222. Now, I bet it doesn't even ring.
Well, I bet it rings off the hook, Mr. Bell. You don't even have 1,000 listeners.
First-time caller line, you're on with JC. Hello.
Hi, this is Nate from Massachusetts.
Yes, Nate.
Hi, I was wondering, I had a question for JC. I know he's a 10-star general.
Yeah, well.
Correct.
That's correct. And what does it take to join the Army, was my question.
To join God's Army, it takes submitting your will.
Yeah, JC's Army.
Lord,
JC's Army. All right, here's somebody asking about joining with you.
Joining with me?
Yes.
Well, open your heart and pray to God, and if you're worthy, if you're sincere, God will reveal it to you on how to become a part of God's army.
There you have it, caller.
Fight against the media pornographers and the satanic Soviet Union, which it still exists. Don't let them tell you otherwise.
Who's the Antichrist?
I have not come to the point where I'm going to reveal that yet because I have not been allowed to make my point.
Yes, you've made your point repeatedly about internet porn and boiling pits of sewage and all the rest of the usual stuff you say.
Now listen, Mr. Bell. I have not been allowed to make my point
Make your
clearly.
damn point.
My point is that we need to save this nation.
Yes.
From degenerates.
You like the people that have been calling you?
Your listeners.
My listeners. So they're all degenerates.
They're all degenerates. Every single one of them. Dopers. And I was very proud of Mr. Punnett last night telling the alcoholics not to call your show anymore because most of your listeners are drunkards.
Did he really say that?
Yes, he did, and I'm proud of him. He might have hope yet, but you're brainwashing him.
You know, it sounds like you might be under the influence of something yourself, JC.
You dare accuse me of being under substances? I don't have to take this kind of abuse.
Well, that was JC hanging up. What a coward. What a total coward. That's all I can say. Well, there was JC. Actually, you know what? That's no way for him to end a conversation and to end this hour. I've got his number. Let's call him back. Let's see. I think this is right. Yeah, this is right. Here we go. Can't hang up on me like that. See, now he left it off the hook. All right, well, there you have it. That's as much as he was willing to take. And who among you listening out there right now cannot imagine that J.C. was indeed under the influence of something or another? He sounded rather hyper to me. How about you? He's always sounded hyper to me, and I think that probably he had at least, 10 cups of coffee, wouldn't you say? Something like that? So, there you have it. That's it. JC, your theme song, one more time. All right, we're going to turn gears, if that's possible, at the top of the hour, and we're going to talk to Sir Charles Schultz III. He's a scientist. He will be in stark contrast to everything you heard in the last hour. And JC, good luck, buddy. Good luck with your army. This is Coast to Coast AM.
And welcome back to Coast. I'm George Norrie. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to our wild card line. You are on the air. Where are you calling from?
I am not calling from deep below the center of the earth, and Mr. Norrie, it is time to pay the fiddler. You have been claiming that I have been ducking you, and this is as your greatest fears have been confirmed. J.C. Western General in the war on media pornography.
And now I have you two bugging me?
Now you must face me. And I'm going to tell you something. I have not been
Hey. Hold on. Hey, you. You got to talk. Talk like a human being. Don't shout.
I am a human being. Don't you insultate me. I'm more human than you.
You think so?
I definitely know so. You who are perfectly possessed by Art Bell's demonetry.
Art Bell
listen to me.
is not demonic, my friend.
Well, then you are totally deluded, you are completely convoluted, and you are a criminal. And you're right, it wasn't $20 that you stole, it was $50, and that was a test, just to see if you would get it wrong or right, and you got it wrong, buddy. Now listen, your pockmarked, pimple, punk, whippersnapper, call screener insulted me. I want you to put him on the air. I'll take care of him.
Hold on. Are you saying that I took money from Art Bell?
You stole money from Art Bell's wallet. Not the first time when you and him are sitting around drinking moonshine together at your compound. You stole. You can't help yourself.
I don't live where Art Bell lives.
Don't you lie. You say you're deep below the center of the earth. How deep below are you? Now listen to me. You're lying because you are a compulsive kleptomaniac, criminal mastermind.
8 feet. I may be a mastermind, but I'm not a kleptomaniac.
Yes, you are.
What did you call here for?
I called here to make sure to tell everyone, because we've been monitoring your little online chats and how you are claiming that I am ducking you, and I am not afraid of you, and I'm not afraid of your foul-mouthed friend Oscar. I'll face him on the air in a debate any day, and I'm here to call you to the carpet as the second most dangerous man in America, you media pornographer, you who are insultating me in the new revelation, and your foul-mouthed pimple-faced punk that just insultated me beyond all measure.
Are you the same JC who deals with this person named Edna Pringle?
Edna Pringle is a disciple of mine who has been. She is going through a very difficult trial of the spirit right now.
Well, I would think so. Have you read some of her emails and the language she uses when she sends us emails?
Hate her. Listen, I don't touch the computer. She does what I tell her to write. Sometimes she goes off and does things on her own, which is like a willful woman do. Women who don't really know their place. Sometimes even those who have been shown their place will go and do willful things. This is why I tell men, you must take command of the will of your woman. If you don't command the will of your woman, you're going to get run down. Just like Adam did.
JC, you are so far off.
I am not far off. Don't you tell me how far off I am. You who are a criminal kleptomaniac, and you were peeping at Edna's wet bathroom window the other night with Art Bell on my compound. We have pictures of it. Pictures.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
I would love to see those.
Peeking in on an 83-year-old woman. How dare you? How dare you? And you did steal from Art Bell, and you got eyes for Mona, too.
No, I've never seen Art Bell when he had money in his wallet. Ever.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You're a criminal. Why didn't you ever tell the audience about your criminal past, Mr. Norrie?
And what might that be?
Your criminal underworld dealings in St. Louis, which is why you were chosen to be the pickpocket enforcer thug, because when Mike Siegel ran the show into the ground,
you know what?
Art Bell went to the devil and begged
my pal,
for someone to save it.
Can I tell you something? Hey, don't ever use the name of anybody in a negative way on this show again. Mike Siegel happens to be one of the greatest talk show hosts in the country, who is one of the best when it has to do with hard news. This is a different kind of a show, and you, JC, should be ashamed of yourself and maybe deeply put away.
You are on the air. Where are you calling from?
Mr. Norrie, I am calling because there is an emergency situation here.
This is JC.
You know what I'm talking about.
No.
You know who this is.
I know who you are, but I don't know what the emergency situation is.
God's 10 Sergeant. You do too know.
No, I don't know.
Edna has gone AWOL.
What happened
and I know that you and Art Bell are responsible for this.
We've captured her, JC.
Yes, she fled the compound with about $10,000 of the Lord's money, and now we don't know where she is, and I know you are harboring her.
She wanted to get away from you, JC. Do you blame her?
She became corrupted by the pornography and the evil things that your people were sending to her on the website. She shut down our website. She ran off with someone she met in your chat rooms on your stream link, and this is what happened because I knew the dirty internet would corrupt her.
You mean Edna has run off with one of my Streamlink members?
I presume so. That's what the evidence points to.
With $10,000?
She met some dirty pervert in one of your chat rooms.
Oh, JC, I'm sorry to hear this.
It's an emergency. And your call screener insulted me by accusing me of being an alcoholic. I cannot believe such things.
Shame on him.
What I need is, I'm confronting you. I know Art Bell is there, but he's hiding in the shadows, pulling strings.
He's pulling my strings, JC.
Yes, and you readily admit it. This is another thing, is that she was being degenerated by degenerate authors that you've had on your program. Dr. Tess Greston, she had a bundle of her books that we were going to burn.
I'm tangled up in these strings, JC. Hold on.
Excuse me?
I'm tangled up in these strings. They need to... There. Now, go ahead now. Go ahead.
I was talking about degenerate authors you've had on your program, and degenerate pornography that has been...
Wait, I have never had a pornographer on my show, and you know
had Pamela Anderson on your show. Do not tell me you've never had a porno star on your
was
show.
talking about animal rights.
She was in... do you know what... are you aware, Mr. Norrie?
Yes, JC, I'm aware. I'm sure. I know what you... Yes.
With her and Billy Lee, her husband.
Tommy,
who got burned by God recently.
He just got burned, that's true.
He did. God punished him, and I am so glad that he did. Shame on you, Tommy Lee, sinner. Now listen to me. You're not listening to me.
I am listening to you. I don't know how to find Edna Pringle. I don't know where she is.
Well, I know, because there are people in your audience that agree with me, and I need them to send an email to boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com, boilingpitsofsewage, so that if they see Edna,
Because, listen, she was listening to rock and roll music I should have known a week ago when I walked in her room, and she was sitting there she was listening to the Pointer Sisters, the song I Am So Excited, I Can't Hide It, I'm gonna lose control, and I think I like it. What do you think that message is sending to children?
Well, JC, maybe she doesn't want to come back to you. Did you ever think about that?
God told me that he's not going to tell me where she's at. I have to find her. And I know to start with you and Art Bell and your degenerate, filthy listeners that have kidnapped her, an 83-year-old woman. She was last seen on the back of a motorcycle with some biker doing obscene gestures at all of us.
Were you in love with her?
No, I'm not in love with her, but she's a servant. Once you're enclamped, you don't get out. The Christian Legion against media pornography does not allow for you to leave. And we are having to forego our move to Idaho in order to locate Enna because she took off with $10,000 of God's money.
How much was in the till?
We have a lot more than that, but she took off with $10,000.
Cash?
Cash! I only deal in cash.
Well, where'd you get that kind of money?
I have followers. God makes a way for the faithful, Mr. Norrie, and I'm telling you right now, release her.
If I could find her, I'd tell her you were looking for her.
I know where she's at. She's with you at the compound.
I'm not in a compound.
What kind of spell did Ramona put on her?
I have no idea.
Well, yes, you do. Why don't you ask your master, who's on Smeater all the time? He's trying to forego the corporate broadcasting channels that you're supposed to go through and propagating lies.
Don't you go after Mr. Bell when he's not here to defend himself.
Well, when is he going to be there? When's he going to get off?
He'll be here in
get back on the air.
In another Sunday or so. You can call him and harass him.
Sunday or so. Listen to me, Mr. Norrie. This is an emergency situation. Do you realize what you've done? You're trying to turn people against me.
No, I'm not, JC.
Yes,
I happen to be one of the righteous ones.
I am righteous.
So am I.
And then you could have all this anti-government propaganda, the whole thing about 9/11, and I just don't understand where you're going with your program, Mr. Norrie. You need to be helping America.
I am helping America.
How?
We're trying to bring out the truth about everything, JC.
About everything. Why don't you bring out God's truth? Why don't you give your show to me and allow me to bring out the new revelation?
If you want to call in once in a while and spout off about the new revelation, you're more than welcome.
I'm not spouting off. I'm insulted if you would say that. How dare you?
Well, JC, it's the first time you hung up on me. Last time, hung up on you. If anybody sees an 83-year-old woman on the back of a motorcycle with about $10,000 in her purse or in her pocket, send us an email. Send us... to me, George at coasttocoastam.com, and maybe I'll just pass that on to JC, who's obviously quite concerned about Edna Pringle. Let's go to our wild card line. You're on Coast to Coast. Hi there.
Norrie B, Mr. Norrie.
Well, if it isn't JC.
It is I, JC, and I want to put a question to Mr. Scientist here tonight.
You?
Yes, I want to ask Know-It-All. Where do you get 1,000,000 years that we've been here 1,000,000 years? Where is your proof?
This is JC,
I want to ask the question, and I want to have his answer, and I will rebuttal.
All right.
Okay.
Where do you get 1,000,000 years?
Where do I get 1,000,000 years for what?
For existence of this planet. How do you verify that?
I don't even think he brought that up, JC.
I did hear you say 1,000,000. You know what? Let me tell you what. Where's your proof?
Well, you've got to get your facts right. First of all, I didn't say the planet had been around for 1,000,000 years.
You said 1,000,000 years.
No, I didn't. And if you don't get your facts right, it's hard to argue. I said that the human race in its modern form had been around for 1,000,000 years. I said the planet had been around for 4.6
And
billion.
where's the documentation on that?
Well,
because
you've put a question mark over your credibility right away. The very first fact you
don't not
stated.
question my credibility. Let me tell you my proof and where my documentation is. The Holy King James Bible. And you know what? My proof comes from God, and I think that you know why I can trust God? Because he's a man you can take at his word. That's why.
Well, you know what, JC, I believe
Would you listen to me?
Well, he's trying to
take God at his word, and his word is truth, absolute, indisputable proof. Where's your indisputable proof, sir?
Answer now.
Yes, you may.
Okay.
If you have an answer.
I believe in God too.
Well,
I believe, but I also
You may
believe-
shock him with that, David. So
Well,
go easily.
Okay,
It's a terrible-
do you go to church?
Sorry?
Were you in church at
I've
6
been to a
a.m. on
variety.
Sunday?
JC, you don't have to go to church to believe in God.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
You go to church and you tithe.
JC, I was in church last Sunday.
What time?
What time?
Yes, what time were you in church, sir?
The service starts at 10:30, but I'm not sure.
10:30. That's laziness. You need to be in early worshiping. I go in before the sun comes up, and I don't get out of there till after noon.
This is
so I think I'm a little bit more enlightened in talking about the Lord than you, someone who doesn't bother to get up out of bed to go to church until 10:30.
All right,
just
JC.
plain lazy, sir.
We'll let you go, JC. He calls every once in a while, David. You are probably the most honored guest to get a phone call from him asking you a question.
What does JC stand for, by the way?
Jesus Christ, I think.
Oh, he's the original.
He may be.
Well, I mean, how could we argue with him?
He may be. So you were in bed while services were going on.
I'm honored.
Well,
I'm honored to have that message.
You are the first. Oh, my. Wildcard line, you're on the air with us.
Yes, hello?
Hello, JC.
Yeah, I am called because God wanted me to get through tonight. I picked up my phone and dialed, and He wanted me to get through to put this person in check. I'm going to tell you, Mr. Diamond, Brother Diamond, who are you to think that you have the exclusivity on salvation? Where do you get off saying that your way is the only way when you know full well that I am God's 10-star general and that my way with God through the new revelation is the only way to salvation? You have not laid out any formats. You have not given any strategies how you're going to combat the enemy. You have not laid out a plan against pornography. You have done absolutely nothing to convince me that you are the one who is bringing forth salvation. All you are is a liar, self-impressed blasphemer, and I want to tell you right now that I want to ask you where you get off saying that your way is the only way when you know that my way is the only way or the highway. You are insulting me.
Have at it, JC. Brother Diamond? I think Brother Diamond has left us.
That's what happens when you exorcise the devils. You see, the thing is that Brother Diamond was a deceiver. He was a demonic deception.
You made him disappear, JC.
That's right. I've exorcised him. He has been wiped clean. I want everyone out there in the coast-to-coast audience to forget the words of this man. And you got to understand that he is a liar. He is impostulating the truth. When I am the one who is bringing forth the new revelation. When I dialed, God said, you've got to get through tonight to set the record straight. So that this impostulator would not continue his impostulations. And the thing is, he hasn't done anything.
I think we found him, JC. Are you there, Brother Diamond? There he is. There you two
you
are.
have the nerve to come back after I so resoundingly put you in your place. You have the nerve to speak to me? What rank do you hold in God's army, brother?
Is this actually a live person I'm speaking to?
This is a live person, believe me. This is a live person.
So I missed, what's your question?
Well, he wants to know...
Don't try to dodge my question. You're ducking me.
He may not have heard it.
You're a coward.
I didn't hear your question.
Mr. Diamond, you are a coward.
What's your question?
Sir, are you a homosexual?
No way.
Because you sound like a homosexual.
JC, let's not go there.
Well, he does.
Let's not go. You asked him a specific question about...
Spreading lies. No, sorry.
Spreading lies.
No, I'm not the one spreading lies.
No. Listen to me. Are you the giver of the new revelation? You're not, are you?
No.
No, you're not.
No, I'm just holding fast to the traditional teachings of the Catholic Church, like St. Paul says in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 15
let me ask you, sir.
He says
to the traditional Catholic Church, that is a complete, and we all know that Catholics are full of spirits, and crazy at that.
There are a lot of people who claim to be Catholics that are not
You're
Catholics.
full of spirits, sir.
There are a lot of people who claim to be Catholics that are not Catholics.
You're demon worshippers.
No.
You don't get to God by going around lighting candles.
No, the point is that Oh, and you don't get to heaven. You don't get to heaven by saying that I believe in Jesus and then breaking His commandments, or that's enough.
Sir, how many commandments have you broken today? How many new commandments have you broken? For one of the new commandments I'm giving you right now is to follow the new revelation.
Your religions condemn right in the Bible.
No,
you see that a man is justified by works.
Listen, my religion is a living, breathing faith.
Read James 2, verse 24.
Don't try to quote scripture at me.
That's what I just did.
Don't you do it. Don't do it. I told you not to do it. Who are you?
Where did you
How
get
dare you? How dare you to think
the
that you
Catholic
can
Church
quote scripture
gave you the books of the Bible. That's where you got the Bible. Why do you believe in the Bible? You believe in the Bible because the Catholic Church
believe
gave
because
you
it's
all
the word of the Lord.
Right, but where did that? I could come up with my own book and say this is the word of God. Why would you? Why wouldn't you believe that?
You don't have direct communications, so I'm telling you, don't try to put out a book.
No.
Don't you
you accept the Catholic
my
canon.
generalship.
No, you accept the Bible because the Catholic Church says it's the infallible, inerrant word of God.
Excuse me?
That's where the Bible. Where did the Bible come from? Who gave you the Bible?
God gave you the Bible.
God gave you the Bible, but the books of the Bible. Why do you accept those particular books of the Bible? By what authority?
By what authority? By God's authority.
Right, but the thing about it is that how do you know that those books are inspired?
You're claiming to be a Christian. You don't know who gave the Bible? Listen, you've got to start.
No. You're the one that doesn't know who gave you the Bible.
To know that God gave the Bible. Right.
God gave us the Bible, but the Catholic Church gave us those particular books.
Alive. You don't even know who gave the scriptures.
You believe in faith alone?
Trying to tell me?
You believe in faith alone?
My beliefs are wrong?
Well,
you don't even know who gave the scriptures. You're a moron, sir.
You're a moron.
Well, and that's it between you two, I guess, at this point. Brother Michael. That's JC, by the way.
Well, it's just, unfortunately, another heretic.
You don't think you could wheel him into your side?
He'd be about one of the last persons, probably, on Earth.
You think he's on his way to hell?
I know he's on the road to hell.
JC is on his way to hell. He'll call back again because of that. He's to the right. Where'd you go, by the way? How did we lose you for a few moments?
But just, someone, just got the wrong line here.
Okay, very good. Let's go to our wild card line. You're on the air with us.
George, it's JC. I'm back.
What are you back for?
Again, and I just wanted to tell this person why he's going to go to hell. Sir,
no, I don't need to hear your heretical teachings.
To call me to say that I'm a heretic.
You are a heretic.
Put you in the boiling pits of sewage, boy. I'm going to be there personally, right by God's side as we throw you in.
No, you
right
won't.
Into the boiling pits of sewage. You've done nothing tonight except you come across to me. You sound like a like one of them slick fleecers. You're trying to fleece these people. What are you selling, sir?
You're trying to fleece them.
I don't sell anything.
False message.
I sell absolutely nothing. What are you selling? How much are you selling?
No, you can tell what we're selling. We basically give all this stuff away.
Aren't you a high-fluting author? Sir?
Look at this stuff. We're giving this stuff away. We're not trying. We're just trying to give you the
How much do you charge for your books, sir? Answer the question. Don't duck me.
You believe in faith alone,
right? A Christian tells the truth, and you are avoiding me. Answer the question. How much?
No. You answer the question. I don't need to answer your question.
How much do you take from your flock?
Give me a break.
You take from them. How much?
No. You believe in faith alone, right?
I believe in the new revelation. I believe that I am God's 10-star general in the war against media pornography, and I'm jumping up and down now because I've got the spirit of the anointing on me. And I'm telling you that you're going to hell. You're going to burn. The boiling pits of sewage are going to open up, and they're going to drag you down, and the devil's going to eat your body up.
What's your authority? You claim to be infallible? Do you claim to be infallible?
I'm close enough to Jesus to judge you as going to hell.
You don't claim to be infallible. Your words mean nothing.
To judge you as going to hell, sir.
Well, that means nothing.
Closer than you will ever be. Closer than your lying, dirty dog mouth will ever be, sir. You are
you're just another one of these heretics running around.
JC, I've got to get you on the air with Aaron Donahue, a Luciferian. That would be a classic.
Bring him on. I told you I wanted Oscar. I want Oscar. This is an open challenge to Oscar. Come on. Bring it. Let's get it on. Let's get it out in the open, and let's just have a battle for the ages where we can
have
battle
this
for the hearts and minds of every close
listener. By the way, Edna ever show up?
I will have mail accepting the new revelation before this is done.
Where's Edna? She ever show up?
No, she's off with her biker friends, and they occasionally make raids into the compound and steal food and money and other supplies as they need it. But we got like a running war. We've like circled the wagons, but every now and then they make a raid in, but I'm trying to get her back. And I know that your coast-to-coast listeners know, and they need to send to the boiling pits of sewage at yahoo.com and tell me where she's at.
We'll find it. JC, you and I may get along every once in a while.
Help her.
All right, JC. See you.
Goodbye.
All right, Michael, that's one of the things with Coast to Coast. When we open up the phone lines, we do. Your website again is?
www.mostholyfamilymonastery.com.
Very good. Well, Michael, thanks for taking the brunt of some of these calls.
No problem.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate you being on the program. He did take his shots, did he not? My God, with JC. Jason, did you know, Tom, he was coming back in the second time?
No idea.
You did not. Unbelievable. Okay, well, that wraps it up for tonight. For Dan Galante, Steve Card, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Lonehood, Sean LaDesseur, even Ian Punnett and Art Bell, and Ross Mitchell. I'm George Norrie. Somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. I'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
All right. Let's go here and say hello. You're on the air on Coast to Coast.
The love of the Lord is upon you again, Mr. Bell. Hail,
oh, good Lord.
J.C. Webster III, God's 10-star general in the war against media pornography. And I'm calling tonight I don't know why you are not defending the bravest man in Hollywood tonight who is taking a stand for Christians everywhere and is being persecuted because he is a Christian. Mel Gibson. They framed him. They're persecuting him because he made the most beautiful movie ever, The Passion of the Christ.
Oh, well, The Passion of the Christ was indeed a beautiful movie. They're not persecuting him because of that. They are upset with him over the remarks made during his arrest.
Well, he has freedom of speech, and I don't think he told one lie while he was being arrested.
Well, hey, buddy, you've got freedom of speech, too, and you abuse it all the time.
I do not. How dare you?
You do so.
Was I not correct about global warming? Now the methane bubbles are bubbling up from the boiling pits of sewage. They're bubbling up, and now...
You never called that global warming. You were talking about the pits of sewage in hell. You never connected that to global warming. Don't be twisting words, J.C. Come on. Don't be twisting words, J.C. Come on.
Sir, we know that these methane bubblers are coming from the center of hell, directly from hell where all the dirty pornographers are. And I want to talk about Mel Gibson, who has the courage to make Christian movies about Jesus. He won't make the filth that Hollywood wants. They want these movies with gay cowboys that give them Academy Awards. And now, that movie has forever, it was a direct attack on the American icon, a direct attack on America itself, because the image of the cowboy is America. And
if there's any attack that's been made on Mel Gibson, he brought it on himself.
Excuse me?
He brought it on himself.
Mel Gibson?
Yes.
He's a hero. He didn't tell a lie, did he?
Well, the heroic thing that he may have done, J.C., is to have made an actual apology. Instead of saying, I apologize to those that I may have offended, he made an actual apology.
And now they're making up apologies for him. He shouldn't be apologizing. He should be standing up before us and proclaiming his righteousness and his truthfulness. Why is it that
well, in that case, you must be upset with him. Then you, J.C., slow down. You must be very upset with him. In view of the sincere apology, and most people do view it that way, that he made, I would think you'd be very upset with him.
I'd be upset with him if he's turning tail and running from the truth of his original words.
Well, how else would you interpret
the Canadians
J.C.
and the homosexuals? Yes, sir.
Yeah, cool your methane for a moment. How else would you interpret his sincere apology?
I would say that it's a fake, that he's not apologizing, and that they framed him in the first place. Wasn't the offending officer one of those New World bankers that arrested him and framed him, and they were stalking him, and they're trying to get payback because he made a Christian movie that told the truth about what they did to Jesus.
A New World banker? Yes. Most cops don't make a whole lot of money, and I doubt he was a New World banker.
What I'm talking about, the Jews. And listen, when you deny their so-called Holocaust, they get offended. But every day they deny the Holocaust of Jesus and get away with it. How dare them?
Well, you're not telling me you deny the Holocaust, are you?
It's a dubious question. There's been several Holocausts. How do we know? Were you there? Did you see any of it?
You're a Holocaust on a line.
Excuse me?
Yourself.
How dare you?
I absolutely dare.
You insultate me constantly, Mr. Bell, and all I'm trying to do is bring love forth. I'm trying
You're trying to bring love forth?
Love forth? Yes. Because I'm trying to save America.
You are, huh?
Yes. From the dirty pornographers, and you're talking about the food porn is just pouring out of the TV sets, and you got George North talking about his prostate problems. How's that helping people in America?
I don't know. I suppose the people with prostate problems are helping.
It's disgusting and in poor taste.
It's disgusting? You just made a new word, JC. Disgusting. Disgusting?
I'm trying to make a point about how Hollywood is ruining the image of America. I like to dress in the country and western style, and I wear a cowboy hat. And now I can't go to the tax store without worrying about someone looking at me thinking I might be a homosexual because they have those movies about gay cowboys.
Yeah, I saw that movie. I wasn't particularly impressed.
How did you watch that? That was a direct attack by a Taiwanese communist with Canadian actors where they filmed it in Canada. It makes sense, where the queers run wild.
Oh, JC, how can you be so full of hate?
I am not full of hate. I am full of love because I'm watching.
You are full of hate, JC. It comes spewing forth from your lips like the methane out of the ocean bottom.
I just want love and purity to come back to America. I'm saying your listeners were so disgusting they turned Edna against me. She's on the run with a biker.
Wait. Edna has left you for a biker?
You didn't know that she fled the compound with $10,000 of the Lord's money? Yes.
Wait a minute. The Lord's money?
Yes.
It sounds a lot like you're claiming...
The Lord and I, we work together.
The Lord and you work together.
People question the new revelation. Let me tell you.
What do you think Edna's doing?
Well, I think she's doing pornographization, for one thing. I don't know. I'm trying to get
how carefully, JC, did you screen Edna before you, got together with her? I assume.
Together with her.
Let's find out. Were you and Edna actually married?
You dare to incline such things if you only knew what you were insinuating.
Were you actually married, JC, or were you living in a state of sin?
No, not sin. How dare you? You know I am so sinless. You know I'm the most pure and righteous man on the entire planet. I'm not in a state of sin. And my original wife, who left me, who tried to get a divorce for I don't know why.
Wait. Your original wife, JC? Your original wife?
Listen, Grandma Webster is burning in the boiling pits of sewage because she used to watch out Liberace. And so I have a vested stake in keeping homosexuals off our TV and pornographers off of our TVs and Canadians off of our TVs.
You know, you talk so much about homosexuality, JC, that frankly I wonder a little bit.
Oh, how dare you! You are insinuating all forms of insultation, Mr. Bell.
No, it just seems to me, your calls are just packed full of this.
Excuse me?
I said your calls are just absolutely packed full of this. You know, you protesteth a little much, JC.
Let me tell you something, Mr. Bell. I am trying to save America here. Listen, the boiling pits of sewage, pretty soon those volcanoes, the boiling sewage is going to come up out of volcanoes. Didn't I predict floods and fires and fantastic famines and everything? I called it, didn't I? My predictions always come true, Mr. Bell. And you know that God is talking directly to me, and I'm bringing the new revelation. And when I told God, I said, God, listen, I know you said you aren't going to write another book. This is what people try to attack me with every time.
Hey, wait a minute, Edna. I'm getting a vision. That is to say, JC, of Edna right now. I think she's in a little red. She's in a little red sports car, JC, purchased with $10,000 of the Lord's money, and I see a young man right next to her.
Oh no, she took off with a dirty biker.
All right, JC. Thanks for the call. We've got a break. How unfortunate. We could have continued with this. See you later, JC. From Manila in the Philippines. I'm definitely fully awake now. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
Next up, let's go to our wild card line. Welcome to Coast. You're on the air.
Yes, the love of the Lord is upon you again. It is I.
Not you again.
The third God's 10-star general in the war against media pornography. And I'm going to set you straight tonight, George. I am holding in my hands a letter that I have received from Edna Pringle.
Edna, finally, yes. She has arisen.
I have a mind to read it to you and just to let you know how low she's gone. But first, I want to point out to you that the reason you were getting on all of these stations is because you were using your criminal connections to bully people into putting your station on. In fact, word on the street is you sent one of your goons after Rusty Humphreys today and tried to have him beat up in the parking lot.
I have no goons,
Yes, you do. Mr. Norrie, let me tell you how it goes around the table. When you sit there with your goons and you don't give any direct commands, you always just sort of say, if so-and-so were to have an accident.
Well, that's presidential. That's president. Oh, you're ridiculous, Jason.
Don't call me. You insultate me again. And because the other night you didn't even defend me against Brother Diamond called me a moron.
Wait a minute. I was the one who put you on, JC. Now, you know that I am as close to righteousness as you can get.
How dare you? That's insulting. I'm going to read... You have degenerated one of my followers into the sewer. Now, are you going to let me read this letter?
For a moment, you sounded like Mr. Haney on Green Acres.
Who?
Mr. Haney.
Are you going to let me read this letter?
Well, it depends. Is it pornographic?
No, I would say some of it is salacious, but there's nothing pornographic.
Well, I would ask you, because there may be children listening, JC, that you change some of
them with this, but I will. It starts like this. Dear JC, it's Edna Pringle, your former disciple. I write you to let you know I'm still alive and well. There are 5 pages of this, by the way. I have enjoyed spending all $10,000 of the Lord's money. I even got it up to $50,000 on a poker run at an engine casino. The scambling is... As you know, I ran off with Blade, a biker. What kind of name is Blade? Who names their children Blade?
I don't know.
A corrupted person. I have been living a new life and experimenting many new things. I am eating fatty foods, ice cream, and I smoked a marijuana cigarette.
Oh, my.
I had my first menage a trois, whatever that is.
Oh, JC, you probably don't even know what that is.
While being a biker babe was fun and Blade was a sex machine, I decided there's more to life than the need for speed in multiple organisms. I've settled down now with Bub, a long-haul trucker. We live on the road and listen to Coast every night. I plan to spend most of the rest of my life with him, and we even adopted 2 homeless kittens and named them Art and George. I still love Jesus, and I know he loves me, even though I've been bad and it feels so good. I'm not going to read any more of it, because she's going on like this. This is corruption. She is going to be dragged down to hell.
She sounds like she's having a wonderful time, JC.
That's what you people have done to my disciple. Mr. Norrie?
All right, JC.
Mr. Norrie?
Yes.
Don't you hang up on me now.
I've never...
You going to let me... What I need is a righteous woman to email me at the boiling pits of sewage at yahoo.com. That will be my new disciple.
You think there's actually someone who's listening to Coast to Coast right now who wants to
agree with me? The hordes of people that agree with me outnumber. The moral majority outnumbers your immoral.
What do you look like? Why don't you give us a little description, in case anyone is interested in you?
Well, she would have a modest values. She would dress modest.
Not her, you. What do you look like?
Excuse me? How dare you? You are such a shallow man. I don't have to take consultation.
That's, as Art would say, that's JC hanging up.
And on the first-time caller line, this is JC on Coast to Coast AM. Hey, JC, where are you going to...
Ian, my son, I want to touch on something you said earlier, and I'm going to also, I want to talk about the security issues, but I got to warn you not to do the interview with the Book of the Dead. And first of all, it's a satanic influence, and I'm telling you right now, the Book of the Dead's real name, Notorum Demento, they didn't even give you the real name, Necronomicon Ex Mortis. And it's
wait, Dr. Demento?
No, Notorum Demento. There's 2 names to it, or Necronomicon Ex Mortis, the Book of the Dead. Now listen, Ian, son, I know you're trying. I know you're trying to love the Lord.
No relation to Dr. Demento, then?
No, Dr. Demento is a devil, and I'm here to deliver
Dr. Demento is the devil? Wait, Dr. Demento is the devil. Did I hear you just say...
No, he is not the devil. He is a devil.
Dr. Demento is a devil.
He is a demon, a devil.
Why?
Him, Stephen King, Tess Garrison, and Art Bell were among the original Satan. They were the first angels to take up with Satan against God. That's the demons that are running them. And I'm going to tell you, I think you're a good boy. I think you're a good boy. I think you've got the right ideas. But Art and George have corrupted you. You're running with a bad crowd, Ian, and I'm here to save you. I'm here to deliver you from the devil's mouthpiece.
Okay, well, how have I been corrupted? Have you ever called the show before?
Yes, I've called for many years trying to deliver America.
Why did you
make America safer?
Why did you call on the first time caller line then?
Well, I don't know, because it's the first time I've ever called you. And listen,
I see. Okay.
You know, we're safer if we don't have cakes on the plane. We're safer if we don't have pornography on the plane. We're safer if we take pornography out of our society. I'm telling you, God has put us up against an enemy that is more biblically correct than we are. They know how to treat their women, cover them, keep them quiet, keep
You're
them
going
in
too
the
fast.
back.
Hang on, Foghorn Leghorn. You're going faster than I can handle it.
Listen,
I can't. I'm trying to go with you. Wait. I'm trying to go with you here, but I got to help me. So I'm good with it taking the porno mags off the plane. I mean, I didn't even know that anybody had porno mags on a plane. But if they have, take that off. But how are we safer if we take the Cheerios away from toddlers?
Let me tell you
nothing
how
more.
Wait. People bring on alcohol and they get drunk and they grab at the waitress's bottoms. They can disrupt things.
Okay, but hold on. I see. I'm all with you. Let's not give alcohol to toddlers, but can't we give Cheerios to toddlers? I mean, there's nothing more. There's nothing more demonic than a toddler without Cheerios.
Are gluttony. They're sugarish. It's just part of that sugary cereal. Gets you addicted to sugar, and it makes you crazy. Now,
Cheerios are gluttonous.
Yes.
I just want to understand that.
I'm trying to
Cheerios are gluttonous.
I'm trying to talk about the Lord, about our biblically the enemy that we have.
If Cheerios are gluttonous, wait, JC, if Cheerios are gluttonous, what do you eat, like space sticks? I mean, where do you get your nutrition from? I mean, if Cheerios are gluttonous.
Boiled beef, cabbage, potatoes. You don't need to eat all this fatty food and everything that people are giving at you.
Then stop right there.
Listen,
Can we give boiled cabbage to toddlers on a flight? Would that be okay?
No, because listen, toddlers and women shouldn't be on flights. They should be at home doing the cooking, cleaning, and kitchen, like I said so many times before. That's where women belong. They belong at home. This is why God is attacking and punishing our nation. It's because we have women out of line. We have pornographers everywhere. Food and Big Macs. You're talking, these are the reasons. America can be safer if we get back to the Bible, back to basics.
Okay, I'm just writing this all down. Dr. Demento is the devil. Cheerios is gluttony.
Yes.
And I'm writing them all down. I'm getting them all. And toddlers shouldn't be on planes because they should be at home. Okay,
yes,
go ahead.
With their mothers and doing motherly things.
Not on planes. Not drinking alcohol and looking at pornography. The men should be on the planes drinking and looking at pornography. That's what you're saying.
Listen, no, listen. You claim to be a Bible scholar, don't you?
I read the Bible a little bit, yeah.
You've read the Bible a few times?
Yeah, I read a couple of times.
Have you read the New Revelation? Because I'm the one who got God to come out of retirement to write a new book.
Oh, did you?
That's me.
God came out of retirement,
I told God, I know you said you weren't going to write again, but you're good. And we need you.
God was waiting for that word.
America, which is God's chosen people. We're the true chosen people. We need you. We need you to come out of retirement and bring down some new authority upon us.
And what's the name of God's new book? What's the name of God's new book?
It's called the New Revelation and the New Commandments.
And it's written by God.
We're writing it together.
You're writing it together.
Yeah, God and I.
Okay, as you say, like by God, but as told to JC. Is that the idea?
Yes, exactly. You're seeing the bigger picture here. I could bring you on board. What we got to do is we got to get together and take over the show.
Oh, there's no hope for me.
I'll be the host. And you can take away Ross Mitchell's job, and you announce me, and I'll take callers, and I can help people. I can give them advice on relationships. I can give them career advice.
Now I know the universe has been turned upside down if I'm taking over for Ross Mitchell. I know we're living in a.
He's not the voice of God. He's a demon. You wait, Ross Mitchell. I'm coming for you too when you get on the air. I'm going to set you straight.
Okay. You know there's no hope for me, don't you?
There is hope for you. Don't give up. I'm trying to say
no hope for me. No, you know that. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to say I'm an Episcopalian, so you should have given up on me a long time ago.
Church. All Episcopalians are going to hell. I'm telling I'm pointing my finger at every single Episcopal hypocrite, heretic. You're going to hell.
You know what?
If you don't get out of that church.
You know how you can tell when there's an Episcopalian at the communion?
How?
They're the ones that send the wine back.
Dear Lord. Listen. Listen. Episcopalians are evil. Did you know that?
Wait, I got a question for you. Is this Mike Siegel?
Who? You dare insinuate that I am Mike Siegel? There may be no hope for you yet. I don't have to take that abuse.
All right, thank you. JC0, Ian Punnett 1.
Next up, wild card line. You're on Coast to Coast.
How dare you?
It's JC. How dare me what?
How dare you? I was on the phone on hold for half an hour. I was calling last night to put you in your place because that conversation you were having with that hussy, it got salacious.
What are you talking about?
Listening to it last night. You and that girl last night going on and on. I bet you get carded all the time. How beautiful you are.
I never called her.
It was disgusting to hear. I wanted to tell you to get a room, for God's sake.
JC, now you know how righteous I am. You are out of line.
I am righteous. You said that before. You're confused, Mr. Norrie. I am the most righteous man in America.
No, I'm beginning to think you are Satan.
No, you are.
No. You said Art was Satan. I'm not Satan.
No, Art is the devil's mouthpiece. He is Satan's spokesperson. And Art has gotten more and more delved into the dark arts. He's becoming more imbibed with dark energies and powers that the devil is giving to him, and so he is of the devil. But you last night I was calling to chastise you and that hussy that you had on the air because it was disgusting to hear you going on.
What are you talking about? We were talking about education last night, something that you need to learn.
Book learning, which is evil.
Book learning is evil?
That's right. Less book learning, more book burning. That's what I always say.
Now. Have you read...
People try to get educated and think they're smarter than God.
Have you ever read the Bible, JC?
I have read the Bible.
Isn't that a book?
Yes, it is.
Does that make it evil?
No. It's the only book worth reading.
But you just said book reading was evil.
Books by men. Evil books. Disgusting books.
Science books are evil books?
Yes, because they're making up lies about what God made up. Trying to figure God's stuff out, and that's wrong. That's where science has arrogance. Science is the new religion. In order to believe these cockamamie theories, like evolution, you have to take it at their word. And what you have to invest into science to believe it? Faith.
JC, you've been possessed.
I am not possessed. I am insulted that you would even insinuate.
You need to be exercised.
How dare you? How dare you insult me? Someone with the criminality of your content of character insulting me? The righteous general for God's work?
I don't know. I think that if you were in a room with a bunch of exorcists, they'd go running out in fear.
They would run out because they have the devil in them. They would run away from my righteous might. And that's the thing is, your listeners, I'm telling you right now, as you know, I am God's 10-star general in the war against media pornography.
You need to take a chill pill.
No, this is not the time. Listen, this is not the time. Okay, everybody says we got to fight back. No, we got to fight forward in the war on media pornography. It's not a time to sit back and fight back. It's the time to fight forward and press against the enemy. And that's why I'm saying, you know, I'm God's general in God's army against media pornography, and I'm not getting enough people signing up at boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com, so I'm going to institute a draft. And I'm going to draft people into my army. You'll get a personal contact from me, and you will be told where to report, and you will enlist, and you will serve in the war against media pornography. And that's how it's going to be.
Are you going to bring me in on this army?
No, I don't bring in criminals.
All right, JC.
Criminal masterminds like yourself. And I'm going to tell you also, we're fighting against this scourge of media pornography and rampaging lesbians all over the country.
JC, you're going to have a stroke. You need to calm down.
I am not going to have a stroke. God's got me in power. I'm in God's hands. God's got the power of anointing on me. And I'm telling you right now that God is going to punish the world for not repenting of their sins.
All right, go to bed, JC.
No, I'm going to be up listening to every minute of your program.
All right, JC.
Because don't you insultate me. Don't you take that tone with me. That's insultation and insolence. It's disgusting.
I learned it from the master, JC.
Yes, your master. Who's your master? Say it.
Mr. Bell.
That's right. Just what I thought. Listen.
We're in cahoots, JC.
I know you are in cahoots. You're trying to corrupt Ian.
Well,
trying to turn him against God.
And we'll get him too, JC.
That's what you always say, and that's why people are afraid to stand up against you, not to syndicate your show, because they don't want to wake up with a horse head in their bed. Because you don't cross Godfather Norrie. That's one thing that's on the street that everybody knows.
I will say this thing, JC.
I'll stand against you.
We do love God, though. I will say that.
I love the Lord more than you. And I'm going to tell you what, God doesn't love you. God hates you.
God doesn't hate anybody,
yes,
JC.
He hates you, and he hates homosexuals and willful women and lesbians.
JC, go take your pill.
Excuse, I don't do drugs. That's your friend Mr. Bell who was telling everybody last weekend, do drugs, try drugs. Psychedelics are going to make you free, and abuse drugs. And
JC?
I don't do drugs.
Hang up on me so I'm not accused of hanging up on you.
How dare you? How dare you? Don't tell me what to do. You don't command me. I command you. I give you commands.
No, I give you the command.
No, I give you the
commands.
No,
I give you the commands. No, you. Good night, Jason. Art, I hope you're getting proud of me. I'm learning this guy. I really am doing the best I can. Let's go to our wild card line. You're on Coast to Coast. Hi there.
How dare you?
Oh, not you again. How did you get
How dare you?
Now what?
Star Trek, you know what I'm talking about. Star Trek.
What's wrong with Star Trek?
It's pornographic.
Star Trek is pornographic?
Yes, it's filthy, it's terrible, it's a shill for the New World Order and New World Orderisms, and I'm telling you right now that there's 40 years since Star Trek has been on the television. Look at where our country has gone, into the toilet.
Well, I don't think you could blame Star Trek for that, JC.
Oh, yes, you can.
Maybe something else.
That brainwashing mentality.
Oh, Star Trek is a fun show. I bet you're sitting there now in a Star Trek outfit with little tights.
How dare you?
Excuse me?
How dare you? You dare. You would dare to insinuate that I would be dressed up like you were talking about. Your listeners are all dressing up tonight in Star Trek uniforms.
Yeah, Trekkie
bunch of perverts.
Well, I bet you're there with little curled up slippers and enjoying the show.
How you dare to mock me?
I'm not
mocking God's 10-star general.
I'm not mocking you.
Yes, you are. Listen to your tone, Mr. Norrie. Now listen, Star Trek, it was subversiveness from the Soviet Union because William Shatner is a Canadian operative. And I'm telling you, they brought on the idea of having that weak-minded moron, Chekhov, the Russian, who was, he was an idiot, but they were still trying to bring in and make you sympathetic to the Russians' cause, that we can all live together and work together when we should, talking about uniting us in the world, when we need to be dividing up on our fighting lines and ready to fight like real Americans.
Well, you and I may agree on the battle, but Chekhov was not an idiot. He had a high IQ.
He was a moron.
JC, are you ever happy about anything?
I'm always happy. I'm happy when God lays out before me the plans for punishment of this planet.
Your girlfriend Edna left with a guy on a motorcycle.
Well, she was not my girlfriend.
Who was she?
Servant.
She was a servant?
That's right. That's the proper word for it. She served me.
How many people did you have serving you, JC?
That is classified information for me and the Lord to know only, and it's on a need-to-know basis.
JC,
you don't need to know.
You running some kind of commune or something?
I have a compound together of some like-minded individuals, which I would like to have the I Agree with JC line opened up one of these days.
I would do that with you.
Will call and profess their love for me.
Would you take phone calls and things like that?
Of course I would.
Well, I'm going to put you on hold and we can work out something.
Well, wait.
I'm not holding up yet. Don't worry. You're still with us.
I was saying that we need to divide up on our fighting lines. And I think the best way to start is to let the world know we're serious about when you wrong America, you wrong us for good. We need to drop atomic bombs. We need to use our atomic bombs. We need to hit the Japs again in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Let them know we're serious.
Oh, JC.
Just to remind them that's what you get for attacking on a Sunday morning.
JC.
When we're trying to sleep. And around Christmas time, you know how many Christmases they ruined with that?
JC, that was 60-some years ago. They paid their price.
Right. And it would show the world we're serious when you come to fighting with us. We're never going to let you forget, and we're serious about defeating our enemies. We need to use our A-bombs.
JC, I'm going to put you on hold now, and you can give Tom your phone number. My, oh my, what a way to get rolling here. Let's go to our wild card line. You're on the air with us. Hello there.
How dare you?
JC!
How dare you unleash that mad dog Morgus upon America? I was disgusted to hear him conjuring and cannibalizing and the disgusted wicked things that he does.
JC, he's a scientist.
He's a devil worshiper.
He is not.
He's a maniac. A madman. And you had the nerve to unleash him upon America. Now, let me tell you, this is the most dangerous time of year, and it's a double whammy this year because the devil's birthday, Halloween, people calling in talking about how they want to celebrate Halloween and dress their houses up and dress people up in costumes and celebrate the devil's birthday. It's disgusting.
Don't you give out candy to the little kids?
I do not. I do not give out anything on Halloween. Well, I'll tell you what, Halloween should be illegal. I want to ban Halloween.
I bet you dress up like a devil and go out and take candy from everybody.
I do not. I make sure to hand out the Bible if I hand out anything. When they come to my door, I preach at them. I tell them all they're sinners. You're all going to go to hell.
I want to be a follower of yours, JC. I've decided to go right.
I find that hard to believe, Mr. Norrie, Mr. Nighthawk.
You mean you won't take me as a convert?
You have to prove your loyalty to me.
Well, how do I do that?
Give me the radio program.
Excuse me, JC?
Yes. I will host the program. You will announce me, and it will be my show. We can spread the gospel together if you're serious, Mr. Norrie, or if this is just another one of your criminally masterminded tricks upon me.
How often would you have to be on?
Every night.
Every night? Do we have to pay you?
Of course you have to pay me.
JC, I want to be a follower. I want to go the righteous way.
Well, all followers, of course, turn over all financial assets and worldly goods to my possession for the betterment of mankind.
So I should do that, you think?
Well, most certainly.
Go to my bank account and just collect what I do have, which is not a lot, JC, and just
give it all to God. Give it all to God, as I say. Give it to God.
But through you.
Of course. Well, do you speak to God? No.
I try to.
He doesn't talk back to you, does he?
Well, once in a while, I think.
No. Mr. Norrie, that is where you and I are different. I have direct communication, being God's 10-star general in a war against media pornography. And I'm disgusted at your program tonight. And your callers don't make any sense. The only one that made any sense was the lady talking about squishing frogs, stomping on frogs. I like to do that, but I do it to cats.
You squash cats, JC?
Yep.
I'm not sure. I'm not over with your truck.
Yes.
You should be put away. I'm not sure I want to follow you. I threw you.
I knew you were lying.
I threw you an olive branch and you just rejected it.
Because I reject everything that you stand for, Mr. Norrie. You stand for the demonic corruption of all Christians. You're against all things godly and good.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm just against you, JC.
You bring on dope smokers who talk about how much love they have for getting high, and you had that Mick on the other night talking about we people and all kinds of disgusting things and celebrating Halloween. This is the most dangerous time.
I'm going to follow the righteousness of Mr. Bell and team up against you.
Mr. Bell, you both. I don't have the power against me. I have the power against you. And I'm going to tell you what. We're not going to be celebrating the devil's birthday this year because I'm going to make a law banning. I officially declare Halloween banned, and I forbid you from speaking of it. And you and your friend, Mr. Bell, who is turned against his own country and defected.
No, he hasn't defected.
He's defected to China.
No, he just went through a situation and needed to go.
Well, listen, if you love America, you stay. If you hate it, you leave.
Where's Edna?
I have no idea. I was calling to ask you that. Have you?
I don't know where she is.
You're harboring her. One of your listeners is.
Well, that may be true. She jumped on his motorcycle, you said.
Listen.
Because she probably liked him better than you.
How dare you? She was corrupted by you and your listeners.
She was not, JC. She probably saw this motorcycle guy and thought he was attractive and jumped on his bike.
You know why? Because she would have her mind was messed up and pornographized.
She's wearing one of those jackets now with some kind of slogan on the back.
How dare you? How dare you mock?
Says, I don't like JC anymore. So,
what?
Well, that's probably on her jacket. Don't get mad at me.
I do not... Mr. Norrie, you're trying to get me off of my message, which is I'm trying to bring love.
I'm doing well, aren't I?
And listen, your listeners you're talking about these shadow people and demonetry and demonism. You were disgusting.
You had me, JC. I was going to give you my money, my pot of gold. I was going to donate it to you.
I knew it was a trick. I knew you were trying to trick me into something. How much money do you have?
Well, probably, I don't know.
Listen,
couple thousand.
But you're trying to entice me with worldly goods, and that doesn't work on me.
Well, you were prepared to take it.
Not for me, for the Lord.
Hey, did you hear me play the harmonica?
I did.
What'd you think?
My ears are still ringing from the terrible shrillness of your harmonica playing, and it was terrible.
Have you ever said anything nice about anything?
No.
What an ogre you must be.
Yes, I say nice things about the Lord. I am not an ogre.
I mean, do you celebrate Thanksgiving with your loved ones? Do you have loved ones?
I celebrate Thanksgiving. I'm thankful that we came and took this land away from those savages.
You steal turkeys from people, don't you?
Don't you call me a turkey, sir. You, sir, are a turkey. If I've ever heard one.
How come you continue to take this abuse, JC?
I don't know. You know, because I'm charged with giving out the Lord's words.
Don't cry.
I'm not crying. I don't cry. That's one thing. Men don't cry. And what we need to do is get America back on track.
Well, hey, we agree with something. You're right about that.
I don't think you agree with me. I think your criminality and the criminal nature of the content of your character is what's causing you, what's driving you to hate America.
I love America, JC.
No, you do not.
I was in the military. Were you?
Excuse me? Of course I'm in the military. God's 10-star general.
Not that military.
I am God's 10-star general in the war against media pornography. There's only one military that matters.
Trick or treat. What are you? I hear horns in the background. What do you have?
Do not mind that.
What's happening back there?
Nothing is happening back
JC, are you having some kind of party there?
No.
You are, aren't you?
No. I am not having a party.
Is this the commune that you were kind of hinting about?
Listen.
JC?
I had a video monitor running, and I was monitoring some of the enemy's material.
What kind of video are you watching, JC?
Excuse me?
JC? What kind of
classified information? I was monitoring enemy transmissions.
JC, you're not into some hanky-panky stuff, are you?
How dare you?
That was JC.
Oh, it's the devil himself, JC. I think it's JC.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Hello? How dare you call me the devil when you know that you are the devil? The devil's mouthpiece.
For heaven's sake. The devil's mouthpiece. That's what you always called me. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. It is a symptomatic symptom of the sickness that is surging and blowing up in this nation that row after row and house after house is decorated to celebrate your master's birthday. Halloween, the most evil day of the year.
How do you know they're just not celebrating an early Christmas? And what in the world is wrong with a carved-out pumpkin, JC?
Because a carved pumpkin is an invitation for demonic possession.
It is?
It is, yes, it is. It's a symptom of satanic worship.
And that's why they put a candle inside.
That's right, so it'll draw the Satan from the flames. They create like a tiny inferno. It's a mini replication of hell to draw forth demons into your household and into your body.
So in other words, when they put a little smile on the pumpkin, that's really
an
evil smile.
That's exactly how the devil operates. He smiles at you. He says, look at all the wonderful, salacious things I have for you to enjoy. I'm your best friend. I'm your buddy. I'm the one who gave you information when God wouldn't give you information. I'm the one that gave you sex and pleasure and pornography and drugs and rock and roll and food and all the things that you can enjoy.
Wait a minute. What's wrong with sex?
Everything is wrong with it. Sex is dirty. It's disgusting. It's
JC, you know what? That's why Edna took the car and split.
No, it's because the devil distorted her deceptions and created her to become one of his disciples, and she was distorted. Sex is not meant for pleasure. People have got it all wrong. You are to use that.
You know, that's it. That's why she left. That's why she left, JC. She had it with you. Obviously, you probably
because I wasn't going to give her sex.
There you go.
But that's implying that we were in that kind of a relationship, and we weren't.
And you know, she was actually a big supporter of yours. She sent me countless emails, JC.
Yes, she did.
And she was a supporter of yours, and I guess she just finally, she wasn't getting enough.
From God is to say that if anyone's so righteous as to be in the service of God's 10-star, now recognize 10-star general that I am, can be dissuaded and decepted and pulled away into satanic service, then you know that you are in danger as well, and it's a wake-up call from God. That listen, there's punishments coming, Mr. Bell. You think these earthquakes aren't they're from God?
Like earthquakes from God?
Yes, to punish.
So so I take it the Hawaiian people have misbehaved?
Yes, because they do exotic dancing and they're always naked on savage islands like that, where they don't put their clothes on.
Savage islands? Now wait a minute. You're saying the hula is evil?
Yes, it's a satanic sexual ritual to worship satanic gods. It's not American, is it?
Well, yes, it is. Actually, Hawaii, believe it or not, JC, actually was admitted as a state sometime.
Well, I don't recognize them.
You don't?
Well, no, because...
What about Alaska?
No, because Alaska is a sleeper state for Russia. That's another thing I want to talk about. Is that the Russians... That's a trick. The Alaskans are all Russian sleeper agents, and they've got a foothold in our nation, and they're going to invade down through Canada. You watch, Mr. Bell. It's already happening. And that's the problem with Canadians and Alaskans is they can look and act like regular Americans, and they're much more of a threat than Mexicans because they're actually smart.
JC, let's get the view of an Alaskan on that. In Fairbanks, Alaska, Jeff, you're on with JC.
Oh, no.
Hello, you Alaskan traitor!
Oh, did you hear that, Jeff?
Yeah.
Defend thyself,
Are you guys actually Russian agents? Agents of the devil?
Yeah, how much vodka have you drank tonight, you Russian, Ruski communist?
Well, I'm French, actually.
Oh, that's
you hear that, JC? He's French.
How dare you try to make it out by saying I'm French? You French freak!
Oh, JC. Be nice.
I am being nice. I'm trying to help him.
Here, I'm letting you talk to my audience. Somebody from Alaska.
Defend yourself, you Frenchie. Come on now. What you got? Bring it to an American.
Let him have it, Jeff.
I don't know what to say to this guy. I think JC stands for just crazy.
How
there you go.
You?
Well, yeah, I guess he dares.
You insultate me in such a manner?
Insultate you?
He's insulted me, Mr. Bell. And
the fact that Edna,
get someone who agrees with me, Mr. Bell.
The fact that Edna split is obvious evidence to, I think, all of us that even in your personal life. By the way, do you know where she went?
I have no idea. Last I heard, she was hanging out with truck drivers and truck stops.
Really?
We're tracking her, though. We're going to find her and bring her back home to the Lord. And in the meantime, I am looking for a new servant. And they can reach me at Boiling Pit.
Servant? Wait a minute. You trample upon all women when you say something like that. What do you mean, servant?
Women need to get back in the kitchen, back to the kids, and do what they're told. Listen, this is another reason why God is angry at America, because women, they don't know their place anymore. Let me tell you, a woman is best when seen and not heard, but not seen wearing salacious things like... women these days, I go out to the mall and they've got belly button rings and skirts and shorts so small, I can't believe what I see. And they need to cover up. The women need to cover up and shut up. And it's great when a woman is working at home and cleaning the kitchen and raising the children and doing her man's bidding. But like Ann, who is that? Ann Coulter? Is that her name? That had that book recently?
Yes.
She's a wonderful conservative, but where's her husband?
Well, I don't know. Where's Edna? Robin in Boulder, Colorado. You're on the air with JC. Any comments for JC?
Permission. Oh, Lordy. Wait, woman.
No, let JC. Let Robin say something.
I had to give her permission first.
You had to give you permission to speak, Robin.
Well, I live with a cat, and
You hear that, JC?
Yes, you live with a cat. Continue.
And she helps me in the kitchen.
She does.
But mostly I like to wear the pants.
Are you a lesbian? Because it sounds to me like you're a lesbian.
Well, I am.
Oh my God! I knew it. God, Lord, thank you so much for. See, God gives me all the information I need to know.
Oh, my cat is. My cat.
Now wait a minute, JC. What do you have against lesbians, for goodness sakes?
Because they rampage across America and they hate men. Now. Let me tell you,
now, wait a minute, JC. That's not necessarily true. It might be, but it's not necessarily true. Robin, do you hate men?
Oh, no, and by the way, my
have you ever been in a fist fight with a lesbian? Let me tell you, they'll take you to task.
I'm sure that if she could have a shot at you right now, she'd... how about that, Robin?
Well, I'm kind of a...
What's wrong with you away from men?
I'm kind of a mouse. I don't do much rampage.
Oh, you're right. That's a lie.
How many girls
have you tried to steal away from men? How many married women have you tried to seduce in your time? With a Tupperware party. Come on over for Tupperware.
Not too awful many. I'm kind of over that now.
Now, I know what happens at lesbian Tupperware parties.
Lesbian Tupperware parties?
Yes.
Well, you tell me.
I can't disclose those kinds of salacious details on the airwaves. There's something called the FCC, and I don't want to violate their laws and rules.
That gives me an idea. I had never thought about having a lesbian Tupperware party. But now that you've given me that idea, I might have to give that a try.
Yeah, it's a way to make money, JC. You just gave her...
No. Listen.
A very capitalistic idea, a lesbian Tupperware party.
I bet I could get rich and meet the ladies.
This is why you were so deceptive, Mr. Bell, because you could turn the Lord's words around and turn them into satanic propaganda. You truly are the devil's mouthpiece. This is an example right here of why you are so evil. and Missy, look, what you need to do is take off the flannel shirt, get into a church, and find a man. All you need is the right man that will change you back, turn you into a...
I'm sure that Robin would say that lesbianism is simply as natural to her as heterosexuality. Well, I won't say is to you because you don't want anything to do with sex, but to most other people.
You are implying against my heterosexuality, my manliness?
No, you said you don't.
Well, I just wanted to say what I'd do if I was invisible.
What would you do if you were invisible, Robin?
I'd come to the Philippines and I'd be your bodyguard so that nobody would be jumping on you or anything.
I appreciate that, and there you have it, JC.
What?
See, that was a very nice young lady.
No, she's a disgustated sinner, in my opinion, and she is going to be thrown personally by me into the boiling pits of sewage out in the afterlife.
Oh, now you've elevated yourself to the position of God.
Oh no, I'm going to be right there with God.
Only God can throw somebody into the pits of sewage.
Excuse me?
Only God can toss somebody into the flaming...
No, you misread, Mr. Bell. That's going to be one of my jobs is to help God out. I've been advising God on all this plan. And I'm going to be there with them, throwing people into the boiling pits of sewage. That's one of the great things that I'm looking forward to.
You think a great deal of yourself, don't you?
I do.
How do you know, JC, that God approves of the kind of, I don't know, nasty rhetoric that you spew every time you get...
Because I speak to God directly.
Oh, right.
Yes, I do. How do you think I got the new revelation, Mr. Bell?
I haven't seen the new revelation, that is to say...
You've seen some of the new commandments when I sent them to you.
That's true. Do you want to review some of those for the audience?
At this time, I'd like to speak to more of the audience so I can...
All right. Let's see, Timothy in San Francisco. You're on there with JC.
Yes. Oh, good evening, Art, and God bless you and love your family.
Well, thank you.
You're very most distinguished radio talk show host. I've been listening to you for about...
Hello, Timothy.
You're on with JC.
You're calling from San Francisco, aren't you?
Yes.
The homosexual capital of the world.
Yeah, I'm a real queer. Yeah, I'm a queer.
Yes, I can tell that. I I didn't even have to say it.
Yeah, I'm a queer, yeah.
Yeah, right.
So why don't you act like a gentleman and grow up a little bit and, you know... And...
Who are you to tell me what to do? Listen, you no good pervert, you San Francisco. Why don't you just go back to your bathhouses and your little opium dens out there where all you sickos smoke medical pot and get together for hedonistic orgies of evil?
I have 3 PhDs and a member of the Council of Foreign Relations.
Your book smarts don't mean nothing to me, Mr. PhD.
I'm a philosopher, and I have
brains aren't going to mean a darn thing.
background in psychology,
and I like judgment upon you for your...
Wait a minute. One at a time here. JC, give the guy a chance.
I like to psychoanalyze you, JC. I like to I'm doing research
You're
now.
a psycho.
Pardon me?
Well, go ahead.
All right. Now, JC, has it occurred to you that you call everybody a psycho? You call everybody evil. And
yes,
now,
I do.
Yes, but there's a little pathology here, buddy. If everybody's evil, that might mean, you should consider that you're the different one, JC.
No, I'm the only one walking the righteous path. It's terrible to be it's like being locked in a world gone mad with crazy sinners everywhere who are worshiping Satan, bowing down on the streets to kiss
You're the only one running an angry path. You're on a totally angry path.
I have a right to be angry. I'm watching my country be destroyed by hippies.
By hippies? You're going to have a heart attack, JC.
Let me tell you that the hippies of old with their long hair, now you have hippies, they've got things in their faces, and they're all dressed in black everywhere you go, and they...
What do you think would happen if I took your blood pressure right now?
Took my blood pressure.
That's right.
My blood pressure would probably be through the roof, as it should be, because I'm angry. Not enough Americans are angry to defend us against satanic onslaught of evil.
All right. Los Angeles and Patrick, you're on with JC.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
I'm okay. JC's not so good, though.
Yeah, he sounds a little wound up. I think it's those homoerotic tendencies he has.
You know, JC, this caller makes a good point.
You would dare to say that to me? It would figure if someone from Los Angeles, the pornography capital of the world, where your own police are selling pornography in Japantown. It figures.
Oh, you heard that last call. You know...
I wasn't
JC,
surprised.
I think the caller makes a damn good point. You protest an awful lot.
Excuse me?
You protesteth an awful lot about people of other sexual proclivity.
Right. If I don't protest, who will?
I think it's like the Catholic priest that goes into the priesthood to hide his homoerotic tendencies. I think JC's got the same thing going on.
How dare you accuse me of being a Catholic? That's disgusting. I am not a papist puppet.
Well, I'll sacrifice a goat for you tonight, JC, but...
I'm sure you will, you sinning, salacious, no good...
I really called to tell
Are you gonna have relations with that there goat first?
Probably.
I knew it! That's how they do it in Los Angeles.
The goat aside for a moment. The goat aside for a moment. This might interest you, JC. Invisibility just around the corner. Caller, what would you do if you could become invisible?
Well, the first thing I would do is I'd take my wife and we'd go to Las Vegas and make a lot of money. And then the second thing I'd do while I was there, I would go to Area 51 and see exactly what's going on.
That's another thing. There is no such thing as Area 51, and Las Vegas is another sin-filled city that God is going to smite the first chance he gets when Armageddon comes, and it can't come a minute too soon.
You really think Las Vegas is evil? You honestly think it's evil?
Las Vegas is the gambling capital of the world. People go there to gamble and watch stage shows. And Elvis performed there.
And you have never gambled, JC?
Never.
Never?
I have never gambled.
So it's like sex. All right.
I've never done anything sinful in my life, Mr. Bell.
Never done anything sinful in your life?
I'm pure righteous light.
Dave, just down from Alaska, you're on with JC if you can handle it.
Oh, no problem. Hey, Art, this is Downtown Dave. I used to call quite a bit in the 90s.
Yes.
And congratulations on your new marriage. I got to tell you, I'm a little jealous of you and Major Ed Dames.
I see. Well, thank you.
And I'd like to talk about your marriages more in the future, will you?
Okay. But right now, JC's here.
Hey, JC, are you washed in the blood, and what's your least favorite scripture?
Excuse me, my least favorite scripture? I'd probably say the Book of Mormon.
bothers me.
No, we're talking about the Bible. We got to get some common ground here. You just can't be such an isolationist.
Excuse me, well, if you're talking about the Bible, I love the entire Bible, but my favorite scripture is Revelations.
No, he asked you for your least. Wait a minute,
your least favorite one.
Yeah.
I don't have any least favorite parts of the Bible.
Well,
you're trying to get me to insult the Bible. There's no bad parts. I'm telling you, it's a good read from cover to cover.
It's all good. But, the fact is I'm trying to see Jesus in you, and I think Jesus don't talk as much as you do.
Listen, you first have no way to judge me.
Oh,
and
I'm
if
a
you're
Christian.
trying to see
hey,
Jesus
I'm
in me and you can't, then you must be a blind person.
You know what?
Wait a minute, JC.
Don't you raise your voice to me, sir.
The power of life and death are in the tongue. Art Bell knows that, and that's why he's got so much life, because he's got a great tongue.
He's got a forked tongue. He's got a devil lizard tongue that he sits there and he flicks out at the microphone and sends his evil out over the airwaves to corrupt America.
The fact is, you know what? Are you part of the answer or part of the problem?
I am the solution to the problem that plagues America. The sin that bubbles up in the streets and the blowing pits of sewage is going to consume all sinners one day, forthright, when God proclaims victory over the enemy and says, I cast you down, sinner. I cast you, caller, down, down, down. Beneath my feet, get beneath me, Satan. I stomp on you and step on you, and you have no power here.
Otherwise, it's been a great half hour. JC and caller, thank you
Mr.
both.
Bell?
You've got to go,
One more
JC.
thing.
Very quick.
Your friend, Dr. Tess Gerritsen, and her devil book, I'm going to preach against her when she calls, so she better be ready.
Bye-bye, JC. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
Wildcard line, you're on Coast to Coast. Hi there.
I am disgusted by the deluge of disinformation by this flea-bitten, red-coated British blowhard. How dare you deny Genesis? Mr. Whatever your name is, Doctor, where do you get off denying the word for word perfection of the book of Genesis? Answer me, please.
Okay. Well, I'm glad somebody did raise that, actually. The thing is, I think Genesis is based on a lot of legends that were around at the time. A lot of the things that are stated as fact in Genesis, I think, were never intended to be taken as fact. I think they're based on legends like Gilgamesh that were around at the time in Mesopotamia. And I think it's only when you get later into the Bible that it becomes a historical document. It was never intended to be a science textbook. And I think people that follow that line are mistaken. I think they're diminishing Christianity because of it. God is much more powerful than that. He's behind the whole universe. He's not a tinkerer in the affairs of human beings. I think there's an overall supreme deity, but not a sort of meddler in human affairs. I think that's diminishing it. So I think I prefer my brand of Christianity to yours.
JC gets a little overheated sometimes.
Yeah, I think he's fun though. He's got a sense of humor. Obviously, you'd have to be a person like that.
There is one great advantage to the screening technique that we have, and that is that you can glance up at the screen and see what's waiting. So here, direct from the burning, stewing pits of sewage is JC.
Mr. Bell, how dare you? You're a dirty disgustator taking over the airwaves, and I'm telling you that the threat to America is not coming from little green men. It's little blue donkeys who have gone against the will of God and put my country has been hijacked in the last days.
Little blue donkeys.
Yes.
You must mean the Democrats.
It's terrible. It's disgusting.
I didn't even know what you were politically, JC. What are you?
I am a super Christian conservative. You know me. You know what I stand for. You know
so you continue to carry the water, do you?
Excuse me? I continue to wage the war against media pornography, corruption, and disgustation that I see going across our nation. And it's disgusting to me that a woman is going to be running things in the house. A woman is meant to clean the house, not run the house.
See, that's why your woman ran away. That's why Edna split in the first place, JC, is because of that attitude. She was
corruptized by your pornographizers.
Oh, sure.
That's why she ran away, is because she had her fragile little woman mind
corrupted by pornography.
Have you heard from her yet? Have you heard from her, JC, since she's moved on to greener pastures?
I have not, but we have some good information as to where she may be.
And what do you intend to do?
We intend to return her to her rightful duties at the compound.
Drag her back to the kitchen. Is that it?
Yes, the kitchen. There's a whole lot that needs to be done, and she needs to do it. And I'm telling you right now that if I could get Ann Coulter to come to my compound, that would be great, because she needs a man to back her up so that what she says has validity.
Is that so? So Ann Coulter would be welcome and a replacement for Edna, eh?
Oh, sure, Ann. It makes a lot of sense, but I don't see it being qualified by a man. That's the only problem, is she's a willful woman.
Well, willful, huh? So, in other words, she was using your computer to bring in this pornography that you claim corrupted.
No, she wasn't bringing it in. It was your listeners that were sending it, Mr. Bell.
My listeners?
Yes, your listeners. You know that.
Well, now, they don't even know your email address, JC. How could they possibly...
Boiling pits of sewage at yahoo.com. It used to be Edna Pringle at yahoo.com until it got annihilated.
Until she left.
It was deleted. I don't know who destroyed it.
Deleted.
Yes. Something happened, and I believe she wiped the files so that I wouldn't be able to contact all these people so that I could administer them to the new revelation, which needs to save America. And little green men, if they are any such things, they're devils. Demons.
Actually, JC, that is a possibility.
I know it is. I
hate to agree with you, but that is certainly a possibility. But if you look up into the night sky, I doubt you do it very regularly. How can you but not imagine there's life there, JC?
People should be outside at night. They should be indoors.
Indoors?
Safe. Cats roam the night.
Well, listen, you got to be able to have lesbian Tupperware parties somewhere.
Excuse me?
You got to be able to have lesbian Tupperware parties somewhere.
Oh, do not disgustate me with such things. And those are going to happen more and more frequently. Now they're going to be forcing the lesbian agenda upon America. That's what's happening, because she is from where? San Francisco.
Now, Edna didn't leave you for another woman, did she?
No! She left me for apparently someone who rode a motorcycle, and now she's taken up with a truck driver.
A truck driver?
She's turned into a raving rabid hussy.
So she's going back and forth across America hauling who knows what?
Probably drugs. Because we all know that drugs are one of the reasons that America is being destroyed.
Well, listen, JC, we have probably the largest trucker audience in the world, of any radio program in the whole world. So there's a great chance that Edna is, in the passenger seat, probably, listening to you. That's right. So this is your opportunity to say to Edna whatever you want to say to entice her back to the compound.
I'm going to use the most enticing words I can. Women, get home where you belong.
That's it, huh?
That's what I have to say, is that she needs to get back at the feet of her man, wherever a woman should be. Women need to stop talking. That's one step. That's one step to getting America back to where we need it. Women need to shut their mouth, get back in the kitchen, and do what they're told, because a man's will is the will that runs America, runs the family, and if we had stronger men who would stand up and be men, because all men are afraid to be men nowadays, and they need to run their families and run their women and keep their women quiet and covered up. And that's another reason why those Arabs want to kill us, is because we have hussies running around with barely nothing on. That's the whole reason.
All right, JC, that's about as much as I can handle. But I can kind of picture Edna right now, probably in a miniskirt, JC. I don't know, probably hauling down I-40 somewhere next to a trucker. That's quite a picture. That man is, a lot of people after he's come on will write to me and say, that's something kind of set up. It's got to be Phil Henry, it's got to be this, it's got to be that. It's no setup. Whether or not it's Phil, I have no way of knowing for sure, but it's absolutely not a setup. He's been calling the show for years, and there's no setup about it. He is just what he is, as is everybody else on here.
Next up, Wildcard Line, you're on Coast to Coast. Hi there.
I am so insulted, Mr. Norrie.
Woo.
First of all, I'm going to tell you I have an urgent message about Christmas. But first, your boy Timmy, he cursed me
sassed me and harassed me the other night.
He did?
Yes, he did.
Well, first of all,
he disrespected me.
Merry Christmas, JC.
Well, it's about time, and this is my urgent message I have about Christmas, because God has given me a revelation and a warning to all Americans and all Christians, because Christmas is being destroyed. And I'm going to tell you what, that God has revealed something to me.
How's it being destroyed, JC?
Because there is an impostulator out there who is storing Christmas away from baby Jesus. And I'm going to tell you what, you know, and everyone knows who he is. Yes, I'm going to tell you what, Mr. Norrie, that when you look at the words, Santa Claus, when you rearrange the first words, and this is in the clamp code, the code I'm working on, when you rearrange the word Santa, it spells Satan! It's Satan! It's Satan! It's the devil, Satan! Beelzebub! The evil one, the brainer!
Calm down, JC. Calm down. You're flipping out on us.
Because America, I'm seeing America destroyed. I'm seeing
breakdown.
Yes.
You are. Calm down.
It's an urgent message. I've got to warn everybody. Stop worshiping the devil. They're worshiping the devil. The devil. The devil. On Jesus' birthday.
Did you ever see the movie The Miracle on 34th Street?
No!
Where the little Santa Claus left his little his walking cane. It was kind of a neat, cute movie.
It's the devil's cane. It's the cane of the devil. The devil, and I'm telling you that this is the devil.
You mean when you were a little boy, you never sat on Santa's lap and asked for Christmas presents?
I'm going to tell you what. I ran up and punched that Santa in the nose, and I said, "You are the devil." And I knew that it was the devil. And I'm going to tell you what, Mr. Norrie, because he has 13 elves, and that's the covens of witches. And his red suit, that's the suit of communism, because he's bringing a false gift. Jesus gave a great gift to the world, his life. And what's more important than that? And now everybody wants things under their trees. And they bring in trees, which are pagan symbols. And I tell you what my Christmas decorations are.
Yeah, what?
I hang up bloody crosses.
Bloody crosses?
Yes, to celebrate.
JC.
And I'm telling you what, Mr. Norrie.
Do you give presents out to your friends? Well, you don't have friends.
I do. I give the gift of my wonderful ministry.
You don't have Edna? You don't have friends?
How dare you bring up Edna?
Well, you brought her up the first time, not me. I didn't even know who she was until you started.
We are close to bringing her back.
Do you know where she is?
The Lord, we are working together to find her. Satan is definitely trying to keep her away from
She's been away now a long time.
Oh, Mr. Norrie, you taunt me, and that is why God punished your city of St. Louis. That is why I'll tell you another thing, God is also punishing the Philippines because Art moved there and took the hurricanes with him. If you noticed, America hasn't been hit by one since he left. Not one. And God's trying to get him. Why do you think Art Bell had all them towers around him and wires to draw off the lightning strikes that God was bringing down on him?
What? So what are you going to do about Santa Claus when he comes down your chimney, JC?
If anyone comes down my chimney, they're getting around a double-out buck. That's what they're going to get.
All right, JC.
I'll take care of them that way. And don't you panderize me, mister.
I'm not panderizing.
And I've been getting hateful emails from your people on your message board.
I have my minions taking care of
The nighthawkers have been calling me on the emailing me, sending me pornography.
What? No, they don't send you pornography.
Yes, they do.
What's your idea of pornography? So what's your New Year's resolution, or as you would say, restitution?
Excuse me? Are you mocking me, Mr. Norrie?
Sort of. What's your New Year's resolution?
You dare to mock. I'm going to tell you what my resolution is.
Good. You got
My resolution is to have a military theocracy across America. I look forward to the day when we have a military theocracy. When we have a new moral America.
You never served in the military.
I am in the... You're a liar. I'm God's 10-star general. How much higher can you get than that?
I mean in the military.
I was in the military, and I am in the military. I'm leading the charge against the devil, who is coming to you in the form of that pagan god, Santa Claus.
and it's Satan Claus, and that's what everyone needs to remember. And they need to go and rip down these menorahs and smash in Kwanzaa displays and kick down these pagan Christmas trees and rip off lights. And when you see a Santa Claus, punch him in the nose, because that's an impostuator.
Sounds like you're getting ready for your debate with the devil worshiper.
I'm going to whip the devil worshiper. I will. You tell that Dimitri, that no good bum, that he's going down.
You know,
he's going down against the I am God's 10 stars.
You know, he is afraid of you. You know that.
Afraid of me. He fears me. He
does. I'll admit that. He is afraid of you.
He's wringing his hands, and he's worrying because he's saying, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Because JC has challenged me.
Well, I don't know if he's saying, oh, my God. He may be saying, oh,
he's
my
saying,
devil.
oh, my devil. He's saying, oh, my devil. That's right. You're right. You're right, Mr. Norrie. For once in your crime-ridden career, you're right. But I'm going to tell you what. In the recent defeat in the Senate means nothing. America is going to rise. We're going to rise to a military theocracy. And we are going to have an America where there's morals and people. I'm going to tell you what. When I go out on the street and I see what these people are wearing, the women are wearing, it's disgusting, Mr. Norrie. We don't need women running around with strings up their backsides and drinking and food porn. That's another aspect of the Santa Claus. Worshipping of the Santa Claus is you put out food. Food.
Oh, cookies.
What does he do?
Cookies and milk. JC, cookies and milk, JC.
That's right. A fatso. It's about making yourself fat like him.
All right, JC, you go have a good Christmas.
What excuse me, Mr. Norrie? What did you say to me? Have a good Christmas?
Have a good Christmas, JC.
Don't you tell me to have a good Christmas.
Well, you want me to tell you to have a bad Christmas?
No, you say have a God-blessed Christmas. And excuse me?
I'm listening to you, JC. Maybe you're hearing voices.
You're mocking me. And will you tell Timmy that he's a boy?
It's Tommy.
Tommy?
Tommy.
Well, tell him I said, boy, get in your place.
All right, JC. That's JC. It's time to send JC on his way. He's going to have an interesting evening tonight, isn't he?
Somebody here wants to talk to you. We have JC on the other line.
Hello?
JC, you're talking to Les, the former Antichrist.
Oh, this guy, you are not the Antichrist, buddy. You're a faker, a fraudulator, and you're no good. And I'm insulted that you would put me on with this person. I don't want to share time with him. Whatever happened to Dimitri?
Well, I've made 3 specific predictions, and I've done this.
You name nothing, buddy. Wait. One thing that Laura Schlesinger breaking out in the song would be a harbinger of the end times, but you just sound like a moron.
But hold on a second. If that happens on January 16th, that Dr. Laura suddenly releases her first album or something like that.
Well, then we'll know it was satanically arranged.
Okay, then you know that he's right. You won't know until January 16th whether he's telling the truth or not.
I'll tell you what, if that horse mouth starts singing, I'm heading to the bomb shelter.
Okay. Horse mouth, that's just unkind.
He's disgusting.
Okay,
the woman out of place.
Okay, so Les, the Antichrist, we will watch for that prediction on the 16th.
Les, you're going to burn in hell.
Why is he going to burn in hell?
Because he's taken up with the devil.
No, he's rejected the devil. He could have been the Antichrist. He turned down the role of Antichrist to be a truck driver, he said.
A bunch of hooey. If I've ever heard it.
Okay, but you're for real.
He's probably a druggie. Now, Ian, darn it, you disappoint me, boy.
I'm glad to hear that.
I'm trying to speak with you. I'm trying to talk to you. You're a continuous disappointment to me.
Wait, you don't talk to anybody. You yell at people.
Well, I have to get my message across.
I would love to hear you talk to somebody, but instead...
I am talking.
You are... It's like I'm...
Close your mouth and open your ear, boy.
It's like I pull up at a stoplight and you're standing there on a corner with a megaphone. You can just talk to me.
In fact, I went to Bullhorn George Norrie, but he tricked me. He went to San Diego instead of... He was supposed to be in San Jose. That's where I went to.
Wow.
I had my bullhorn ready and everything.
Okay.
Now listen, Ian, you, like I said, are a continuous disappointment, continuing to carry the water for Art and George, and you think they're so cool because Art Bell smokes cigarettes and hangs out on ham radio. Now, what's wrong with Art? He's just playing hooky. He's a slacker. He's lazy. He's no good, and he's snuck back into the country. I can't believe it.
Wait, Art stopped smoking.
What do you mean he stopped smoking?
Did you hear him? He stopped smoking.
If you believe that, you believe anything. I know that Art Bell he's probably smoking marijuana.
Okay, it's fine.
Don't you hang up on me, boy. Listen, I have some more things to talk about.
I'm not hanging up on you. Go ahead.
Are you ready?
Can I talk to JC for a minute?
Who's that?
This is the Antichrist.
Okay, go ahead, Antichrist.
Not the Antichrist.
JC, I've given a second and a third prediction. If all three of them come true, are you going to reconsider your attitude toward me?
No, because what I'll know is that the devil will have made them happen at that point.
Well, how do you know the difference between the work of the devil and the work of Yahweh?
Excuse me, do you know who you are talking to? God's 10-star general in the war against media pornography. Buddy, I think I know the difference between God's work and the devil's work.
I didn't ask you if you thought you knew. I asked you for a specific answer.
I tell you what, Les,
don't get started with me.
Wait, JC, I'm going to wrap things up with Les. Now, Les, thank you for your conversation. And so we have Dr. Laura's going to start singing. A celebrity who's been afflicted with something for the last 40 years will be healed. And then what's the third prediction?
That was the third prediction. The second one is
Listen to you.
Oh, hold on, JC. I'm just trying to finish. Go ahead, Les.
The second prediction will be a well-known talk show host, not one on the midnight side, but on the daytime side, will experience, what shall I say, a work of chastisement that will bring them to a full place of healing if they pay attention to it. That's as specific as I can be tonight.
Okay.
I will call back this week and give you the specifics of that one.
All right. We will look forward to that. And I'm not sure why all of these predictions have to do with radio celebrities or whatever, but fair enough. We'll find out more about that. Now, thank you, Les. Now, go ahead, JC. You want to finish yelling at me?
I was going to tell you about the Martians, the really demons. That everybody thinks that the Martians are coming and that they are our masters and that they created us. I hear this constantly. I can't stand it. And they're devils, they're demons who come at you and they do perverted things to people. If that's not a devil, I don't know one.
Can you give me an example of that?
I don't want to get into the disgusting facts. I'm sure I've heard
it up
on this program. And as far as weirdos, you're definitely going to be able to get, with the freak shows you got out there, you're going to be able to get all kinds of freaks. Now listen to me.
Yes, sir.
I am telling you, Ian, that you've got to renounce Art Bell, renounce George Norrie and their demonetry, and join my ministry, boy. If you really are a preacher man for the Lord, come out to the compound. You can have Edna's old room, and we will put you on the payroll.
How much will I get?
I'm not going to disclose monetary figures.
Well, come on.
We'll take you to Walmart once a week. We'll take you to a buffet once a week. Where you can you won't be able to have any food porn, boiled food only.
Just tell me, what was Edna pulling down? That's all I want to know. You don't have to tell me what you pay me, but what was Edna getting?
Pull down? Excuse me?
I don't mean like her pants or anything. I'm just saying, money-wise, how much was Edna making before she lost her room there?
Oh, you want to know what? She was getting nothing.
She was getting nothing?
The privilege of serving a man of God. That was what she was getting. The soul fulfillment. Fulfillment of being at the feet of God's 10-star general, where women belong, because we all know, women, that's another thing. Women shouldn't be on the road. I almost got clobbered in my truck today by some woman driver, and I screamed at her. I said, "You woman! Get off the road!"
Now, JC, if you expect me to live in Edna's room, do you expect me to service you the same way you were expecting Edna to service you?
I don't have to take this kind of insultation.
Yeah, it took long enough. I tried to get rid of him earlier, but so there you go. Can you be weirder than that? Could you be weirder than the last 5 minutes of Coast to Coast? Is it possible? Then we give you the special topic line. And the conflict between Les, the so-called Antichrist, and the so-called JC.
Reaching out to...
I stand insulted.
Yeah, you're always insultated.
Yes, Mr.
Your entire life is an insultation.
Well, you had that man on earlier that was claiming to be one of my disciples, was not one of my disciples. He was a liar, a Canadian operative, and he was just trying to discredit me. Let me tell you that all of my disciples are well and accounted for, except for Edna, who has been taken away from me by pornography. And people were talking to plants. That sounds
actually,
to me like
I thought it was a motorcycle that took her away.
That's right. That's right. A dirty, filthy, flea-bitten biker. Mongrel, no good. That was part of your... It was all part of your...
JC, she's got a website,
It's not really her. That would not be her. I wouldn't believe that she would go on the filthy internet and try to solicit more people to have relations with.
I just don't believe it, JC, because it sounds just like her. I got all kinds of emails from Edna years ago, and it sounds just like Edna.
Not her. I'm telling you right now, it is not Edna.
Well, if Edna would get on a motorcycle and go biking away with somebody, why wouldn't she put up a website and brag about it?
I refuse to believe such insultation, and I am insulted that they would even insinuate such things that she's on the internet soliciting herself to other people. Now, listen, you've got people on here talking to plants and all kinds of things like that. I'm going to tell you what about the Martian.
Wait a minute, what's the matter with talking to a plant?
Because, first they're going to talk to it, they're probably smoking it. It's called reefer madness. A bunch of druggies is what you've got on here. And I'm going to tell you another thing, too. I've got my eye on your friend Tess Gretson and her new satanic book.
Tess Gerritsen.
Yes, Tess Gerritsen. She is a demonetizer.
She is.
Yes,
she's one hell of an author, I'll tell you.
She's the female version of Art Bell, and I'm warning you, don't you have her back on there, because that just drives my blood pressure through the roof. And another thing...
I would love to have her back on. She actually took the trouble to take her latest book, autograph it for me, and send it all the way to the Philippines.
I'm sure she did. She did. You know why? You ought to just burn that thing.
Really?
Yes, Mr. Bell. And if I do not feel so well tonight because I was attacked by a cat.
Really?
And yes, I walked out of my house and the
proving once again that felines have great taste.
Well, this is the cat I've been chasing for weeks and weeks and weeks, and he just attacked me and scratched the heck out of my back of my neck. It's all bleeding, and this is the cat I've been after for months. And I tell you what, I went down to my basement, I got my Tommy gun, and I'm spraying the bushes for it every time I hear a noise.
You're cutting up the bushes with an automatic weapon for a cat?
Yes.
Oh, JC.
I've got clamp traps out all over the place looking for it, because we all know cats are harbingers of the devil, and cats are demons.
Why were you chasing it?
I've been chasing this one because it's one that you sent after me.
It's
part of your satanic legion of cats.
There is intent, and if intent could have put a cat on your back, I guess I did.
Right off the roof, I heard it screeching. I turned around, and there it was, tearing me up, shredding me up like a paper shredder.
All right, JC. Listen, JC. One of these days, I'm going to do what I did before. I'm going to have you on and let the audience talk to you. I enjoy doing that. They enjoy doing that.
I would welcome the chance to minister to your filthy listeners. All your listeners are going to hell.
You think so?
Yes.
You're one of my listeners, JC. I doubt you miss a word.
Excuse me, sir.
I doubt you miss a word.
I have to listen and pray against you. And the fact that you snuck back into the country, you're right, it was worthy of a military maneuver. I'll give you the day you won the day that day. Sneaking back across the border like that against my wishes. Yes.
Came in utterly legally. I hate to disappoint you.
No, sir. Once you left, you left and renounced the United States.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I would never renounce the United States. Communists.
Yes, communists in China. Philippines, we all know, is run by China.
Philippines is run by China.
That's right.
JC, you need some sort of geologic and political education as well.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm sorry for you, buddy.
Are you insinuating that I am stupid?
It's clear why Edna left you, and I wouldn't use that word, but I wouldn't stop you from using it.
Well, Mr. Bell, I've never been so insulted by you in my entire life as I stand tonight. You have an postulator on, you sent attack cats after me, and now you're insulting my intelligence.
That would be insultated, buddy, later. You know, I'm asked a lot of times if JC is real, and he is. He is real. I've had private emails from JC. I've had private emails from Edna over the years. And I know it's difficult to envision that anybody like that really does exist on the face of the earth and makes it through more than a week with that kind of blood pressure. But apparently he does.
Wildcard Line, welcome to the program.
You have gone far over the line, Mr. Norris Knight. You and your Hollywood media friends, your communist media friends who are disseminating...
Well, where are you?
Excuse me?
Did you hang up on me?
No.
Oh, I accidentally had you in a dog food commercial.
Yes, that was your way of calling me a dog.
No, it was just...
I appreciate you calling me a dog.
It was Freudian, JC.
Calling me a dog, sir.
I didn't mean to do that.
Now, listen, don't try to get me off the topic of what I'm calling for tonight. These disgusting lies by communist cross-dressing. It's a conspiracy. It's being put out by transvestites.
What is?
This whole business about Jesus' tomb and finding Mary Magdalene and that he was married, this is a conspiracy by your
Wait a minute. Didn't you hear all the guests, 4 people on the program, said they didn't believe that story?
Excuse me, sir?
Weren't you listening?
I also heard them talking about all kinds of other things about... Listen, it's all demonetary. It's all you're just trying to confuse the issue. This is a blasphemy. This is heretic. Heretic, sir.
What is your blood pressure reading?
Listen, we need to burn these people at the stake. That's what I'm saying right now.
You mean
we can't stop until we get them on the stake.
Like witches?
Just like witches, because they're doing the exact same thing. It's witchcraft, demonetary, and it's coming out of Hollywood. And the Lord is telling me that it's being perpetrated by cross-dressers.
You need to calm down and get ready for your debate with the devil channeler.
I am ready anytime. I'm going to destroy you, Dimitri. You will be destroyed. And let me tell you, shadow people are the ghosts of black people.
Oh, JC, I think you're insane. You're nuts. You've lost it, JC.
Excuse me? How dare you? I don't have to take this kind of insultation.
Sharpen your tongue for the fight with the devil worshiper, JC, because it's coming. It's very close. Good grief. Let's go to our wild card line. You're on Coast to Coast with us. Good morning.
You're going to have that pornographer Pam Anderson back on. Don't you know what she has done to our nation, Mr. Norrie?
JC, it's got to be you. You sound like him.
It is God's 10-star General J.C. Webster III calling in to minister and heal America with my wise words of wisdom.
Where's Edna Pringle, JC?
We are very close. In fact, I'm glad you brought that up. We are very close to returning her to our compound.
You mean returning her after you've kidnapped her back to the compound?
No, she has no choice. She is a woman. Women have no will. They have the will of the man, and men, this is the problem in America, is men are not commanding the will of their women. They need to take command and say, woman, know your place. And that's exactly what I need to do.
So you found her.
We have a good idea where she's hanging out at.
And how are you going to go get her, JC?
I'm not going to tell you because you will warn her.
I wouldn't warn her?
Yes, you would, because you're a swine-spine criminal crime lord, and you have profit motives in using Edna to exploit her knowledge of the new revelation against me.
Edna Pringle is a woman who has her own mind, JC, and I might as well tell you.
You have just contradicted yourself by saying a woman with a mind.
JC, you will get attacked with that one. But
women are weak.
Edna Pringle is forming her own compound.
What? I know, and you are funding it with your filthy pornography money, aren't you? Having your Pam Anderson money.
I am not funding it, JC.
Yes,
I'm just telling you as a friend.
You are
JC.
behind the entire. You're the one you're responsible for wrenching her out of my hands.
No, she ran off with a Streamlink member who had a motorcycle.
Who do you think she ran off with?
I don't know. I have no idea who the guy
member.
Well, he's a Streamlink devoted, a coast-to-coast listener.
Yes, one of your filthy listeners who pornographized her.
Now, she listens to the program on her iPod, and she's very happy.
Well, she is not happy. She is living in what everyone in this nation lives in, is the illusion of happiness, the delusion of happiness brought upon by the devil into you, because what he is doing is he's satiating. Everyone's got their lust on, and they want to get their lust. And the devil, it makes you feel good to go and do food porn and pornography and look at all these things.
I was going to ask you to make peace with us. I was going to throw you an olive branch.
Well, listen, there's no possibility of peace with the enemy and those who serve Satan. Well, you can make peace with me, Mr. Norris, by bowing down before me and proclaiming me God's 10-star general and the bringer of the new revelation, turning over your radio program to me and renouncing Art Bell as the devil's mouthpiece.
I cannot renounce the master as the devil, J.C.
Yes, you can, and you call him the master because he is cloaked in the dark arts.
And I cannot.
And that piece of punch pornography that he's putting out, that's food porn. I called it, people. Did I not call it years ago that Art Bell is now in league with the food pornographers? I told you so. I told you so. That's why I'm waiting for Judgment Day.
So you're not going to take.
I told you so.
You're not going to take this olive branch.
Absolutely not. In fact, I have something shocking to say tonight.
Oh, you do?
In light of what our nation has gone through, it is time to reevaluate our gun laws and disarm Americans because we are no longer a Christian nation. That Constitution no longer applies to this nation because it was made for a Christian nation. Take the guns out of the heathen's hands and save America.
Calm down, J.C. Please, you're going to have a stroke, and then what's going to happen? Edna will never have an opportunity to get back with you. That was J.C. to those of you who are brand new listeners who every once in a while comes on the program and does what he does. But I'm glad we've got another hour of open lines with you and not him. We'll be back.
Wildcard line, you're...
How dare you deny me the ability to debate that disgustator Diamond? Mr. Bell, called in twice and that hussy did not allow me to get through on your orders, no doubt, or...
No, I've never ordered anybody to keep you away.
She kept me away.
Oh, no, wait. There was a time. We were in the middle of... that's right. I remember. No, there was a guest on.
Yes.
And I was aware that you were on the line waiting, and I had an option to either answer the phone or not, J.C., and I chose not to.
Not to, because I was going to shout down that disgustator with my truth. And that's beside the point anyway, because I want to address you about you've fully ascended into the realm of food pornography, pizza punch pornography, and I told you to happen, people, that he would be on the forefront of doing this, and you have done it. You have unleashed... How dare you do this to America? Indulging and encouraging debauchery and gluttony among ours.
Gluttony, huh?
Yes, that's correct.
And I suppose you don't eat pizza, huh?
I do not eat pizza because that's an Italian food.
And what's wrong with that, J.C.? Time's limited. Make it good.
What I'm going to make good is the fact that you are denying the God. Listen, also, Jerry Falwell, you haven't done a tribute show to him, but bless his soul, he's burning in hell now because he refused to accept the new revelation, just as Brother Diamond will burn in hell because he's the only one who thought he had the righteous truth of Jesus Christ Almighty when he knows that I've got the righteous truth. I'm God's 10-star general, the only one authorized to bring forth the new revelation.
How's everything at home, J.C.? Edna back yet?
No, but we're very, very close to bringing her home.
All right, well, on that note, we'll end it. Be right back.
We're going to go to a wild card line now because we want to get as many of our friends and family on here as possible. I don't mean personal friends and family. I mean the family of Coast to Coast. What's going on tonight? You're on Coast to Coast AM.
It's about time, you flea-bitten bum. I've got a question for you.
Well, then hit me hard with it.
Well, I'm going to hit you hard. I'd like to hit you hard, you no good. Listen, I can't stand the fact that you're all exalting Mr. Bradbury. You know, everything that comes out of his mouth is something wonderful. How about all the crumbs he's spitting on the fine police officers trying to protect America?
Wait a minute. Is this the pit of sewage guy?
Excuse me?
Is this the pit of sewage guy?
Yes, this is J.C. Webster III bringing the light and the love of the Lord and telling you all you're going to the boiling pits of sewage for sinning. And I've got a question for you. And it's at what temperature, sir, do degenerate authors burn in hell?
Oh, I'd say probably about, I don't know, what's the temperature of hell, Zabel? Do we know? I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
It's an infinite temperature of pain and misery, and they boil in the boiling pits of sewage.
Hey, I got a question for you. All right, hold on. I want to ask you a question.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Suave.
All right. Well, thank you.
What is this fixation on boiling sewage?
It is because the excrement of the world has all been channeled down into the center of the earth, hell. It's because the sewage, the human sewage that is littering our environment and our nation and our country and our world, it's where you're going to be put and boiled alive over and over, and your skin is going to be ripped off and dipped in salt, and your tongue is going to be hammered with nails over and over for saying things against God's will.
All right, well, I'll take that under advisement. In the meantime, I'm going to see if I can find...
Don't you take that condescending tone with me, boy.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. Let's not get ugly here. I'm listening to you, aren't I? I haven't dumped you into the boiling pit of sewage, have I? I haven't sent you into the black astral hole of oblivion, have I? I don't believe I have.
You are a servant of the devil's mouthpiece, and you are heading straight to hell. Express elevator to hell, going down. It's going to be you in the boiling pits of sewage, not me. I don't have to take insultation from a second-rate, third-rate, nobody. You get Nori, you get Bell back on the air, or I'm never going to call again.
Okay. Bye. Was that the wild card line, or was that the, it was, wasn't it? Is that why they call it the wild card line? Okay, I get it. Let's go. Wow. That's cool. I was hoping he'd call. I wondered, where's the boiling pit of sewage guy? There he was.
Okay, back to the phones. Let's see what awaits out there. You never know. Wild card line, you are on the air.
You cannot hide from me tonight, Mr. Bell.
Apparently not.
Yes, you try to trick me into thinking you're retiring, but you're not. Listen, I'm going to tell you about the birds and the bees.
Oh, yes, by all means. The person I would look to first for the birds and the bees would be you. Where are they?
I have the Lord's advice. Let me tell you what's happening with the bees. They're pollinating pot plants, and the pot plants are poisoning them and killing them. And the birds...
Wait, you may be on to something, JC. So they're pollinating pot plants, they're getting stoned, and then they don't know how to get back to the hive.
You got it. That's exactly what is happening.
Got to give you a sign. You really thought that one out.
Excuse me?
I gave you a compliment, JC. Never mind. Go ahead. The birds. What about the birds?
Let me tell you about the birds.
Yes.
The birds are being murdered by an overpopulation of cats. Too many demonic cats. They're killing chickens and turkeys. And they're trying to depopulate so that we'll starve to death.
JC, cats are not demonic.
They are the devil's familiars. You know that, sir.
They are not. They're cute little furry, lovable things, JC. Haven't you? Probably a cat's never loved you, has it, JC?
No, but they've attacked me, that's for sure.
Well, see, I've always credited cats with a great deal of old knowledge, and anybody who sounds like you do deserves a set of front claws right between the cheeks.
The old knowledge of the devil, the serpent and the snake and the cat, all together against mankind. But let me tell you something. When Jerry Falwell died, he split hell wide open, going into the boiling pits of sewage because he refused to get, only on one point, he had so many good points about him, and I feel so bad about him, which is why I want to warn you and warn your audience that he refuted me. He would not give me his television programs and radio programs, so he went to hell.
What happened to Edna? Is she home yet? You said Edna was coming home.
No, we're tracking her down, and we're going to, very soon, Mr. Bell, we're going to return Edna to the fold. And that's why you need to have me back on for the I Agree with JC interview line.
The JC interview line?
Yes, the interview line, so that you can have your listeners call and talk to me. I mean, you do it for degenerate authors like Tess Gerritsen and no good like Stephen Hawking.
That would be Tess Gerritsen. And Stephen Hawking, I don't think we've had him on the show yet, JC. And actually, JC, I've done it for you on a number of occasions.
Well, yes, but not enough. It's never enough for the Lord's word, is it, sir?
There is enough of JC. There can be enough of JC.
No, sir, I don't think so.
5 minutes is kind of the limit, JC.
You need to give me your entire program. How dare you tell me to limit the Lord's word to 5 minutes?
That is a thought. What if you had the whole program?
I would...
What would you do, JC? If you had the whole program, what would you do?
Well, first I would start, and I agree with JC line, and tell people to email me at boilingpitsofsewage.com.
See, I agree with JC line. JC, even I don't have a line like that. I'd rather have somebody disagree with me than agree with me, and you would have an I agree with JC line.
Yes,
And I would have people who called to disagree with me as well so that I could tell them how wrong they are. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, and even if it is wrong.
Isn't that a little self-serving? I agree with J.C. line?
Not only do I agree with J.C. line, but I think that J.C. is a great and wonderful person line. The J.C. is absolutely correct line. I will do J.C.'s will line. I will obey J.C. line. Yes, I could have as many lines as I wanted to glorify me because I glorify God, and God has chosen me to be his 10-star general, not you.
Actually, if we were doing some sort of donation work for Mental Health Week, you'd be just my guy.
Listen, I could take donations for the Lord. I'm willing to accept any kind of monetary compensation for my work. I mean, I'm doing this because God wants me to, but God also wants me to have a steady income, yes.
I see.
Yes.
How many people have sent donations into, what is it, CLAMP? Is that your organization, CLAMP?
I do not disclose my personal financial matters with infidels like you.
Infidel. CLAMP. Is CLAMP a 501c setup? I mean, is it tax exempt or what's the deal?
I, again, will not discuss that with you. There's a fraudulator out there who is impersonating CLAMP, and I'm not going to say who she is, but she knows who she is, and I'm ordering her to stop. She's not CLAMP. I have no official web presence besides boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com. So people out there be warned. Fraudulators on the web.
I didn't know you had that. Wait a minute. I want to be sure of this. You have boilingpitsofsewage.com. That's your website?
No. Boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com.
At Yahoo. I'm surprised Yahoo. I'm surprised Yahoo would allow something like boiling pits of sewage at Yahoo.
Boiling Pits of Sewage.
Yeah.
And they deleted the original Edna Pringle emails. I think the devil did it. I know the devil did it himself. He went and clipped the wires and destroyed that account.
Yeah.
He created Boiling Pits of Sewage@yahoo.com. And then so people can get in contact with me because very soon God is going to rise up an army of Christian martyrs and soldiers. And
Gracie, how do you feel when you close your eyes and you think about Edna zipping along at about 80 miles an hour on a Harley somewhere?
I feel nothing but pure rage and anger that one so close to me and so close to Jesus could be ripped away and pornographized by your listeners. I feel anger and I feel rage and I feel hatred of the devil. I want to just step on him and say, "Get behind me, Satan! You are a defeated foe."
What if JC? What if God is the one who released Edna from your evil hold?
Well, don't you think he would have?
Yes.
He would have told me if he allowed her to leave. I am not evil, for one thing. Only someone as corrupt eyes as you could call one as anointed as I evil.
You speak personally with God, do you?
Yes. There's briefings daily.
Briefings
up to the minute.
Really?
Yes.
You must have some sort of
direct communication. He reveals to me the new revelation, which, like Mr. Falwell, refused to accept it, so he's in hell. Pat Robertson's a good guy. I'm working on him, but he's going to go to hell. And so Brother Michael Diamond's going to go to hell. Everybody who doesn't accept my new revelation, because I talk directly with the Lord, our God.
Hey, JC, you were really wearing out your fingers trying to get on with Brother Diamond, weren't you?
You know I was. That blasphemer, heretic, no good, flea-bitten mongrel. I had to speak to him again. I had to put him in his place.
Oh, JC, all right. Thank you very much for the call. Back to the boiling pits. What an address. Pits of sewage.
With open lines tonight, let's go to our wild card line. Welcome to the program.
Yes, I am calling tonight to declare my victory against Oscar. I have already won. He is afraid to face me. Just like Dimitri, I have put him down without even going one round. He couldn't even stand toe-to-toe because he's going to know that he's going to go down to hell if he faces me.
Hello,
he's
JC.
Afraid. He's trembling.
How are you?
I am not good. I am very angry. I'm angry that Oscar will not face me because he's a coward.
Well, I don't know if that's official yet, but you may be right. He may
not debate me.
I'm
going to tell you right now, you can already declare JC 2 and everybody else 0, because I've won against Dimitri. Wouldn't even face me. That clown shook and trembled and went and hid under a rock. And now Oscar is hiding behind the skirt of the devil and will not face me.
And speaking of skirts, I just got a call from someone who is living with Edna.
Oh, well, they are lying. They are lying.
No, he claims she has left the biker, now living with him, the truck driver.
Yes.
Enjoying life, and apparently she left you because you watched pornography.
I have never heard such a thing in my entire life. I would, listen, when you do reconnaissance against an enemy, it is not the same as watching for salacious enjoyment.
Oh, so you agree that you were looking at it for research purposes?
It's called reconnaissance. You have to know thy enemy, and if you don't know their strategy, how are you supposed to know the mind of a psycho unless you you have to get into their psyche, and you have to understand what they're doing to America.
Well, they claim you've gone over to the dark side, Jason.
To the what side?
The dark side.
Listen, I am 100% Anglo. To call me on the dark side is an insultation that I do not take. And you are a demonizer, sir.
No,
a demonizer.
JC, I just have a feeling that you have just gone over the edge.
Listen, I have not gone over the edge. It is America that has gone over the edge. The world that has gone over the edge. They're over the edge into the pit of boiling sewage. They have gone far away from the teachings of the Bible. Women are walking about with prideful arrogance. We have foreign nationals occupying our nation, flooding the border. And I just heard that Mexico is upset because we have too many guns in the U.S. Let me tell you something, Chico. We're going to have our guns whether you like it or not. And you say one damn thing about it, you might just get to meet some in person. Because you can't tell me that they're not running guns from the Soviet Union into your country. It's not coming from us. And if you don't like it, get the step in, Chico.
Jeez. There goes J.C. I will apologize for his inflammatory remarks. And moving along, you are on Coast to Coast. Good morning.
Hello, George.
Well, Oscar.
How dare J.C. tell me that I'm hiding behind the skirts of my father?
Well, you haven't made a commitment yet to debate him.
I will debate him. I'm taking care of some important...
How dare you! Finally, we will have the rumble. You want to debate me, son of Satan? Bring it on, because I've got the power from the Lord. I'm stepping all over you. People are going to be able to recognize Oscar when they see you going in the street, because you're going to have my boot print in your behind, you no good flea-bitten demonizer. What you got to say to that?
Why don't you look in the mirror, J.C.? You're going to see snakes coming out of your eyes very shortly.
Snakes, I rebuke snakes. Snakes are the devil. I step on snakes, I crush them up and grind them up with my pickup truck. That's right, you disgusting demonizer. Listen, the snake and the serpent are under the Lord's command. I command you in the name of the new revelation to go back where you came from. You just go down the drain to the boiling sewage where you belong, Mr. Oscar.
Okay, that's going to be just a glimpse of the great debate with both Oscar and J.C. Unbelievable.
First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, hi. Art Bell?
Yes.
Hello, this is Edna P. Pringle.
Oh, my God.
And
Edna Pringle.
I just wanted to tell you that I'm very sorry for those nasty things I wrote to you, and I was under the influence of J.C., and I was not thinking clearly.
Yes, well, J.C., let's see, I spoke with him, about a week ago, and he was under the impression that very shortly you were going to be back at the compound with him.
No, I have to tell you that I've been a bit worried because I have heard that he was trying to track me down.
Oh, yes.
And I think I saw a friend of his in the town I'm staying. And, but, I just wanted to ask you also, it's an honor speaking with you, but would you accept my apology?
Well, of course I would. Yes, you wrote some...
yes.
Disturbing things. to me, but I understand you were under the influence of JC, of course.
Yes, and I have some good friends here in Woodstock, New York, who are looking out for me. But I was wondering, that compound that you and George Norrie live at in Pay Rump, I was wondering if
No. George Norrie does not live here.
Oh, JC told me you had a compound, you and George Norrie there.
Well, he's wrong.
Well, I was wondering, maybe I could stay at your compound. I could take care of your little baby.
Well, thanks for the offer, Edna. But if I were you, I think I'd keep your head down because, JC's out there and he's looking for you hard.
Yes, I know.
Uh-huh.
And I wanted to tell you that I do believe, in answer to your question, I believed about that before this came out on this fellow who died.
Oh, you mean Roswell?
Yes.
And so even Edna believes now that this is the real McCoy. I shouldn't have let you say where you are. I know JC really is looking very, very hard for you, Edna. So now he knows the town you're in if you told the truth.
Wild card line, you're on Coast to
They
Coast.
are lucky that they got saved before that cat could kill them. Now listen, I am disgusted.
It's JC. What rock did you crawl out from under?
Let me tell you, I'm disgusted to hear about these alcoholic astronauts flying around, drinking and driving. Now we know why the space shuttle crashed. Now we know why Apollo 13 didn't make it, and all this Martian malarkey that Richard Holden likes to bring out is all just a big ruse to keep us away from the fact that NASA's basically just a big frat house.
Well, let me tell you, I can't argue with you about with that one.
Well, listen, that's beside the point. I have an important mandate tonight from God. He has given me the revelation to bring forth that the Clamp Army needs to have uniforms. So email me at boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com. That's boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com.
Uniforms?
And I'll tell you how to get uniforms. So everyone, you got to wear these every single day because you never know when judgment day is to get here, when God is going to judge the earth for having alcoholic astronauts. And I'm just disgusted, Mr. Norrie.
Well, you sent me an email yesterday. Who the heck is Petunia Pringle?
Let me tell you who Petunia Pringle is. That's Edna Pringle's little sister. She's 79 years old. She's the younger, hipper version of Edna. But listen, she's been dang as heck trying to be loyal and do Edna's job. And she's brought a whole new fold in. She's got us back on the devil web. We're at Boiling Pits of Sewage at blogspot.com. You go there, you can read my blog where I've exposed your and Art Bell's plot to provide tainted Hellman's mayonnaise to school children, which was sent to me by a loyal listener. Now listen, when people get their uniforms, they can also wear the uniforms and send me pictures, and I'll put it on my blog and list them, and so that we can stand up and be counted in this war against media pornography.
JC,
Yes?
You have gone into the computer age?
Petunia Pringle, who is twice as good as Edna was with the devil's eye, and she has brought us back onto the web. As you know, we had a site, and it was destroyed by the disgustators at that site, and I won't even tell them who they are. And there's impostulators out there, so yes, we've had to make a foray back in there because the impostulators are impostulating the new revelation and degrading my words. And I'm telling you, if you go to boilingpitsofsewage@blogspot.com, you will read my words.
And I got to ask you something, because something's going on here between you and Tommy, my producer, because
I'm working on it.
I caught him in the office yesterday doing some kind of chant or incantation, thanking you for something. What the heck is going on here?
Listen, he is praying, and I'm going to send him a Clamp uniform, and it's going to be signed by me, an official endorsement to bring him over to my...
It's going to be signed by you? Is it going to have a big X on it, or what?
Listen, don't mock just me, okay? Shut your flap trap and let me talk.
Oh, shut my flap trap.
Oh.
Well, are you breathing?
I'm here.
No, I thought you keeled over and died on us or something.
I thought you'd hung up on me because you...
I don't hang up, JC. I don't hang up on people. You know that.
Well, listen. I want to get back to the fact that America is being dragged down, and I exposed your plot to provide mayonnaise
The evil devil's Hellman's mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise?
Yes.
Are you insane?
It's more disgusting than mayonnaise.
What are you talking about?
Mayonnaise it's the devil's disgustation. It's food porn. That you know what exactly.
I'm sending you.
With the Canadians.
I'm sending you a Ouija board for Christmas.
Oh no, you're not.
Oh yes, I am.
You know what you did with the Ouija board? Very funny. You got so. You have everybody's interest now as to say, what is the Ouija board? Oh, George didn't do it. I can do it. I'm going to do it. I can see through. Listen, the reason you were brought on is because you were such a criminal. You are such a thief, a crime lord. You're here to steal souls, to swindle souls out of people. That's why Art Bell brought you on. And I don't believe him retiring.
I just want your soul.
Please, he's trying to trick me into turning off the radio and not watching him. I know he's sitting there right now, probably cringing in fear.
I don't have his devil voice, but I want your soul.
Oh, you can't have my soul, but you're collecting money. You're swindling people out of their souls, you criminal crime lord. And you're an East Coast crime lord who's come out.
I'm from the Midwest. I'm from the Midwest. You know that. Born and raised.
Mr. Norrie, where's Detroit?
It's in the Midwest, JC.
No, that's up towards Canada. It's right on the border of Canada.
Well, it's up there, but it's right there in almost the middle of the country.
Listen, I have so many things to talk about. And the alcoholic astronauts is just one aspect of why America is being punished by the new revelation. And there's so many terrible things going on right now.
So what do you do on weekends? Do you have a good time or what?
Excuse me? No, I am busy observing the enemy. I never rest.
You were spotted at a local pub last week.
Excuse me?
Somebody sent me an email, said you were inebriated at a local pub.
Who sent this?
Somebody. I'm not going to tell you who.
They are liars, fraudulators. I am not a drinker. Listen, I'm not like these people. That's why that rocket blew up on the launch pad, because they were in there drinking Bacardi 151 and probably breathing fire. It's dangerous. This is the dangers of drugs and alcohol. And you got to be sky high to think you can get up to the stars.
Well,
I no longer believe we went to the moon.
We went to the moon, but you have a good weekend, JC.
No, listen, don't you hang up on me.
I'm not going to hang up, but I can't talk to you all night.
Yes, you can.
I
agree with JC line.
You want a JC line?
Yes.
Not tonight, but I'll get you one maybe next week.
How about I want to debate Oscar? You tell Oscar.
I'm waiting for Oscar. I'm waiting.
Well, you ask me next time you talk to him, ask him how his behind is, because that boot print I put in it, I'm sure it's still there. People will be able to recognize Oscar going down the street because they'll see my boot print in his behind, because I kicked his butt. And anytime you want to bring Brother Michael Diamond back on, you bring him back on, too, because that crowd folks is absolutely wrong about that. His religion is the only way.
I'll bring him on. I'll bring them all on. And you leave Tommy alone, JC.
I'm converting Tommy. He's going to be my new disciple. And when he comes out to the mobile compound, because I've taken the compound mobile in the search for Edna, I've got...
why do you want to find Edna now that you have Petunia?
Because it's a matter of property. She's a woman in a place.
Property. Oh, JC, you're from the dark ages. Anyways, have a good night. Have a good weekend. Not that I'm transitioning from moron to JC, but he left a message on Tommy's machine today. He's pretty upset, so I thought we'd share it with you.
Check next. 5.
Don't tell me to stay on the line for further options, and it's damn right you're going to record my message when I hear the beep. Mr. Dan Heiser, I am so disgustulated at you and insulted that you have not promoted the JC debate line, the JC line that was going to happen this week. I have not heard one thing from you, sir, and I think you know why, because Art and George is working on you to turn you against me. Tommy, I thought we were making progress with you in this war on porn, but listen to me, I think you know what the solution is. You need to get me my own radio program. You know that ratings rule, and I will rule the ratings on Sunday nights. I will bring forth God's revelation to this nation, because they need to hear the words that I have to give, and you have to do it. You have to give me my own radio program, or I will be so damn disgusted. I will not tolerate such insolence from you, sir. You know that I've got the word and the healing message for America, and that I will bring it forward every night, and that I can hear them. I can hear them crying out, JC, we need ye. So listen, you need to get me on tonight so that I can have a debate with the filthy listeners. I'll debate them for 1 hour, 4 topics. I'll dictate the topics to you, sir, when you call me. And you can give them each 10 or 15 minutes, or if they want to ask me a question, advice about love, life, living, and how to do things better for the Lord. You know I've got the cure. You know I've got the solution for America. Thomas, you're on the edge of something great. And don't disgustate me again.
There are no further messages.
Confession line, you're on Coast to Coast. Hi there.
Yes, Mr. Norrie, I'm so glad I was able to get through on the confession line tonight because I want to call you on your criminal confession of stealing weapons to begin fencing at an early age.
I thought you were going to confess.
Oh, I have a confession, but you're going to have to wait till I get done telling you. How dare you insultate me by tributizing that evil, hip-shaking, rock and roll making, soul taking Elvis Aaron Presley, the evil satanic son of the devil. How dare you bring him on and tributize him and tell us how great that
If I could do a seance and bring him on, I'd interview him on this show.
Well, I'd like to call up that night and take him to task for everything he's done to America. Oh, believe me, Mr.
So what's your confession, JC?
My confession? Well, hold on a minute. I have a confession to make.
Is the list
listener? I want you all to listen right now.
Is the list that long?
I confess to being God's 10-star general. I confess to fighting against the devil every way I can and confess to fighting pornography and the war against pornography. I confess to telling Tommy and tricking him. And he thought he was confusing me and coercing a confession out of me, but he didn't. I tricked him to get on the air so I could tell you how evil you are, Mr. Norrie, for having a tribute to Aaron Elvis Presley. And I confess that if I were a weaker man, I might have been turned on by that perfect 10 that used to call Art Bell, but I was above that. She never caused any kind of salacious feelings to dwell in my heart.
How come I don't get any perfect 10s?
I'll tell you what, Mr. Norrie. What? I was about to tell you what. Now listen, I confess to being the most righteous Christian on the entire planet. I confess to fighting pornography. I confess to maybe not having a firm enough hand on Edna Pringle's backside when she got out of line.
Did they
Those
ever?
are my confessions. I confess to stomping kitty cats.
JC, did they ever give you birthday parties when you were a little kid?
No, we don't celebrate birthdays. There's only one birthday we celebrate. Guess who?
Well, you know they never gave you a candle and a cake, nothing like that when you were a little kid?
Pornography. Listen, my father, J.C. Webster III, the first, was so righteous we never had any kind of salacious birthday cakes like that. That's disgusting. How dare you insult me in such ways, Mr. Norrie? I want to get back to your criminal confession.
Well, I took two little penknives when I was a kid.
Yeah, penknives that you could fence to your buddies in the schoolyard so they could shank someone. You were planning a crime. And
I wasn't planning a crime.
God's grace to catch you before you could pull it off.
Well,
excuse me?
I still can't get a hold of Oscar. He doesn't want to debate you.
Oh, he's afraid of me. I confess to sticking my boot on Oscar's backside and sending him squalling away. That's right, Oscar. When you see Oscar's behind and my boot, that's my boot, and his behind, I said, Get out of here, devil, son of the devil. I confess to being so righteous.
What do I need to do? What do I need to do to get into your graces?
Well, you need to turn over your program to me so that I can help bring God's 10-star revelation, the new revelation, to America.
You mean the whole program?
Well, sure. Well, at least give me Sunday night so I can bring it back to the Lord.
Let me think about that, JC. Let me think about that.
Let's go to open lines on Coast to Coast AM, and JC is standing by. JC?
Ian, I was going to call tonight to harangue and say what a horrible program you were having with this flower-worshipping weirdo, but you've made me so proud. You've taken your step into a better place tonight. Since you kicked him off the program, and that's God's will working on you. Now, Ian, if you would only turn your back on that papal pretender, the Pope, who's controlling your strings, and come forward to the new revelation and join us, you're very, very, very close now, Ian.
Wait. Remember, JC, remember, I'm Episcopalian.
You're what?
I'm Episcopalian. I'm not Catholic.
What's the difference? They're both false worshippers of false gods and a false doctrine of deception and deceivers. They're not part of the new revelation and the way that God truly wants you to live, sir. But you're getting closer, Ian. And if you just pronounce Art Bell and George Norrie tonight, right now, I think you're standing on the edge. Pronounce him. Cast him down.
You know,
step on you devils.
If I don't renounce George and Art, will you be disappointed in me?
Absolutely. I'd call you a flea-bitten mongrel and send you to the boiling pits of sewage just to ride along with them.
I think I'm in a good place. If I've disappointed everybody, then I don't know that I don't know what my life would be.
Ian, just send an email to boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com and we'll work on you further. We're going to get you in the Army. We're going to get you in there. We'll make you a 5-star private. How about that?
Boiling pits of sewage? At Yahoo.com.
Boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com. That's my email address, and you can join up with the Army and all of your listeners out there that you've helped bring along tonight. You've turned your back on the devil. Keep turning, Ian. Join me in my fight.
It's surprising to me that boiling pits of sewage at Yahoo wasn't already taken. That you were able to get that. I think I would have thought that would have already been a popular address and would have already been taken.
Well, God cleared the way for me. Now listen, and all the other thing that's not being reported in the media is the Soviet attack on Georgia, the state of Georgia. In America, they fired that missile into Georgia. It didn't explode because God didn't allow it to explode.
That would be
the Russians have attacked America.
No, that was the state of Georgia. That would be in the former Soviet Union, what is now the country of Georgia.
Part of the Soviet Union. They'd like to make it part of the Soviet. They'd like to make the entire United States part of the Soviet Union. That's the point of firing a whole missile. I've got a whole. I believe me. I'm bringing this news straight from God, and no one's reporting this. Why aren't we at war? Why aren't we firing our nuclear missiles at them?
Yeah. Well, fortunately, then this is why you need to line up your armies at boiling pits of sewage at Yahoo. And thank you so much, JC, for jumping in here and giving that important news flash about Georgia.
Keep turning away from the devil.
I will do that. Thank you so much. Appreciate you getting it started on Open Lines.
Let's see. JC. Now, it's funny. We have comments for everybody, and JC is, you'll love it, JC. You're the weird guy. So impressive.
I put you in your place.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
How glad I am that the police are finally taking care of that communist subvert, Alex Jones. They need to hit him across the head with a billy club and throw him in Guantanamo Bay for the rest of his life.
And the rest of Americans, too, no doubt. Yes, the rest of Americans, too. Zip code by zip code.
Foul-mouthed lies about what happened on that dreadful day that shall live in
infamy.
It's more infamous than when the Jets attacked. Now listen. You support Alex Jones?
Well, I wouldn't say I support Alex Jones. I think that much of what Alex Jones says is worthy of consideration.
Communist subversion.
Well, let me ask you something. All right, JC.
Lies, a fleet-bitten liar.
JC. I think Alex Jones could be called a lot of things by his detractors, but let me try to understand something. How do you make him out to be a communist? Because actually he's the antithesis of that.
Oh,
I know it's a big word.
What you want to believe, listen, I'm not going to talk about that. I want to know why you aren't at home. Listen, can you hear the sound of
I am at home.
Yes, no, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Your kitchen not being, your kitchen isn't clean. Jesus told me. Why are you?
Actually, my kitchen is clean.
Get off the radio. And go clean that kitchen, woman, because you're willful, and you're going to have Dr. Laura on there. We don't need to hear that. America doesn't need to hear that. What we need to hear right now is a new revelation, and the Lord and Jesus and God's 10-star generals here to bring you.
Say hallelujah.
And hallelujah indeed.
Yes. Amen. Amen, Charlie.
Why isn't your husband working?
Yes. Are you related? Thanks for calling, JC. The question that we'll debate for the rest of the night is JC related to Dr. Carl C. McIntyre in his 20th Century Reformation Hour? If not, he missed some great radio. But yes, that really is funny because actually, when I was when it came to me in that flash of intuition that perhaps the UFO cover-up was involved in some of the Mexican willfulness, that actually came to me while I was mopping the bathroom floor. That was show prep tonight, and so I'm sure that JC will be very pleased to know that at least half of the bathrooms are clean, as is the kitchen. So now that we've got that together. Hey, but JC, if you want to come and clean them any time.
Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
At last, I have finally gotten through to give you the Love of the North. How dare you, sir, get on the radio again when I explicitly have told you and the Lord has warned you not to be on the radio. You disgustate me, sir.
The Lord has issued no such warning to me.
Yes, she has.
She?
Who do you think he's talking through?
Now he? Is it a he or a she? It's a he?
Excuse me? The Lord's a man. Everyone knows that the Lord's a man.
You said she. You really slipped up, buddy. You said she.
I said he.
Second time you
I
said
would never
he.
say a she.
We've got that
When he's a
tape.
he, we all know that the Lord is a he.
Yes, all right.
He's a man. Now listen. Speaking of, I was right. I fulfilled the prophecy that the Soviet Union is still there. They've never gone away. They're trying to attack us. They're disgusting us. Mr. Bell?
Yes, last we spoke, it's been quite a while. Your wife, you said, would be back with you shortly. Now, a great deal of time has passed. Has she run back?
My wife. You are confusing the issue. She is my servant. She is a disciple of mine. I can't get into it because it's complicated. But first, what I need to do is I need to call and I need to...
Is Edna back home or not?
Edna's still on the highways of this nation. We're close to getting her back.
Born to be wild, JC. Born to be wild.
No. Listen, I also have to defend the honor of our Republican Senator Craig because he's been framed by the homosexual mafia to look like he's a homosexual, and we know he's not gay. We know that.
We don't know much of anything except that he apparently signed a little piece of paper saying that he admitted
in America and loves America, and the gay mafia framed him. That's
really?
what's happened.
You see, I had no idea where you were actually from. So he is your senator, as it were.
Yes, and he's a good, godly man who's been set up by the gay mafia, by George Norrie and all of your underworld friends who are trying to tear down faith and values Americans that love America.
George is far too busy to do that sort of thing.
I know he's busy being a criminal mastermind. Where is that no good tonight?
He's probably relaxing and saying, thank God Art got the call and I didn't.
Excuse me?
It's unimportant.
I know it's an honor for you to speak with me again because I am administering God's love and the new commandments. Now listen, you keep bringing up Edna, and I want you to stop.
Is that administering or ministering?
Excuse me,
You've got your radio on, don't you? You know that's a cardinal sin. JC, turn your radio off.
Don't tell me what to do. I'm going to turn my radio down so I can hear you better. Now, listen, Mr. Bell. We know that America is being pornographized and destructized by the food pornographers. Have you seen this Rachel Ray on TV everywhere she goes?
Food pornographer?
Smile. What?
What kind of food do you consider to be pornographic, JC?
Well, definitely I consider Italian food to be pornographic and Mexican food to be pornographic because when people eat Mexican food, what happens is all those spices get your internals working and gets everything hot and bothered. That's why those...
You really want to go after a food, JC? Why don't you go after lima beans? They're not God's work at all.
Lima beans are just fine.
All right, well, that's it for JC. Anybody who says lima beans are just fine is out of here.
Welcome to the program. You're on the air with us. Hi there.
It is time for the time of rectification that I'm going to bring forth with the new revelation.
JC.
You, sir, have worked against me to keep me from bringing forth the new revelation. I was promised that I would have a debate with the son of Satan, Oscar, and you snuck out on the deal, sir. You backed out of the bargain.
Oscar has run away from you. It wasn't me.
I defeated him immediately, instantaneously, the moment he tried to step up and attempt to match wits with me because he doesn't have any wits. He's a half-wit, nitwit who is worshiping Satan. He is the son of the devil. Yes,
I'm looking for another Satanist to get you to debate, but I've got a great...
I will take on any Satanist that wants to come to the table.
JC, I've got a great idea for you. Are you ready for this?
You have an idea? That's not. Is it a criminal inclination?
No, of course
you don't
not.
have ideas, sir. You have criminal inclination.
Now, are you gonna listen to my idea or not?
I will listen.
I have this idea that through some kind of ministry, I'm changing, JC. You're winning me over.
It's the rectification of America.
That we.
I can feel the Lord working on you.
It is. Now, I think what we should do is let you, through a ministry, gather coast-to-coast listeners and bring them into your ministry by the millions. And I think I can do that for you.
I know you can do it. The Lord has faith in you.
And we can team up against the evil people.
Yes. You're talking a good game here, but are you going to back it up by bringing faith to the table, by bringing penance to the table? Are you going to tithe to the new revelation? That's the question.
Yes, I will.
Good. 30%? Too much?
30% of what?
You know what I'm talking about, of the earnings, of the things that you're stealing out of people's minds.
You want
against them with ideals that Martians are controlling us. And I know you are just trying to talk me in circles, sir. You have no intention of bringing forth the new revelation and bringing God's salvation and rectification to this nation.
I was going to bring you millions of listeners.
Sir, and I know better than to accept mind games from the devil. You will no longer tell me what you're going to do, sir. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I tell you, I'm going to glorify God forever and ever on Coast to Coast AM.
Well, I can't argue with you about that. I can't argue with you about that, JC. But I'm sorry you didn't take my deal. We could have brought millions of people into your tutelage. There he was, JC, making one of his cameo appearances on Coast to Coast. Whew. Let's go to our wild card line. Hi there.
It sure sounded like that fellow would get on all fours and want to prance about under the full moon. What a fruitcake you had on there, Mr. Norrie.
Happy Thanksgiving, JC.
Don't you happy Thanksgiving me. Don't you know that Thanksgiving is the most un-American of holidays, with people sitting around pagan worshiping, gluttonizing each other?
Do you celebrate anything Christmas?
I celebrate Christmas, yes, but I don't sit around. It's just because Thanksgiving is basically a pagan holiday, which the Indians would sit around and gorge themselves.
You probably
lazy, and that's why we took them over.
You probably play the role of Ebenezer Scrooge on Christmas.
Listen, I have something very important to announce tonight, but I had to get to a few topics here first. Namely, the most disgusting thing I've heard so far, and it confirms every fear that every good Christian American's ever had, and that's the whole Harry Potter is gay series. The author just came right out and said it, that she's trying to push witchcraft, not only witchcraft, but the homosexual...
All right.
Excuse me?
I said, go on.
Yes, well, I'm talking about degenerate authors that are tearing America apart and have been for centuries, ever since the invention of the printing press. You got Stephen King, who's got a new movie out now.
I've got to go see that movie.
Yes, I saw a commercial for it, and it makes religious people look like they're all a bunch of...
No, they say the ending's one of the best ever. You should go to it and let me know what it's like.
I can't wait. I want you to get that. I saw that scoundrel King. He was on ABC's Nightline. I couldn't stand it. I threw a brick at my TV and broke it. Listen, you get him on there, I'll debate him and I'll talk him down.
He doesn't want to come on the show. I've been trying, JC.
Yeah, well, listen, that's beside the point. Listen, I know that if you pull a few strings, criminal crime lord, you can get anybody you want.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, listen, Mr. Norrie, I know that we're moving into the holidays, and there are a lot of people who are homeless, hungry, lonely, and on hard times.
You mean you actually care for some people?
No, they deserve it, because they've obviously made God angry for some reason.
Oh.
That's why they're being kicked out of their homes, and their bellies are grumbling with hunger.
Some people have had a bad run, JC, like you did. A bad run. You lost Edna. She's gone.
I've been so close to getting her back. I can tell you, it's like grasping at a...
She won't be back. She's long gone. She
will be back.
No.
That's when you hear my new announcement, what I'm going to say.
She sent me a couple emails. She doesn't want to come back.
Well, listen, she's got a forked tongue and she doesn't know what she wants to do because she's a woman. So right now, she sure doesn't want to come back because whoever she's running with is telling her not to come back. But once I get her under my will, under God's will again, by Jesus, I'll bring her back.
Jeez.
But I tell you what, she's going to want to come back because she's going to want to be in. I'm going to tell you what right now, I'm throwing my hat in. I'm going for the presidential candidate nomination of the United States of America, 2008 people, you've got to vote me in office. It's time to change this nation. I'm throwing my hat in. I've got to take a stand for America and God. I consulted with God and Pat Robertson, and we both came to an agreement that this time I should run.
And you are announcing that right now on this national audience.
Coast to coast, AM, I'm telling everybody out there, you will vote for me. There is no choice. JC for president.
All right, JC, we'll probably have to write you in or write you out, I would think. That's JC, who now wants to get into politics under the peanut party, I would guess, or something like that.
Let's get to Speaking of tyranny, it's JC.
I was going to tell you, Ian, just how proud I was of you that you told that fella to pack up his belongings and his rights and effects and his articles and get in his airplane and fly all the way to Hawaii or wherever he wanted to go, but definitely to get out of America. But then you disappointed me, son. You started talking about Bigfoot and fruit. And fruit. Let me tell you one thing about fruit. We're not supposed to eat fruit because it was the apple that Eve foisted upon us that got us in trouble in the first place.
Yeah, but if you don't eat fruit, JC, doesn't that make you really constipated? Does that account for...
Excuse me, we will not speak of such things on the airwaves.
Does that account for the tone in your voice? Is that perhaps what's the problem
I have
here?
things to say about Americans. We have people are mistaking what they call rights with entitlements. And the rights that were afforded to us by our founding fathers were with the admonition that this would be a Christian nation. And in the absence of a Christian majority in this nation, those rights are null and void and hereby revoked. We have too many rights.
Were the founding fathers against fruit too? I don't remember them.
Yes, they were.
There was no fruit in the...
Christians, and they knew of the evil apple and what Eve had done with the devil, and the deal that she had made with the devil to come against it. And
so
tell you what, listen to me. America is running wild, and the youth of it today are terrible. I don't know, and it's just horrible what's happening to this country. And we need to have people who whine and bellyache about rights and don't search me. And the thing is, they're hiding something. They want to smoke their crack. That's what they mean, and they're guilty. If you don't have anything to hide, you don't mind if the police and the government, because they're looking.
Yeah, but JC, don't you believe that just because it's a law, it doesn't make it right?
If it's the law, it's right.
Oh, really? Okay.
If it's God's law. If it's God's law.
Oh, okay. Because I believe I believe that if you're not breaking at least one law in Alabama, you're not doing sex right. What do you think of that?
How dare you, sir? Listen, you confound and disappoint me continuously. This country is being torn apart, and I called it about food porn. I don't know if you've seen the hamburger commercial where they're talking about hot buns, and I called it years ago that food and pornography are combining, and they have combined, and it's just disgusting, sir.
When you talk about hot buns, are you saying that you've got kind of a weenie problem? Is that...
No, sir. No, listen, I'm talking about that our nation is being subjugated and dominated by pagan interests, by communism, by the United Soviet Republic, which is rising up against us. And no one has said anything about the attack on Georgia by the Soviets. It's being
Does excessive fruit eating lead to communism?
Yes, it does, because it makes one fruity, and that's where we get the term fruits, because they're overdosing on substances they shouldn't be using, smoking reefer. And listen, the fruit is evil. We know that. God gave us meat to eat.
Yeah, so we should be on an all meat diet.
Yes, meat, potatoes, cabbage, good things, good wholesome things.
What about tomatoes?
No, sir, because those are... I have a suspicion of tomatoes because they're used in so much Italian food, and we know that all Italians are crazy.
Okay,
Wait. Listen, we're about to celebrate Jesus' birthday. And I haven't heard you say one thing about it. I've heard people coming on with blasphemies that it's worship for paganism and cultism. And you had that degenerate author on 2 weeks ago who I wanted to speak to very about Mr. Kuntz. You have these degenerates, intellectuals, who think that they know everything, who are trying to destroy everything, trying to destroy America. We need to have a clampdown on this nation. We need to restrict rights.
We need to restrict all the reefer smoking, crackhead maniacs, and I'm disappointed in you, Ian. You know what?
See, now, I was just so disappointed there, too. I thought, well, good, I got JC on the line, so I've got one wise man, right, here for the celebration of Christmas. If I could just get two more to be on the line at the same time, and then we'd have three wise men all at once. Oh, well, I guess we'll just have to wait for the real thing in a few days.
All right, Wildcard Line, you are on the air. Hi.
About time that you put me on the air, Mr. Bell. I dialed one time and God got me through. You know why, Mr. Bell?
I have no idea, JC.
I'm coming to Las Vegas to protest that porno show that's going on there next week. I'm coming and I'm bringing the...
And I'm surprised you would even set foot inside the city limits of Las Vegas.
I'm bringing an army with me, and I'm going to rally the troops, and we're gonna go down there, and we're gonna bullhorn that thing, and I dare you to come down and face me man to man.
Face you? I do that every time you somehow manage to get through, JC.
Well, I think we had spoken about a fist fight one time or another, and you said your back was hurting and hemming and hawing. And now, how you feeling now, Mr. Bell? You ready?
As a matter of fact, JC, I wouldn't let my back hold me.
Well, listen, but it's beside the point. What?
Anytime, JC. Anytime. Bring it on.
That's right, for the Lord.
Hey, let's get a little update. What's the latest on Edna? You said she was going to come. Wait a minute. You said she was going to come crawling back to you, JC.
Very soon she will come crawling back to me on her hands and knees and ringing and writhing and begging for forgiveness from me. And
sometime before time freezes, I imagine, huh?
Well, listen, I'm telling you, people out there need to know that hell is not... She'll be back before hell freezes over, I'll tell you that right now. And I know who the Antichrist is, but I'm not going to tell you that tonight. But I'm telling you what, Mr. Bell, that I listened to your prediction show, and I heard all that mumbo-jumbo and psychic divining, and it was... I
bet you tried to get through, too, didn't you?
I certainly did, because I have some of my own predictions.
You know what? I won't write it down, but I am curious, JC. If you had one prediction to make for 2008, I guess we'd all like to know, what would that be?
God is going to put AIDS airborne to punish America. That's what he's going to do. AIDS is going to go airborne. There's going to be a plague, and the bodies are going to pile up like cornwood in the streets, and I'll be...
Yeah, but all right, JC, let's assume something like that occurred, and when AIDS went airborne, it wouldn't just punish America, it would punish the whole world.
Well, they deserve it anyway, but it's going to be a righteous punishment, and I can't wait. I can't wait for the end times when the vials are broken and poured upon the wrath of God is poured upon the face of the earth. It's going to be glorious, Mr. Bell, and I'm telling you right now, we're getting really close because if you have, just trust me on it.
Who do you support in the presidential race?
I support me. Haven't you heard that I put my candidacy, I throw my hat, my 10-gallon, 10-star hat in? I'm going to be the next president of the United States. 2008 is the year of the clampdown. JC for president. Everybody, when you go to the polls, be sure and let God work your hand to write in JC for president. I'm going to get down.
All right, JC, that's it. That's all I can handle. A write-in campaign for JC. I get lots of emails saying the guy's a put-on. And he may be... Well, you know what? He's not a put-on. Actually, he's not a put-on. He sends me email that is just like what you hear on the air. You know, except you can kind of sort of turn down the volume in your brain as you read. So he really believes all this stuff. He actually does. And in terms of the other thing they say, of course, is he's a plant, and he's not a plant. Never has been a plant. I've never had one plant on this show ever. And I wouldn't. It's not needed. The world is strange enough as it is, believe me.
Let's go to our laugh line. You're on Coast to Coast. Hi there.
Yes, Mr. Noise.
JC.
Time that I finally got through to you.
Calling on the laugh line.
Excuse me?
Are you going to give us your gut-wrenching laugh?
No, I'm not laughing about anything. In fact, this could very well be the last call you get from me. I'm very close to my deathbed, I think.
What's wrong with you?
Well, as you know, last week I went to your home city, Las Vegas, to protest against the porno show that was out there.
Well, that's not my home city. My home city is St. Louis and Detroit, JC.
Yeah, well, listen, we all know where mobsters hang out, and that's Las Vegas. So you're trying to get me off my topic.
I'm sorry.
Which is the pornographization of America. And you know what happens out there in Las Vegas every year when they have the national broadcasters, and then they also have a giant, great big porno show. And I had told everyone I was going out there to protest, and I went in undercover. I got myself a big black trench coat and a black hat, sunglasses, and a mustache, and wore shorts underneath it, and I blended right in. But you wouldn't believe the things that I saw, the debauchery in there.
How long did you stay in there, JC?
Well, every day of it, until I decided that, well, listen, I was there undercover, and I took a lot of pictures, and believe me, I got names, numbers, and I know exactly what's going on out there in Las Vegas. It's terrible.
Are you sure you went there just to do surveillance, JC?
Absolutely. A lesser man than myself might have been temptized, but I was not. Listen, I held firm in my faith of the Lord and the Lord's mission, which is to do reconnaissance against the enemy. I had to know, and I'll tell you what, I went out to find Art Bell in Pahrump.
You went looking for him?
Yes, I did. I took the mobile compound, and it was about 20 of us, and we went out, and after driving through what seemed to be endless miles of darkness, we were starving. I tell you, so we stopped at a place to get some chicken, and it was the chicken ranch, but they weren't serving chicken there. Well, I tell you what, when I went in, it was debauchery. We thought it was a good restaurant. It's false advertising.
It was the wrong chicken ranch you went to, JC.
Yes, but we thought it was food, and I think someone hit me in the head because I woke up a few hours later and all my money was gone.
You order chicken legs there, JC, you get something else.
Yeah, probably the disease that's killing me because I don't know what happened. I think the devil hit me in the head, and that is where Art Bell lives, where they have those kinds of things.
No, he lives far away from there.
Well, listen, I went looking for him, and I was standing out by the side of the road calling his name.
Well, I'm not sure he wanted to talk to you, JC.
I know he was hiding from me. But do you understand the kind of debauchery that happens in Nevada and in Las Vegas?
Well, I've heard some stories. I agree with you there.
Whatever you heard about me, what happened out there it's not true. I stayed faithful to the Lord.
I don't know. We've got pictures coming in about you out there, JC. Well, we had someone out there watching you.
Oh, listen, they would have seen nothing. Nothing. I can guarantee you nothing. Absolutely. And that is why I've been sick.
Are you dying?
Last week.
Don't die. We don't want anything to happen.
The only thing that's popping me up is the Lord's love. And He's got to keep me here till Judgment Day. And I tell you, it's got to be soon because I am very close.
Would you all like us to say a prayer for you?
Well, certainly I'd like a prayer. I'd like your submission to God's will. But it would be much better than that if you were to submit to God's will.
No, JC, I've been a spiritual man. You know that.
Well, it depends on what spirit you're worshiping. Jack Daniels does not count, sir.
Don't drink, JC.
Well, that's not what I heard.
No, I don't.
That's not what I hear when you're slurring your speech. You're drunk.
No, I've got a little tongue problem.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I was born with a defect. You didn't know that, did you?
What is that, the inability to love the Lord and do the Lord's will?
No, JC.
Is that your criminal proclivity?
No, I had a tongue defect when I was a baby.
Oh, that's because you're speaking the devil's word. And to this day, you still speak the devil's word.
No, my tongue, it comes out like a snake. It's got two little snakes.
Yes, I know. Forked. On one hand, it's the devil's word. On the other hand, it's the word of Satan.
Yes, it's a forked tongue. I was born with it. I have 3 6s on my head.
I know that.
You do?
I know that. You are marked by the devil's mouthpiece.
My last name. If you punch it on a phone, 666.
Oh, I can't believe it.
That's right.
Sir, you're making me ill. I'm about to die here because of the horrible things you're doing to America.
Don't die, JC. But call us back next time. That's JC, who seems to be quite ill these days. And if you want to say a little prayer for JC, go ahead and do that. And welcome back to Coast. I'm George Norrie. Let's go to the phones. Wild card line. You're on the air with us. Hi there.
Yes, I am on the air at last to bring God's will forward to the Coast audience.
It's JC.
Yes, it is, Mr. Norrie. And I'm telling you what, I'm on fire tonight with the Lord because He's firing me up about things that I need to be fired up about.
Like what?
You know what I'm saying?
Like what?
Like the fact that this country is drowning in pornography, and that there is sin everywhere you look. You see sin.
Well, I've got good news for you. Are you ready for something?
What's the news?
When's the last time you had good news? Now, I'm not talking about...
I don't know that I've had a damn bit of good news since the day Edna took off on me.
JC, you can't say that on the radio.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, sir.
Now, here's the good news. I have heard you now for years, listening to Art and me, a little bit of Ian Punnett.
Have I had any effect on you?
I have decided, and I publicly want to announce this, to come over to your side.
You are coming over to the clampdown?
Yes, I am coming over to your side. I have decided that together, we might be able to fight evil.
Yes, together. Think of what we could do together. We could destroy the evil forces that are now tearing America down and drowning us in food porn. I mean, we got to start passing laws that keep people from going out of the country to go and have pornographic meals in Bangkok.
I agree. Together we can do this, but tell me at the compound. I mean, do you still watch those movies?
What movies? I have to review all manner of material in order to keep my eye upon the enemy. It's called reconnaissance mission.
Well, I don't want to have to do that, though.
Well, Mr. Norrie, if you're going to be in Clamp, you're going to have to go on several reconnaissance missions with me.
Where are we going?
Well, the last one I took was to Las Vegas, and let me tell you, I went to the floor of that terrible, terrible show, and I stood outside and I bullhorned the porno convention.
Well, you mean I have to go with you on one of those things?
Yes, but the problem was the devil gave me the wrong directions and I was outside the wrong hotel.
Well, I will be with you in force, and whatever you need me to do, I've decided
to just do now is join me in a prayer against the devil. What we need to do is have Oscar on again so I can kick his cowardly behind.
I don't know what happened to him.
And what you can do is give me the location of Edna P. Pringle.
I can't do that.
I know you're harboring her.
I am. I do have her address. I just can't do that yet.
See, how can you say you're on my side when you keep me away from the one woman that is meant to serve me in my war against the devil? I knew I could never trust you. How dare you? I don't have to take this kind of abuse.
There goes JC. I was ready. I was going to join his forces and fight evil. And we were going to go after Ian Punnett because JC claims he's evil. But I guess it won't happen this time. Let's go to our wild card line. Welcome to the show. Hi there.
How dare you? I have finally gotten on the air.
He lives.
You have been keeping me on the air.
No, we thought you were dead. I thought you joined the hereafter.
You could only wish such a thing because I am leading the charge against your this is insane.
Wait a minute. Do you think I would wish you as weird as you are to be dead? No.
I absolutely do because I'm in the way of your agenda. Your Canadian communist conspiracy agenda of what you're trying to do to America. Now listen, this is why I'm calling, because I want to speak to Mr. Ed Grimley and tell him that what he's seeing through his goggles, it's got to be drugs that he's taking, because if there are UFOs, they are of the devil. You will know that. They're demonic and they're evil.
Well, Ed's not with us right now, JC. He's
hiding
out there with his goggles somewhere.
Probably out there looking up in the sky, and he's probably using his goggles to peek into people's windows.
Where have you been? You've been gone for months.
I have been on a very deep reconnaissance mission trying to find Ed.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, and I still get people sending me all kinds of emails to boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com.
Well, I've got some news for you. We found Edna in San Jose, California last week.
I can imagine.
She showed up with a bunch of Harley bikers. Classy people. They were well-kept professionals, but she was with them.
Do not torment me, sir. I know. Listen, if you have Edna, you need to. I demand that you give me the whereabouts.
I went up to her. on your behalf. This is the kind of guy I am, JC. I went up to her.
I know what kind of guy you are.
I went up to her on your behalf.
Criminal crime lord.
Asked her if she wanted to contact you, and the guy she was with, she was sitting behind him on his bike. They said no and went off into the sunset.
Of course they said no, because she's been brainwashed by the evil masses, by what you have done to her, and by listening to Coast and rock and roll music and doing drugs.
I think she's in love.
I'm with the devil. That's how the devil does it to you. And he makes you think it's love, but it's really hate. It's hate for the Lord and what the Lord has to bring you. Now listen, the reason I'm calling is because you are wasting valuable time talking about things like the Martians and structures on the moon. We all know that there's nothing on the moon except dust. And the only reason, listen, I heard what your guest said, that we haven't been back there because E.T. chased us off, and no one chases Americans off. If we decide to go to the moon, we will stay there if we want. And there's nothing on there but dust and dirt. You're talking about terrible things that have no relevance when America's morality is in the... And I'm telling you, listen, America's moral decline it's gone downhill. You've got Hannah Montana running around without her pants on, and you've got people going to the movies and watching this Batman movie and worshiping this Batman movie. And I'm here to tell you that I have, this is what I'm going to reveal, that a part of the brainwashing of the media.
Well, you were spotted in a movie, Bad Santa. John Ritter, the late John Ritter, was in there. There was a line in there saying, for the children. You were up clapping and cheering.
I don't know. Listen, that movie was disgustulating, and I did not see that film. And I banned it. That's on the banned films list. But I was trying to reveal something. I have an insight about this Batman thing.
What's wrong with that?
This is going to come to a shock to a lot of people, but I think that Batman has homosexual overtones to it.
JC.
Yes, it is.
Get some help for yourself, JC.
It's completely there to subjugate and denigrate and degrade
JC.
America. Yes.
Go get some help, JC. That's JC. The righteous one, JC. Next up, let's go to our wild card line. You're on Coast to Coast. Good morning.
How dare you, Mr. Norrie? I cannot keep my silence any longer listening to this pathetic
JC!
Yes!
I thought you had joined the hereafter.
No! This is God's 10-star general, and I'm broadcasting live from the search for Edna. And I'll tell you what, I've been up and down this great nation, and I'm hot on her trail. I followed her all the way to Pahrump, Nevada, and I'll tell you what, I've been looking high and I've been looking low, and I'll tell you more low than high, I'll tell you that much. But I'm going to get back to the subject at hand, this pathetic parade of nonsensical nonsense you have on science fiction. What are you trying to do to America? You want to create another generation of 40-year-old men that sit in their basement and pick their nose and comb their hairs over to the side and watching fantasy?
Where have you been?
I am hot on the trail of Edna. I have almost found her. I'm very, very close. I had some word. I had some insight.
She does not want to come back to you, JC.
She was working at some establishments in Pahrump, Nevada, and I had word there, so I went and did some investigation. She does. She wants to come back. She just doesn't know it. Like all women, she has a weak will and needs to be taken command of.
She ran off with the biker and will not be back.
She ran off with the biker and then hooked up with a trucker. And I'll tell you what, Mr. Norrie, listen, this is another thing that's wrong with Star Trek.
Calm down. You're going to stroke out on me.
I am not going to have a stroke because God keeps me alive by His divine might. Because, I am God's 10-star general. And I want to say to all these pathetic people out there who love this science fiction, nonsensical nonsense. And William Shatner, he is, if anyone is close to the he is. Can't stand him.
JC, we've missed you.
Missed me?
Yeah.
Well, it's because I've been busy.
How was your Christmas? How were your holidays? JC?
This is me.
Don't you say anything pleasant and nice?
Of course I do. I'm talking about the love of the Lord. I'm not talking about disgustation like you were bringing up your ways. I'm talking about God's wrath, destroying the wicked who are to ruin this world and take it over and put out lies. People will believe anything if they'll sit for 2 hours watching movies.
I happen to know for a fact that you are a practicing Satanist.
How dare you, sir, to insinuate such insinuation?
That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told.
But because you're talking to the devil. That's why you who ought to know, Mr. Criminal Crime Lord. And listen, I don't have to take this kind of abuse from people like you who tell me that I'm a Satanist. I am God's 10-star general. God has charged me in the war against media pornography and pornography of all kinds. And I've said it once, I'll say it again. Star Trek is pornographic. And I will not tolerate such pornography on my television. There's food porn to be attacked. There's all kinds of things to be taken care of. And I'm telling you what, I am so glad to see God's wrath finally coming down on this world with this, what is it, the bird flu that's coming out?
There is no bird flu. It's small, swine flu.
It's going to be glorious. All the sinners are going to be dropping in the streets. I just can't wait.
See, you are the product of the devil, J.C. Why don't you laugh like one? Laugh like the devil. Go on. Go ahead, chuckle. Just let me hear you.
I do not laugh because laughter is the devil's wickedness. Listen, there's no laughter in church. You go to a church where there's laughter, you know you've got the devil on your back. And I'm telling you, I'm here to rebuke you and all of your listeners.
JC?
And they can email me at boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com and tell me exactly how they feel, and I'll tell them exactly where they're going to go, which is the boiling pits of sewage straight down to hell where they all belong.
JC, go take your blood pressure pill and relax. Damn. He's been away a long time, but hasn't changed. That's JC, by the way. To those of you who are brand new to the program, I have no idea where he's been.
If you play, I'm not a lottery guy, but I buy them for my wife periodically because she always, doesn't matter how much it is, she loves the feeling of having a lottery ticket in her pocket. like always, like something could happen at any second. Like how I feel whenever JC calls on Coast to Coast AM. Open lines.
How dare you put me on hold and make God's 10-star general wait? Not only that, but you disputate the Bible. How dare you?
Did you say 10-star general?
10-star, as in
10. 10. Okay.
10-star.
Sounds like you're saying 10. Okay, yeah.
No,
well,
10,
yeah.
As in, I have the rank of 10.
Hey, JC.
10 men, 10 generals.
JC, remember, the last shall be first. So by putting you on last, I'm actually putting you first.
Don't quote the good book at me, because I'm going to tell you what, you're disputating, and I'll tell you what, I don't like laughter. The Lord doesn't like laughter, but every now and then I can get a little chuckle, and I did laugh when I heard about that homosexual and that sorceress beating each other up over cell phones. And you're going to die, because they're both going to die. You know why?
Because we're all going to die.
No, because they both deserve to get stoned.
Wait, we're not all going to die?
No.
Are you not going to die?
Everyone who does not accept the new revelation is going to die and go to hell to the boiling pits of sewage. And you can reach me at boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com. And let me tell you about stoning.
Boiling pits of sewage at Yahoo. Wait, back up. Boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com. Is that your actual email?
Email address that I periodically have sewage people check. Boilingpitsofsewage@yahoo.com. Now you're trying to get me off my subject here.
I'm not. I want to make sure. I'd love to see it. When you aren't calling me and I don't hear from you and telling me what a lousy human being I am, I don't know that I'm doing it right. So I need to be able to contact you.
Then I'll email you more. I'll have to tune you into more mail about what
you can condemn me anytime you want. I'll give you my home number so you can call and condemn me regularly.
You give me your home number and I'll call you directly day and night. You have Tom.
I bet you would.
I call Tom all the time, and I'm not afraid to come on the program and take an hour's worth of phone calls from your fornicating listeners.
And you could take an hour's worth of phone calls, and it would only be about 4 minutes, but it would pass like an hour.
And boy, the people better listen to me, because if they just keep their flap trap shut and listen to my good words and what the good Lord is bringing down, which is the new revelation for everybody. And don't you think I didn't hear that last caller who took the ticket at me talking about Ed and being off with the bikers?
I'm sorry to hear, but I didn't hear about this. Is your wife in the boiling pits of hell then too?
I don't want to talk about my wife. That's
okay.
That's no one's business.
But everybody else is. Ba-dum boots. So good. I said, but everybody else is. Ba-dum boom. So, all right.
I've got the business of being in everyone else's business. Just like these Harry Potter movies are out there putting out sorcery and homosexuality. We got Russians patrolling our East Coast, and people need stoned. More people. We did more what the Bible said. If more people were stoned, this world would be a better place. And I'm telling you right here, right now, I'd love to pick up a stone, a rock and stone the Stephen King for writing that Harry Potter book. I'm so disgusted right now in America.
Well, what would you say to the callers who say that when you call, you sound stoned?
I am not stoned. How dare them? I would say you were insulting God's 10-star general. That's like walking up to Jesus and slapping him in the face.
I don't think so. I don't make that strong a connection there on that one.
I'm helping God write the next Bible chapters. How about
are you?
The most prolific author in the universe ever of all time come to me to help me have him write the new Revelation.
Are we supposed to when you issue them? Will we staple them onto the back of our Bibles? Then is that how it's supposed to work?
You're going to want to have some way to adhere them to the back of the Bible. Yes, but we'll probably command publishers, even though they're all owned by the New World bankers, they don't want to do it. They don't want to put the new Revelation out. And they want to hate us and destroy us. But the new Revelation.
Well, what did the Bible get wrong that it needed you to correct it with the new Revelation?
The Bible didn't get anything wrong. How dare you insinuate such things?
How is it incomplete that it needs more from you?
Because I'm God's 10-star general. That's the fallacy of that. You're trying to use fancy to speak on me right now.
Hey, let's leave your phallus out of this, okay? Please. Let's leave your phallus out of this, please. There's no reason to bring that up.
We did not. That's a double entendre. You must be some kind of French Canadian subvert pervert. I don't have to take this kind of abuse.
I'm speaking in French tongues. Really, where do you go usually to get this kind of abuse? Okay, guess we lost him. I miss him. It just there you go. It felt good to hear that from JC. It actually almost was enough to drown out my whining dog in the background, almost. Or maybe that's why my dog continues to bark.
Let's go to our wild card line. Welcome to Coast to Coast. You're on the air.
How dare you, Mr. Norrie?
JC!
Listen to you night after night, and let me tell you what.
Well, you should. It's a highly rated show, JC. I expect you to be listening night after night.
I have to patrol to understand what my enemy is doing. And I'm going to tell you what, Mr. Norrie, I am proud. You know how proud I am of America right now because of the cigarette ban? They've banned every cigarette in America, and I'm so proud. I didn't think they could do it. But they banned all the cigarettes.
No, I don't think they've banned all the cigarettes, JC. They're still in stores. I've seen them. I don't smoke, by the way.
No. They banned all the flavored cigarettes.
Oh, those. All right, okay. That makes sense.
Smoke.
Well, that's probably not a bad idea. I agree with you on that. Something's wrong if you and I are agreeing on the same thing.
They've banned them all, and I didn't think that this administration or this Congress could have the guts to ban cigarettes, and I thank the Lord they have. And next year they're going to ban everything else, and they're going to ban alcohol and sweet drinks. And I'm going to tell you what, though.
JC,
it's too late.
JC, are you sitting back smoking a pipe as you speak?
No, sir. I have been a little under the weather lately because I tell you what, the Lord came down to me and he said, J.C. Webster, the third at boiling pitch of